Good evening, and welcome, weary travelers, to Little Dream, where the shadows whisper, and the night is never quite empty. Tonight, we venture into a world just beyond the edge of your light, into the places your mind only dares to imagine. 7 stories await you. Take a deep breath, let the darkness settle, and let us begin. Story 1. The Forbidden Forest of Vanished Creatures, under the pale silver of a waning moon. The village of Dunsmore slept with its shutters closed tight and its chimneys breathing faint threads of smoke into the chill. Beyond the thatched rooftops and moss-slicked stone walls, the forest stretched wide, older than the village itself, a labyrinth of oak and ash tangled together, as though trying to hide something deep within. The elders spoke of the woods in hushed tones, never with children listening, but their warnings seeped through the cracks of bedtime stories. They called it a place where the lost did not return, where voices carried but bodies did not follow, and where creatures that once walked the earth left only their echoes. For as long as anyone could remember, villagers avoided the path that led beneath its shadow. Carts turned back, hunters chose the long way round, and even stray dogs stopped short at the tree line, tails tucked, ears pressed flat. But like every forbidden thing, the forest called to those restless enough to hear it. Elias knew this call well. He was 22, old enough to know better, yet young enough to feel the weight of curiosity like a hand pressed to his back. He had grown up with the stories the woman who followed the sound of her name whispered among the trees and never came home, the hunter who tracked a wounded stag inside and was found days later with his boots filled with mud, his eyes glassy, his mouth stretched open as if in silent scream. None of these tales satisfied Elias. They felt like warnings carved too neatly, meant to frighten but never to explain, and explanations were what Elias craved most. That night, restless and unable to sleep, he sat by the dying embers of the hearth while the wind rattled the shutters. His father snored in the adjoining room, his breath uneven, punctuated by coughs. Elias had seen the way illness clung to his father like a second skin, draining him more with each season. He had also heard rumors of an herb said to grow only in the depths of the forest, a herb that healed fevers and drove sickness from the lungs. It was nonsense, he told himself. A desperate whisper passed from one desperate mouth to another, and yet the thought burrowed inside him. If the stories about vanishing creatures were only stories, then perhaps the herb was real. Perhaps the forest hid secrets worth uncovering. When the clock struck past midnight, Elias rose, pulling on his boots and cloak, careful not to wake his father. He lit a lantern, though its glow seemed thin, swallowed quickly by the corners of the room. Stepping outside, the air bit sharp against his cheeks, and the frost-slicked grass crunched beneath his weight. The village was silent, its narrow lanes empty, its windows dark. He walked alone toward the distant wall of trees, each step pulling him closer to where no one dared tread. The forest loomed larger with every breath. The trunks rose like pillars of some cathedral long abandoned by men, and the branches braided together to blot out the stars. As Elias reached the threshold, his lantern flame wavered, guttering low as though the air itself resisted light. He paused, his heart hammering with the thought of turning back. Yet behind him lay only the sickbed and the slow decay of waiting, ahead stretched possibility. He stepped inside. The sound changed immediately. The wind no longer moved freely but threaded itself between branches, carrying faint tones like sighs too soft to name. His boots pressed into soil darker than any he had known, damp and fragrant with rot, and sometimes it seemed to give just slightly, as if something beneath shifted away from his weight. Shadows clung to the undergrowth, and though he held his lantern high, the light bled only a few paces before surrendering to the dark. He followed what might once have been a path, marked by stones worn smooth and half-swallowed by moss. His breath came slow, deliberate, his ears straining for sound beyond his own movements. Every so often, he thought he heard another set of footsteps falling just out of rhythm with his own, pausing when he paused, resuming when he moved again. Each time he turned, he found nothing but trees standing motionless, their bark rough and ridged like weathered faces. Hours seemed to stretch and fold upon themselves, time measured only by the steady burn of his lantern oil. At last, he reached a clearing where the moonlight managed to filter through in fractured beams. There, pressed into the mud, was a footprint. It was larger than his own, the shape too elongated, the toes narrow and pointed like claws. The edges of it shimmered faintly, as though the ground still remembered the weight that had made it. Elias crouched, touching the print with tentative fingers. The soil was warm. His breath caught, and for the first time, he felt the depth of what the villagers feared. The forest did not simply hide beasts or thieves. It held something that walked where it should not, something that left traces but not bodies. Elias rose quickly, his lantern trembling in his grip, and a thought slid into his mind, uninvited but firm. If creatures could vanish here, what might it mean for him to follow their trail? A rustle stirred from the opposite edge of the clearing. It was not the scatter of a rabbit or the low brush of deer. It was slower, deliberate, as if something waited to be seen. Elias raised his lantern toward the sound, the flame stretching shadows across the clearing. For an instant he thought he saw the curve of a figure between the trees. Tall, its limbs too long, its head turned sharply toward him. Then the light flickered, and the shape dissolved into the dark. His throat tightened. The villagers' warnings no longer seemed like old superstition, and yet, against the current of fear, another sensation rose within him, an almost magnetic pull, as though the forest itself beckoned him further, promising answers at the cost of silence, perhaps even of safety. He took one hesitant step toward the place where the figure had stood, the air colder now, the silence heavier. Somewhere in the distance, the faint echo of his name drifted through the trees. The sound of his name seemed to fade as quickly as it had arrived, dissolving into the hush of the trees. Elias froze, every muscle locked in that moment between flight and surrender. His breath hovered shallow in his chest, his eyes sweeping the clearing, searching for lips, a body, anything that could have formed the syllables. There was nothing, just the quiet press of moonlight, and the faint glisten of the strange footprint beneath his boots. He told himself it was the wind. He told himself the mind, once it expects voices, will conjure them from silence. He muttered this aloud, as if speaking could anchor him, but even his own voice sounded foreign here, too loud, too brittle. The sound did not carry the way it should have. It seemed to fall and fold inward, like a stone tossed into water and swallowed instantly by the depths. He pressed onward. Each step was deliberate, slow, his lantern arm outstretched like a ward against the dark. The faint glow lit clusters of fungi blooming along fallen logs, their caps pale and glistening like bone polished by time. Tiny insects scurried at the edges of the light, always just beyond sight. More than once, Elias had the distinct sensation that the ground exhaled beneath him, warm currents rising through unseen fissures, carrying a scent that was not earth but something older, metallic, faintly sweet. The path split. To the left, the ground sloped downward into thick mist, pooling low like breath trapped between roots. To the right, the terrain lifted toward a ridge, where the trees grew thinner, their skeletal branches clawing at the sky. Elias hesitated. He thought of his father, pale and sweating in his bed. He thought of the herb, whether it was myth or medicine, and where it might grow. Mist or ridge, both beckoned, but something in his chest leaned him toward the mist. Perhaps it was the promise of water, and near water, plants. He descended carefully, his boots sinking into soil that squelched under his weight. The mist curled around his knees, cool and damp, carrying with it a faint sound that pricked his ears. At first, it was nothing more than a patternless murmur, a suggestion of movement, but the further he pressed, the more it resolved into rhythm, soft splashes, as though something waded through shallow water not far ahead. Elias slowed, lifting his lantern higher, straining to see beyond the shifting veil. The air grew heavier, wet against his skin, until he emerged at the edge of a small pond. Its surface was strangely still, glassy, reflecting the half-hidden moon above. The water looked black, its depths impenetrable. On the far bank stood another footprint, identical to the one he had found before, pressed deep into the mud, glistening faintly in the lantern's light. And then ripples. The surface stirred not from wind but from below, circles widening outward as though something vast had shifted in the dark water. Elias's pulse thundered in his ears. He crouched instinctively, lowering his lantern closer to the surface. For a heartbeat, he glimpsed movement beneath the faintest outline of limbs too long, jointed strangely, gliding just below the reflection of his own face. His breath hitched. He staggered back, the lantern nearly slipping from his hand, its flame guttering wildly. The pond stilled once more, The mist hung thicker, and Elias could not be sure whether the shapes he thought he saw had been real or tricks of shadow and water. But the print across the bank, that was no trick. Something had stood there, something that could cross water without breaking its surface, something that left warmth behind. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. Elias's heartbeat seemed to fill the air. He wanted to turn, to flee back to the village, but his legs refused. A strange calm swept him instead, a clarity, almost like dream logic. If the stories of vanished creatures were true, if such beings walked these woods, then to witness them was to touch the edges of a secret kept hidden from the world. Terror and wonder braided tightly together, rooting him to the spot. He forced himself onward, skirting the pond's edge, eyes trained on the opposite footprint. As he neared it, the mist parted slightly, and the outline of a trail revealed itself beyond the water stones placed with unnatural precision, leading deeper between the trees. Elias's chest tightened. This was no chance path. This was built, deliberate, meant to be followed. He stepped onto the stones. The air grew colder, not the ordinary chill of night, but a sharpness that seemed to press against his very bones. His breath curled white in front of him. The lantern's flame sputtered again, straining against the invisible weight pressing in. Each stone seemed to hum faintly beneath his boots, a resonance too low to be sound, yet unmistakable. He thought of his father again. The sickness, the shallow breaths, the way his hands shook when he tried to lift a cup. Elias whispered to himself that he was doing this for him, that the forest's dangers were worth braving for a chance at cure. But another thought slid behind it, quieter, more honest, that perhaps he was here not only for his father, but for himself, for the need to know, to see, to brush against the forbidden. The trail climbed toward a hollow where the trees bent inward, forming an arch. Their branches intertwined overhead like fingers clasped in prayer, blocking even the faint glow of moonlight. Elias stepped beneath, and the world seemed to change. The forest's sounds dulled, swallowed into a hush that pressed on his ears. His lantern, once dim but serviceable, now seemed unbearably small. He walked deeper until the arch gave way to a space unlike any he had seen before. At its center stood a circle of standing stones, tall and narrow, their surfaces carved with symbols eroded by time yet still faintly glowing, as though lit from within. Moss clung to their bases, and between them the ground was bare, soil black and polished smooth, as if countless feet had circled there in ritual. Elias's breath caught. His heart thudded in his chest, and for the first time since entering the forest, he felt the urge to kneel not out of reverence, but because the air itself seemed to demand it, heavy with an unseen weight. He fought against it, forcing his body upright, his eyes drawn to the symbols pulsing faintly like the heartbeat of the earth. A sound broke the silence. Not words this time, but a low resonance, vibrating the stones, threading through the marrow of his bones. It rose, steady and slow, like a chant that had been going on for centuries and only now let itself be heard. Elias staggered, his knees trembling, his lantern swaying in his grip. The flame flickered high, casting long shadows across the circle, and in that trembling light, he saw them, figures, not flesh, not fully shaped, but outlines clinging to the stones, humanoid yet blurred at the edges, like smoke caught in still air. They shifted slowly, their forms bending, elongating, dissolving, and reforming. Elias's stomach lurched, his mind scrambling to name them, to rationalize, but no words came. Only the certainty that these were the vanished, the lost, creatures once of flesh now tethered here, circling endlessly in a place no living soul should stand. One of them turned, if turning was the word, for the slow, deliberate pivot of its haze. Elias felt it look at him, not his body, but him, the core of him. His thoughts, his fears, his fragile thread of defiance. His skin prickled cold, his breath stilled, and then, in the hollow of his mind, a whisper bloomed. "You've stepped where silence lives." Elias staggered backward, his lantern clattering against one of the stones. The glow pulsed brighter at the contact, and the chant deepened, rushing through him like a tide. The figures swelled, their forms stretching outward, reaching with arms that were not arms, faces that dissolved even as they formed. He turned, desperate to flee, but the arch he had entered through was gone. The trees had woven themselves tighter, a wall of black bark sealing the way. He spun back, chest heaving, and found the figures closer now, circling him, their whispering voices overlapping, too many to separate, each syllable burrowing deeper into his head. Elias fell to his knees, clutching the lantern to his chest as if it were the last fragment of the world he knew. Its flame trembled but held, a small defiance against the swell of dark. He squeezed his eyes shut, whispering his father's name, then his own, as if anchoring himself to what remained real. When he opened them again, the figures had stopped. The chanting ceased. Silence swallowed everything, vast and complete. Elias's breath rasped harsh in the stillness, his lantern flickering low, and then just at the edge of vision another footprint appeared in the bare soil of the circle, forming slowly, as though pressed by an invisible weight. It faced him, waiting. The print held its place in the earth, as if something unseen had settled into the soil only to vanish once more into air. Elias could not breathe properly. He stared at the indentation until his eyes watered, waiting for the shape to fade or fill itself in again, for proof that it was illusion. But it remained, a mark, a presence. His hands shook so violently the lantern rattled in his grip. He bit down on his lower lip, tasting blood, grounding himself with the sting, his boots rooted to the earth, though every instinct begged him to run. He wanted the safety of the village, the coarse laughter of hunters around a fire, the warm hand of his father gripping his arm and telling him he had done enough. But that was gone, miles behind him. And here he was, kneeling in a circle of glowing stones with a footprint forming in the soil before his eyes. Slowly, carefully, he backed away. Each step made the lantern sway, throwing wild shadows across the stones, stretching the blurred figures into impossible shapes. None of them moved now, yet the silence around them was not peace. It was expectation, a held breath that pressed against his chest. Elias whispered a prayer he did not remember learning, the syllables tumbling from his lips like fragments of a dream. The ground beneath him trembled, not enough to topple him, only enough to remind him that the soil itself was alive. Listening, he swallowed hard. The path behind him remained sealed. The trees fused into a barrier. He circled the ring of stones instead, searching for some fracture, some weakness where bark had not yet grown thick. His boots scuffed against roots. His lantern brushed moss. His breath rasped in his throat. But everywhere he turned, the forest had drawn itself shut. And then came the sound. It was soft, almost tender at first, like a lullaby carried on wind. A woman's voice, low and melodic, rising from nowhere, filling the hollow without an origin. Elias froze, the hair on his neck lifting. The voice did not speak a language he knew, but it caressed his ears with syllables that seemed older than words. They circled him, weaving through the stones, touching him from behind, from above, from within. His pulse raced. He wanted to cover his ears, but the sound was not in his ears. It was in his bones. The whisper of the vanished figures joined it, a chorus building slowly. Their tones wove together until the forest itself seemed to sing. Elias stumbled backward, colliding with one of the stones. Its surface flared, bright as moonlight, and for an instant he saw felt the image carved deep into its face. A creature, not human, not beast, with limbs bent at impossible angles and eyes like lanterns glowing in void. His stomach lurched, bile rising. The glow faded. The song fell silent. Elias dropped to his knees, clutching his chest, gasping for air that seemed thinner with every breath. His lantern sputtered again, nearly extinguished, but a stubborn flame clung to the wick. He stared at it, willing it to hold, whispering his father's name again and again, like a mantra. And then the silence broke not with song, not with chant, but with something so ordinary it cut him deeper than all that had come before. Footsteps. He heard them clearly. The crunch of soil, the shift of weight, the approach of something walking slowly toward him. His head jerked up, eyes wide, scanning the circle. No figure moved. No shadow broke from the stones. Yet the steps drew nearer, steady, deliberate, one after the other. Elias staggered to his feet, his knees weak, lantern raised high. The flame trembled, casting fractured light across the hollow. And then, at the edge of vision, just beyond the final stone, he saw it. Not a figure, not entirely, a distortion, as if the air itself had been pulled into shape. It shimmered faintly, bending the light, warping the trees behind it. With every step it took, the soil indented beneath invisible weight. The footprints appeared in rhythm with the sound, one after another, leading directly toward him. Elias's throat closed. His mind screamed to run, but where? The path was sealed. The stones stood unbroken. He backed away until he stood at the very center of the circle, lantern raised like a feeble barrier. The shimmer drew closer. He could not look away. And then it stopped. Only a few paces from him, at the edge of the circle, the air pulsed, heavy and sharp, pressing against his skin. He thought he heard breathing, low and steady, matching his own ragged rhythm. He thought he felt eyes on him, though none were visible. The silence stretched. The flame guttered. Elias's chest burned. Finally, the shimmer moved not forward but downward. Slowly, deliberately, it bent, and another footprint formed in the soil, deep and perfect, facing him. Then another, as if it crouched, lowering itself, meeting him at eye level, though it had no face. Elias's vision blurred. His ears rang with silence so sharp it felt like sound. He wanted to cry out, to scream, to demand what this was, but his tongue refused. And then, inside his skull, without sound, the words came again. "You've stepped where silence lives." The lantern flared. Elias staggered, blinded by sudden brilliance. When his sight cleared, the shimmer was gone. The footprint remained, etched deep in the soil. The air felt heavier now, charged, as though something vast had just retreated but still lingered in the edges of perception. Elias clutched the lantern tight against his chest, his breath coming in sharp gasps. He closed his eyes, swaying on his feet, whispering again to himself that this was for his father, for the herb, for the cure. He repeated it until the words lost meaning, until they were only sounds, fragile shields against the truth pressing in. When he opened his eyes again, the path had returned. The trees behind him no longer fused, their branches parting just enough to reveal the slope he had descended. Relief crashed through him so swiftly his knees gave way, and he fell hard onto the soil. The pain grounded him, reminded him he was still flesh, still present. He rose unsteadily, turning back once to glance at the circle. The stones glowed faintly still, but the figures were gone. The soil lay bare, save for the single fresh footprint, staring up at him like an unblinking eye. Elias tore his gaze away and stumbled toward the open path. His lantern swayed, his boots dragged, his body heavy with exhaustion. He did not know how far he walked, how many minutes or hours passed, only that the forest remained silent, too silent, as though it waited for him to look back. He did not. At last, the trees thinned slightly, and the mist eased from around his knees. He collapsed against a trunk, chest heaving, sweat chilling his skin despite the cold air. The lantern flame shrank low, weak but alive. Elias stared at it, his only tether, and whispered to himself that he would not return to the circle. Not tonight, perhaps not ever, but even as he spoke, some darker voice beneath his own insisted otherwise. He had stepped where silence lived, and silence, once awakened, did not sleep again. Elias leaned heavily against the trunk, his palms pressed flat to its rough surface, as if the bark itself could anchor him to reality. The forest was quieter than he had ever known silence to be, a quiet that didn't soothe but gnawed, as though the absence of sound carried teeth. He forced his breathing into steady rhythms, counting each exhale as though numbers could fend off what still lingered in the marrow of his bones. His lantern sputtered again, dimming to a fragile coal. He shook it lightly, coaxing the flame to swell, though part of him dreaded to see too much. The path behind him remained open, the faint line of trees bending just enough to mark escape. Yet when he tried to will his feet that way, something in him resisted. His body ached for home, but his mind, restless and fevered, whispered that leaving now would mean never understanding what had reached for him. He told himself he did not care. He told himself his father's need for medicine was reason enough to go back to the village. But beneath every excuse, the pull remained, subtle as a tide, stronger with each heartbeat. He pushed himself off the tree, testing his legs. They held, though they trembled with every step. The soil clung to his boots like it wished to keep him. He tightened his grip on the lantern, adjusted the strap of his pack across his shoulder, and began forward, not backward, toward safety. but deeper into the forest. The air cooled as he walked, his breath pluming before him in faint clouds. The canopy thickened once more, swallowing what little moonlight bled through. He thought of turning up the wick on the lantern, but feared the flame would choke and die altogether if he pressed it too far. Better the faint glow than nothing. As he pressed on, the path grew uneven. Roots coiled from the ground like sleeping serpents, and he stumbled more than once, catching himself against trunks that seemed to lean closer than they should. His hands came away damp with sap that smelled faintly of iron. Each time he wiped them on his cloak, telling himself it was nothing, but the scent lingered, metallic, sharp, reminding him of blood. The forest thickened, the silence folding tighter, until at last a sound broke it, not loud, not violent, but distinct enough to halt him in his tracks. A low trill, almost avian, though no bird he knew sang in such a tone. It rose and fell, steady, rhythmic, like a chant disguised as song. He turned slowly, lantern lifted, scanning the trees. The sound did not fade. Instead, it multiplied. One trill became two, then four, then a chorus weaving through the branches above. Elias swallowed hard, his throat dry. His rational mind tried to explain it. Some nocturnal bird unknown to him, perhaps. A colony disturbed by his presence. But instinct clawed against the explanation. These were not natural calls. They were too patterned, too deliberate, the tones too human in cadence. They rose and fell like syllables straining at the edge of speech. He tilted the lantern upward. The glow caught glints among the branches. At first he thought they were drops of dew, then shards of frost catching the light. But then they blinked. Dozens of eyes stared down, reflecting the flame in eerie brilliance. They glowed faintly from within, not merely catching light, but generating it, a sickly radiance that bled into the dark. Elias's chest tightened. He stepped back, nearly tripping over a root. The trilling grew louder, sharper, and now he could hear words breaking through the tones. His name, Elias. Again and again, overlapping in different voices, higher, lower, mocking, pleading. The chorus pressed against his skull until he clamped his hands over his ears. But the sound vibrated through his bones, bypassing flesh. Something shifted above. Wings unfurled, vast, ragged shapes cutting across the branches. They beat not with the rhythm of birds, but with a strange, uneven pulse, like lungs struggling for breath. One descended lower, its glowing eyes fixing on Elias. The shape around them revealed itself in fragments. Feathers slick and matted, a beak too long and crooked, claws that hooked into bark with an audible crack. It tilted its head, and in a voice twisted from the trill, it spoke. "Why do you walk where silence feeds?" Elias's heart hammered, his lips parted, but no words came. The creature blinked, slow and deliberate, its eyes narrowing, as though dissatisfied. The others shifted in the canopy, their glowing eyes swaying, their wings brushing leaves with hisses. The chorus swelled again, this time shaping words more clearly. "Stay, stay, stay." Elias stumbled backward, lantern raised before him as though its frail light could hold them off. The nearest creature hissed, the sound splitting into three voices, each echoing the other at slightly different tones. Its wings stretched wider, catching the lantern light, revealing feathers that shimmered with an oily sheen, colors sliding like oil on water. Its claws scraped bark. Fear surged, raw and overwhelming. Elias turned, bolting along the path, the lantern swinging wildly, throwing disjointed beams across the trees. The chorus followed, their cries stabbing into his skull. Branches whipped his face. Roots clawed at his boots, but he ran, gasping, his lungs burning. The forest shifted around him, paths curving in unnatural arcs, trees closing and parting as though hurting him. The trills rose higher, more frantic. He dared a glance back. Shapes moved between branches, wings beating with strange rhythm, eyes burning like embers. One swooped low, passing over his head. The air tore with its movement, and he felt the scrape of claws just missing his shoulder. He stumbled, nearly fell, but forced himself upright, his grip white-knuckled on the lantern. The path dipped suddenly into a hollow. Elias slid down, landing hard on damp soil. Pain shot through his ankle, but he forced himself up, limping forward. The hollow opened into another clearing, smaller than the one with the stones. but wide enough that the creatures did not descend immediately. They circled above, their trills weaving into a frenzy. Elias stood panting in the center, turning in slow panic, watching the glowing eyes trace arcs in the dark. Then, without warning, they fell silent. The abruptness of it struck harder than the sound itself. One moment the forest throbbed with noise, the next it was a void. Elias's ears rang with the absence, his own breath sounding unnaturally loud. The creatures froze in the branches, unmoving, their eyes still fixed on him. The silence deepened until he felt it pressing inside his chest, heavy, suffocating, and then the shimmer returned. At the far edge of the clearing, the air bent once more, warping the trees, bending light. The distortion stepped forward, slow, deliberate. The creatures shifted, bowing their heads slightly, their glowing eyes dimming as though in deference. Elias's legs weakened. He knew this presence. He had felt it in the stone circle, in the footprint that burned against the soil. It had not left him. It had followed. The shimmer paused at the edge of the clearing. Elias held his lantern higher, though the flame shrank as though in fear. The distortion tilted, a motion too smooth, too precise to be human. A whisper slid into Elias's skull. "You return. You cannot leave." His knees gave out, and he sank to the soil, his breath tearing at his throat. He wanted to scream, to beg, to pray, but the silence swallowed everything. Only the shimmer's words remained, heavy, final. "You are marked." The lantern flared once, violently, then died. Darkness swallowed the clearing whole. Darkness pressed in on all sides, absolute and suffocating. Elias groped blindly in the air where the lantern had been, but his fingers touched only void. He squeezed his eyes shut, though it made no difference, and the image of the shimmer burned in his mind. It was not simply light bent wrong, it was hunger given shape, patience distilled into presence. The forest held its breath with him, waiting. He dared not move, afraid even the rustle of cloth would shatter the fragile standstill between himself and the unseen. A wet sound broke the quiet. It was faint, like water dripping from a leaf, but too heavy, too deliberate. Then another drop, and another, closer each time. Elias realized with a sick jolt that the sound was not falling but advancing, approaching across the soil in slow, measured steps. He crawled backward on hands and knees, palms sinking into damp earth, his heart seizing with every pulse. The creatures above stirred. Their wings rustled like paper set aflame, but none descended. Instead, they watched, their eyes dimmed to a reverent glow. Elias could feel them gazing not at him but at the shimmer that moved closer, as though all else existed only as audience to its approach. Something brushed Elias's boot, cold seared through the leather, burning and freezing at once. He yanked his leg back with a strangled gasp, scrambling farther. His hand struck something solid, a root or stone, and pain shot through his wrist. He stifled the cry that rose in his throat, clenching his teeth until the taste of iron filled his mouth. The shimmer stopped. For a heartbeat, the air felt lighter, though no less oppressive. Then the voice returned, not as sound but as thought cleaved into his skull. "You stray deeper, yet still you breathe." Elias' lips trembled. The word broke, his voice foreign in the silence. He tried again, forcing sound past his throat. "I didn't mean to trespass. I'll leave. I swear it. I'll leave and never return." The silence absorbed his words as though they were nothing. Then the shimmer moved again, circling him. Its steps made no sound, but the distortion bent closer, so near he felt the air shiver against his skin. "Leave? None leave. You are chosen." No," Elias whispered, shaking his head violently, though tears stung his eyes. "I didn't ask for this. I don't want it. You are marked." The words reverberated through his bones until he thought they might crack. His chest convulsed with sobs he tried to swallow. He pressed his hands over his ears, but it did nothing. The voice was inside him, inescapable. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the shimmer withdrew. The presence receded, pulling back into the shadows until the distortion was gone, as though it had never been. The silence lingered, heavier for its absence. Elias dared to open his eyes fully. Darkness stretched in every direction, but he sensed the shimmer was not gone, only watching from where he could not see. Above, the creatures stirred again. Their trills returned, softer this time, laced with something Elias could not name, pity, perhaps, or anticipation. They shifted along the branches, circling wider until the clearing felt like the center of some vast wheel with him trapped at its hub. Panic surged. He could not stay here. Whatever the shimmer meant, whatever marked was, he could not surrender to it. He forced himself onto shaking legs, fumbling in his pack. His hands closed around a stub of wax, an old candle, meant only for emergencies. With trembling fingers, he struck flint to steel. Sparks leapt, failed, leapt again, until at last a fragile flame caught. The candle sputtered weakly, but its small glow sliced enough of the dark to steady him. The eyes above blinked at the light, some recoiling slightly, though none departed. Elias clutched the candle as if it were salvation, forcing himself forward. The path was uncertain, the trees shifting as though trying to mislead him, but he moved anyway, limping, candle held close to shield its glow from the drafts that breathed through the clearing. Step by step he left the hollow. The trills followed, distant now, echoing between trunks like memory. He pushed on, breath shallow, eyes fixed on the faint glimmer of soil before him. Every root seemed a trap, every branch a claw, but he forced his body onward, whispering fragments of prayer under his breath, though he could no longer recall the words fully. The forest changed again. The trees thinned, their trunks gnarled and twisted as if writhing in slow agony. The soil beneath him softened, sucking at his boots. A smell rose sweet at first, almost floral, then acrid, rotting, cloying. He gagged, pressing his sleeve to his mouth, but it did little to block the stench. Ahead, something pale gleamed faintly in the candlelight. He approached warily. The pale shapes resolved into bones, dozens of them, scattered haphazardly, jutting from the soil like roots exposed by erosion. Some were small rabbits, foxes, but others were unmistakably human. Skulls stared upward with empty sockets. Ribs curled from earth like broken cages. Elias froze, bile rising in his throat. The shimmer's voice whispered again, faint, almost tender. All who enter remain. Ebbs. Elias staggered back, his heel striking a skull. It rolled with a hollow clack, jaw opening and closing, as though laughing. He stumbled, nearly dropping the candle, clutching it tighter with a whimper. His heart pounded so hard it shook his chest. He could not bear this place. He turned sharply, seeking any path that led away from the field of bones. His candlelight caught on something else, fabric. A torn sleeve, half buried in soil. The colors faded but still discernible. He recognized it. His father's old hunting cloak, the one he had mended as a boy. The patch still visible where a spark from the hearth had burned a hole through it. The air vanished from his lungs. His knees gave way, and he sank beside the cloak, fingers trembling as they brushed the fabric. It was damp, half decayed, but real. He pulled it free, revealing bones beneath broad shoulders, the curve of a jaw he knew too well. His father, or what was left of him. A strangled cry broke from Elias, raw and keening. The candle shook in his grasp, wax spilling over his skin, but he barely felt the burn. He clutched the cloak to his chest, rocking, grief tearing from him in waves. His father had never returned because he had never left this forest. He had lain here, abandoned, marked just as Elias now was. The shimmer swelled around him, its presence undeniable. The voice pressed against his skull, suffocating in its certainty. Blood follows blood. You are bound. No, Elias rasped, shaking his head until his vision blurred. No, I won't. I won't end here. I won't. The creatures above answered with a shriek, sharp and discordant, as though mocking his defiance. Wings beat in unison, and the clearing of bones shuddered with their movement. Elias clutched the cloak tighter, staggering to his feet. His grief twisted into a desperate fury. He would not die here. He would not be devoured by silence. He stumbled forward, cloak still in hand, candlelight flickering wildly. The path stretched uncertain, but he forced his body to move, to flee, even as whispers clawed at his mind and eyes glowed in the branches above. Each step was agony, but it was life. Each ragged breath a refusal. The forest seemed endless, an eternal maze of trunks and shadows. But Elias ran, cloak and candle his only anchors. Behind him, the chorus rose, furious now, the sound splitting the air with piercing cries. The shimmer followed, its presence heavy at his back, each step reminding him of the word it had carved into his soul. Marked. He did not look back. He could not, for to look back was to surrender, to let the forest claim him as it had claimed all others. His only hope lay in forward motion, in the faint, impossible belief that somewhere ahead, beyond the endless trees and silence, a way out still existed. The candle guttered, flame dwindling to a fragile spark. Elias cupped it desperately, breath shaking, whispering to it as though it were a living thing. "Stay with me, please." His words trembled, but the flame held, small yet unbroken. And so he ran into the dark, cloak clutched to his chest, the shimmer stalking close, the forest alive with whispers that promised he would never leave. The trees closed in around him, their trunks bending as if the forest itself leaned to watch. Each branch reached out like a finger, clawing at his shoulders, snagging his hair, tearing at the cloak he clutched. The candlelight quivered against the windless night, its flame darting left and right as though frightened. Elias forced his body forward, lungs raw, boots sinking deeper with every step. The earth itself seemed to resist him, tugging, dragging, urging him down into the soil where so many had already vanished. He tried to fix his mind on the edges of memory, the faint recollection of a trail he had once walked with his father long ago. There had been a bend marked by a lightning-split tree, and beyond it the slope that led toward safety. But memory betrayed him, for each trunk looked broken, each path doubled back on itself, the forest rearranged in silence, remaking its skin so that every way was wrong, every direction led inward. Behind him, the chorus of wings swelled again, and the cries of the creatures bled into one another until they formed words, faint but undeniable. Elias froze mid-stride, his blood turning cold. The voices, high and layered, echoed his own thoughts. They repeated his whispered prayers, his desperate vows to survive. Each phrase came back to him distorted, mocking, as though the forest had reached inside his mind and pulled the words out to feed them back to him. He stumbled against a fallen log, nearly dropping the candle. He crouched low, hiding the light within the cup of his palms, heart hammering so hard he thought it would burst from his chest. The cries faded for a moment, leaving only the steady hum of silence. Then came the shimmer, rolling through the trees like a tide. It did not reveal itself fully, but its presence pressed heavy, suffocating, and the air carried the same faint stench of rot as the field of bones. Marked. It breathed into him again. Blood follows blood. You carry the debt. Elias's throat burned. He wanted to scream, to curse the forest, to tear it down with his hands, but terror silenced him. Instead, he crouched lower, clutching the cloak like a child clings to a mother's hand. His father's scent was long gone, replaced by mildew and damp, yet still he pressed his face against it, pretending for an instant that he was not alone. The silence stretched until it was unbearable. Elias rose, trembling, and forced himself forward once more. He knew if he lingered, the forest would close around him, roots wrapping his legs, branches binding his arms until he was swallowed whole. He had seen enough bones to know how it ended. The candlelight sputtered again, guttering in the draftless dark. He whispered to it, coaxing it alive, promising he would protect it if it would protect him. The flame steadied, though smaller now, as if listening. He held it higher, its weak glow throwing long, quivering shadows across the trees. A shape moved within those shadows, not the shimmer, but something else, more solid. Elias stiffened, his breath freezing. From the gloom emerged a stag. Its antlers stretched impossibly wide, tangled with vines and thorns, its eyes glowing faintly like embers. The beast stepped closer, slow, deliberate, hooves sinking soundlessly into the soil. For a moment Elias felt wonder, the awe of seeing such a creature in the midst of terror, but wonder quickly soured into dread. The stag's gaze was not its own. When it opened its mouth, the shimmer's voice poured out. You run from me, yet you run deeper. Elias staggered backward, lifting the candle between them as though the fragile light could ward off this nightmare. The stag lowered its head, antlers scraping against branches, sparks snapping where thorn met bark. You will return to earth as he did, the voice said, the stag's jaws working with each syllable, though its tongue did not move. Your bones will sing with the others. Something in Elias snapped. His grief, his fear, His fury fused into one desperate blaze. "I am not yours," he rasped, his voice hoarse, his hands shaking but steadying the candle. "You cannot take me. You cannot keep me." And the stag reared, antlers cutting arcs through the air, but the candlelight flared at that instant, burning brighter than it had since he struck it. The glow seared across the stag's face, and for the first time, Elias heard a sound from the shimmer that was not words but a hiss, sharp and angry. The stag shuddered, its eyes flaring, then dissolved into smoke that twisted upward and vanished among the branches. Elias collapsed to his knees, the candle trembling in his grip. His chest heaved with shallow breaths, tears spilling freely now. He had defied it. He had forced it back, but he knew the victory was nothing more than a moment's reprieve. The shimmer had not gone. It had only retreated, watching, circling, waiting for his strength to wane. He dragged himself up again, legs shaking, and pushed forward. The forest shifted still, but he felt the faintest tug in his chest, a pull that was not the shimmer's voice, but something gentler. It drew him leftward, toward a low incline where the trees thinned. He followed, half stumbling, half guided, candle raised before him. At the crest of the incline he paused. Before him stretched a glade, and in its center stood a stone, tall and narrow, etched with markings that glowed faintly in the candlelight. Moss clung to its base, but the carvings remained sharp, untouched by time. Elias approached warily, the cloak dragging behind him, the candle trembling. The stone hummed as he neared, a low vibration that thrummed through the soil into his bones. He reached out, hesitating, then let his fingers brush the carvings. Heat surged into his skin, not burning but searing with memory. Images poured into him, faces he did not know, cries of animals long vanished, shadows of others who had stood here before. He pulled back with a gasp, nearly dropping the candle, his body shaking. The shimmer's voice thundered, louder than ever, furious. "Do not touch what is bound. It is mine." The forest shook with its rage, branches whipping though no wind stirred. The creatures above shrieked, their glowing eyes darting wildly. Elias pressed his back against the stone, the only solid thing in the world, clutching his candle as the voice battered him. But beneath the fury, another voice stirred, softer, buried deep, but there. It whispered not into his skull but into his chest, into the marrow of his bones. "Light endures, even here." Elias closed his eyes, gripping the candle tighter. The flame wavered, but it did not die. He breathed deeply, grounding himself against the stone, letting its hum steady the pounding of his heart. For the first time since entering the forest, he felt something that was not terror, a spark of defiance that belonged to him, not borrowed from grief or rage. When he opened his eyes, the shimmer had receded again, its fury reduced to a distant hiss. The creatures above settled, their trills uncertain, as if the balance had shifted in some small way. Elias staggered away from the stone, still clutching his candle, still wrapped in the cloak of the dead, but now with a fragile ember of strength. He moved into the glade, past the stone, deeper yet, though every instinct screamed at him to turn back. He knew there was no back anymore, only forward, through whatever the forest held, toward whatever truth awaited him in its heart. And so he walked on, his light trembling, his body broken, his soul marked, but his will unbroken for now. Night had thickened into something almost solid, a living wall that pressed against Elias's skin with every step he took. The forest no longer felt like a collection of trees, but a single vast body, ribs of wood arching high above him, its breath damp and foul in the stagnant air. Branches hooked at his clothes as though eager to peel him apart, and unseen roots rose to snare his boots, tripping him forward. The candle in his hand trembled with a pale, nervous flame, its glow swallowed almost instantly by the black around it. Elias staggered deeper, lungs rasping, every breath tasting of soil and rot, as if the earth itself was trying to draw him down into its waiting maw. He tried to fix his mind on the edges of memory, the faint recollection of a trail he had once walked with his father long ago. There had been a bend marked by a lightning-split tree, and beyond it the slope that led toward safety. But memory betrayed him, for each trunk looked broken, each path doubled back on itself. The forest rearranged in silence, remaking its skin so that every way was wrong, every direction led inward. The chorus of wings rose again, rolling through the treetops like a storm. The cries bled into one another until they became words, faint but undeniable. Elias froze mid-stride, his blood turning cold. They were his own words, his thoughts, his pleas, his whispered breaths of prayer. He heard himself begging for light, swearing he would not falter, even cursing the thing that pursued him. All of it came back, distorted, layered in many voices at once. The forest had reached inside him and stolen the marrow of his voice, only to feed it back in mockery. He dropped to one knee, clutching his chest, trying to force his heartbeat steady. His throat worked uselessly against the heavy air. Every breath felt stolen, as if each lungful belonged not to him but to the forest. He gritted his teeth, pushed against the pull of panic, and rose again, dragging one foot after the other forward into the dark. The shimmer rolled closer, though it was never fully seen, never whole. Sometimes it appeared in the corner of his eye as a ripple in the air, like heat rising from a summer road. Sometimes it glowed faintly silver as though caught on the tips of branches, only to vanish when he turned toward it. But always it pressed on his chest, heavier, thicker, like water filling a room where no door could be opened. Marked. It breathed. The word had no echo. It simply settled inside him, heavy as stone. Blood follows blood. You carry the debt. Elias staggered, clutching the cloak tighter. No, he whispered, though he had no strength behind it. Not mine. Not me. The shimmer pulsed closer, bending the shadows, and for an instant Elias glimpsed a face within it, his father's face, drawn and gray, lips parted as though to call him home. But the eyes were wrong, hollow and gleaming, not belonging to any man. He stumbled back, shaking his head, pressing his face into the folds of the cloak, desperate to smell some faint trace of the old world, of warmth, of home. But the cloth was damp, mildew-ridden, heavy with the scent of earth. He dropped to the ground behind a fallen tree, pressing the candle close to his chest to hide the glow. The forest hushed around him, the silence thick as syrup. The shimmer's voice wove through the branches. You will come deeper. The debt waits. Oh, Elias bit down on his lip until he tasted blood. He would not answer. To answer felt like invitation, and he had already been marked once. His blood had touched the stone. His shadow had been noticed. That was enough. The silence stretched so long that when sound finally returned, it struck him like a blade. Hooves, soft, measured, deliberate. He raised his head above the log. From between the trees emerged a stag. It was larger than any he had seen in the hills beyond the village, its antlers branching wide like lightning frozen in wood, vines tangled within them, thorns dripping dew that shone faintly in the dim light. Its coat was pale, almost luminous, and its eyes smoldered like dying embers. For a moment Elias forgot his fear, caught by the beauty of it. The stag moved with the grace of something carved from light itself. But when it drew closer, awe soured to dread. The stag opened its mouth, and the shimmer's voice spilled out, deep and echoing, too large for the beast's frame. You run from me, yet you run deeper. Elias scrambled back on his hands, raising the candle instinctively as if it were a weapon. The stag's breath steamed in the cold, carrying the stench of rot. You will return to earth as he did, the voice said, the stag's jaws working though no tongue moved. Your bones will sing with the others. Something in Elias cracked. His grief, his fear, his fury surged into one blaze. I am not yours, he rasped. His voice shook, but he forced the words through clenched teeth. You cannot take me. You cannot keep me. The stag reared, antlers raking against branches, sparks hissing where thorn met bark. The forest bent with its motion, trees groaning, as though pulled by invisible strings. But just as Elias raised the candle higher, the flame flared, brighter than it had since he lit it. For an instant, it roared like a torch, casting shadows sharp as knives. The stag recoiled, bellowing, and the shimmer hissed through its throat, furious. The beast convulsed, its eyes blazing, then dissolved into smoke that twisted upward and vanished into the branches. Elias fell to his knees, clutching the candle. His chest heaved, his face wet with tears he hadn't realized had fallen. His body trembled, his muscles weak, but some part of him remained upright, clutching the flame. He had forced it back. For the first time, he had resisted, but even as relief washed over him, He knew it was nothing more than a stolen moment. The shimmer had not been defeated. It had simply recoiled, circling, watching, patient as the roots that grew beneath his feet. He stumbled to his feet, dragging the cloak across the damp earth, pushing onward with no sense of direction except the faint tug in his chest. It was not the shimmer's pull. It felt softer, different. A thread leading him leftward, toward a slope where the trees began to thin. He followed, half stumbling, half guided, the candle raised before him like a compass. At the crest he paused, breath ragged. Below stretched a glade bathed in the faint spill of moonlight, and at its center stood a stone. It rose taller than a man, narrow, etched with markings that shimmered faintly like veins of light beneath the surface. Moss clung at its base, but the carvings glowed clean and untouched by time. Elias approached, every step slow, wary, as though he walked toward the heart of some living thing. The candle quivered in his hand. The air thrummed with a low vibration, not sound but weight, pressing against his bones. He reached out. His fingers brushed the carvings. Heat rushed into him, not fire but memory. Images flared behind his eyes, faces of men and women he did not know, their mouths open in silent cries. The silhouettes of animals, antlers and wings, their forms bending, breaking, vanishing into shadow. A tide of voices calling, pleading, fading. He staggered back, choking, nearly dropping the candle. His body shook, his skin seared as though the stone had branded him. The shimmer's voice thundered, louder than ever, crashing through the glade. Do not touch what is bound. It is mine. The forest writhed with its rage. Branches whipped, though no wind stirred. The creatures shrieked overhead, their glowing eyes darting madly. Elias pressed his back against the stone, gripping the candle tight, the flame shaking but alive. The voice pressed against his skull. Leave it. Leave me. Yours is not the right to hold it. You are nothing. But beneath the roar came another sound, softer, buried deep within the stone. It hummed into his chest, not his ears. It was not words, not exactly, but he understood them all the same. Light endures, even here. And Elias closed his eyes, clutching the flame, pressing his spine against the stone until its hum steadied his pulse. He breathed, long and slow, letting the sound root itself in him. For the first time since he stepped into the forest, he felt not only terror but defiance. Not a borrowed strength, not anger at grief, but his own will. When he opened his eyes again, the shimmer had receded. Its fury turned to hissing whispers. The creatures above quieted, restless but uncertain. Something had shifted, though he could not name it. He staggered away from the stone, candle raised, cloak trailing, heart still pounding but no longer hollow. The forest still closed in, but he was not crushed beneath it. Not yet, and he knew with terrible clarity that there was no way back. The forest would never let him retrace his steps. His only path was forward, through whatever horrors lay deeper within, toward whatever truth the shimmer guarded. And so Elias walked on, into the dark, his flame trembling but alive. The air thickened as Elias stumbled further, each breath dragging heavy as though he were inhaling the breath of the forest itself. Shadows no longer sat obediently between the trees. They moved. They shifted, lengthened, curled against the edges of his vision. Every time he turned his head, there was only stillness, but his skin prickled with the certainty of being watched. The silence broke in small fractures, an echo of twigs snapping, the faint rush of wings, whispers like paper being torn beneath the soil. He gripped the candle tighter, but its light seemed to retreat, shrinking inward until it illuminated nothing more than his trembling hand. The path underfoot changed. It grew soft, spongy, as if he had stepped onto something that yielded like flesh. His boots sank with each step, and when he forced one free, the earth clung to it, reluctant to let him go. The smell rose stronger now, iron and rot, the unmistakable stench of decay. His stomach turned, but he dared not stop. Behind him, the forest seemed to inhale, a long, patient draw of breath that pressed against his back. He knew if he turned, he would see it exhaling something terrible into the dark. Ahead, a shape unfolded in the candle's faint glow. It was not a tree, not a stone, but an opening gaping like a wound. A cave mouth, its edges jagged, blackness spilling from within. The air pouring out was colder than the night around him. a chill that slid down his spine and set his teeth clattering. He paused, the flame flickering dangerously low, his heart pounding so loud he thought it might give him away. And then out of the cavern came sound. It was not the cry of any beast he had ever studied. It began low, a guttural croak, then rose into a melody that twisted upon itself, eerily close to the pitch of human voices. The tones bent, repeated, and soon he realized they were words. His words, the very phrases he had muttered to himself when he first entered the forest, were being thrown back at him, warped, drawn out, sung in a chorus of voices that were not his own. Elias staggered back, clutching the candle like a weapon. Though its feeble flame wavered pitifully, his throat tightened. The voices swelled from the cave, layers upon layers until they drowned the night. Then, through the din, came another sound, the heavy flutter of wings. A single pair at first, then many, their beating muffled yet violent, stirring the air with invisible gusts. His candle nearly extinguished under the rush of wind. Shapes began to peel from the shadows within the cave. They were small at first, darting, skittering, their eyes twin embers that pulsed with sickly light. Birds, if they could be called birds at all. Their feathers shimmered as if slick with oil, and their beaks opened wide to release the words they had stolen, repeating them in discordant unison. They rose higher, circling him, a storm of wings and shrieks, their eyes drilling into him with impossible intelligence. One swooped low, grazing his shoulder with claws far too sharp for its size. Blood welled instantly, a thin, hot line that burned more than it should. Another brushed his face, its wings leaving behind not wind but cold, as though his skin had been pressed into ice. He swung the candle wildly, its flame jerking madly, and the creatures scattered only to regroup, their voices now mimicking his panicked breaths, his racing heartbeat. The cave itself seemed to pulse, its dark opening stretching wider, as if the forest was feeding life into it. More of the birds poured out, thousands, their wings blotting the faint stars, their chorus growing until it was unbearable. Elias clamped his hands over his ears, but still the sound pressed into him from inside his skull. His own voice screamed back at him, not from his throat, but from theirs, multiplied and distorted until he no longer recognized it. The ground shook beneath him. From the cave's depths, something heavier stirred. The birds scattered upward, parting in spirals as though making room. The chorus fell into sudden silence. Elias froze, every hair on his body standing upright. A sound followed, not wings, not voices, but the steady rhythm of footsteps. They echoed from within the black, each one deliberate, slow, impossibly loud against the trembling earth. And then came breath, a long, rasping exhale that rolled out of the cavern like a tide, extinguishing his candle in an instant. Darkness swallowed him whole. He could not see, but he could feel it, the weight of something colossal shifting toward the mouth of the cave, dragging with it the stench of decay and the whisper of wings retreating to the treetops. He stumbled back blindly, but the forest behind him seemed to close, the trunks pressing shoulder to shoulder, refusing him escape. The voice returned, low and drawn out, but no longer his. It was deeper, older, carrying the resonance of something that had spoken before language itself was born. It did not form words, not truly, yet his mind translated them into something close to meaning, and what he heard chilled his soul. "You should not have come." Elias froze as the echo of that voice rippled through his chest, deeper than sound, vibrating in bone and marrow. The air around him grew heavier with each pulse, pressing down until his knees threatened to buckle. He tried to swallow, but his throat had gone dry, his body refusing even the simplest act of defiance. The darkness was complete, absolute. The extinguished candle felt like a betrayal, a fragile ally torn from his grip. Somewhere within that void, something shifted again. He heard the scrape of stone dragged against stone, but the sound was slower than gravity, deliberate, as though a massive body moved without urgency because it knew there was no need to hurry. The creatures in the trees did not cry out now. Their silence was more unnerving than their voices had been, as if they too listened with a reverence that bordered on fear. Elias dared a breath, shallow, trembling. The voice returned, closer this time, though still without lips or tongue. It was a thought forced through the air, and it filled him with the sickening weight of recognition. It spoke again. "The forest keeps what it takes. Why do you resist?" He clutched the candle holder like a blade, though it was little more than iron wrapped in melted wax. "I don't belong to you," he whispered hoarsely, the words spilling without conviction. His voice was devoured instantly by the dark, swallowed whole. The ground trembled. From the cave came a sound like laughter, though it did not rise or fall as human laughter did. It was hollow, reverberant, the kind of sound made when wind rushes through a cavern of skulls. Elias staggered back, boots sinking deep into the sodden ground. Cold water seeped through the seams, chilling his foot to the bone. His hand grazed a trunk, but it pulsed faintly beneath his palm, warm, almost like flesh. He yanked his hand away, heart hammering. Above, wings stirred. The birds had not left, only withdrawn to the edges, their countless glowing eyes pricking holes into the dark canopy. They were waiting, not fleeing. Their silence stretched taut as a snare. Elias's chest ached with the weight of all those stares. From the cave came the first hint of shape. At first he thought it smoke, but it moved too slowly, too deliberately, coiling outward like a serpent made of shadow. It bled into the air, curling around the trunks, drifting low to the soil, dragging with it the smell of blood turned stale. Where it touched, bark blackened, and moss curled in on itself as though shriveling from heat. Elias stumbled back again, but each step pressed him deeper into the waiting circle of trees, which seemed to bow inward, closing ranks. He knew then that the forest itself was complicit. It was no innocent victim of some invader, no neutral backdrop. It was alive with allegiance to the thing in the cave. He felt it in the ground, in the pulse that throbbed beneath roots, in the hunger rising with each breath of decay. His stomach knotted, but his mind clutched to fragments of reason. Perhaps this was hallucination brought on by exhaustion, or gases seeping from the cavern, or some cruel trick of sound. But even as he tried to persuade himself, his body knew better. The shadow coiled higher, then drew itself into a column, and within that black haze, eyes opened, not two, not four, but dozens shifting, blinking, disappearing, only to emerge again elsewhere. Each glowed faintly yellow, like lanterns submerged in dirty water. When they fixed on him, Elias felt his memories pulled forward, ripped from the depths of his mind. His childhood, his failures, the moments he wished buried all flared for an instant in those eyes, leaving him raw, naked. He gasped and stumbled back. "You see me," he whispered, though he had not meant to speak. The words cracked in his throat, broken by fear. The thing answered not with words this time, but with an echo. The forest itself repeated his voice, the ground beneath him humming with it, the trees moaning it through hollow knots in their trunks. "You see me," it said. His own tone returned, but warped, stretched, mocked. His knees buckled. He collapsed onto damp soil, the earth breathing cool and fetid against his skin. A root shifted beneath him like a muscle flexing, and he scrambled upright again, choking back a cry. He had to run, but where? The path had dissolved behind him, smothered in black fog, the forest's ribs closing. Ahead was only the cavern, its mouth yawning wider, the shadow growing taller, thicker, more defined. And then came the birds. They erupted from the treetops as one, a storm of wings that darkened even the memory of starlight. Their shrieks tore through the silence, but within the noise Elias heard words, his words again, and those of others, strange cries, desperate pleas, fragments of languages he did not recognize. Voices layered upon voices, countless, all belonging once to something living, now stolen, repurposed. The air throbbed with their cacophony until his eardrums ached. He dropped the useless iron candle holder and clamped his palms to his ears, yet the sound still bled through, vibrating in his skull. He staggered backward, blindly, but the forest moved with him. Roots snagged his ankles, branches raked his shoulders. Each trunk seemed closer, the circle narrowing with every heartbeat. The ground swelled beneath him as if it wanted to consume him whole. His lungs burned, his chest heaving as he forced himself to draw air thick with rot. The figure of shadow spoke again, this time clearer. "The beasts came first. They vanished, as you say. Not vanished. Chosen. Taken. Now you follow." Elias's mind flashed with the reports he had read. Herds gone overnight, nests emptied, the forest falling silent season after season. He had laughed at the old tales, dismissed the warnings. But now the truth pressed in on him with talons and shadow. They hadn't vanished. They had been claimed. And he was next. "No," he rasped, though it felt like whispering into a storm. "You can't have me." The laughter returned, this time from every direction, a chorus of hollow mirth. The birds joined, their shrieks climbing into something almost triumphant. The forest shook with it, leaves raining down, though no wind stirred. Elias's teeth rattled in his skull, and his vision blurred with the vibration. Something broke in him then, not resolve. Not yet, but the fragile barrier between disbelief and surrender. He knew this was no fevered dream, no trick of the senses. The forbidden forest was exactly what the whispers had warned. A mouth, a maw, a living shrine to something older and hungrier than reason. The shadow advanced, tendrils unfurling, dragging across the soil like fingers testing flesh. One brushed his arm, and the skin beneath erupted in fire, not burning but freezing so deep it seared. He cried out, staggering sideways, but there was nowhere to go. The trees swayed together, their limbs locking, their whispering branches spelling out his doom. He dropped to his knees, his breath ragged. Tears burned his eyes, but he could not even close them. The thing would be there, whether seen or not, and as he knelt, the earth itself seemed to sigh in contentment, as though ready to cradle him into its rot. Then, as if sensing his collapse, the shadow stilled. The birds quieted mid-screech, leaving the air carved hollow by sudden silence. The forest held its breath. Elias's heart hammered louder than the world. And into that silence, the voice came once more, low and final. "It begins with one." Elias no longer felt the boundary between time and space. Each footfall struck the ground like a hollow drumbeat, echoing not only in his ears but inside his skull, looping endlessly until he could no longer tell how far he had walked or how long he had been trapped within the maze. The trees were not still anymore. They moved. He was certain of it. At times they pressed close, their trunks leaning inward like the jaws of a predator ready to snap shut. At others they seemed to draw back, only to surge forward again as if stalking him in coordinated silence. The rustle of their leaves was no longer random wind. Every whisper carried weight, deliberate and knowing. They were conferring with one another, conspiring over his fate. The candlelight trembled in his grasp, but it had ceased to behave like fire. It was not flame now, but an eye, glaring at him, tracking every twitch of his fingers. When a current of air stirred, the light warped into grotesque shapes, warped faces grinning, tooth-lined maws biting down on nothing, silent screams frozen in orange shimmer. He wanted to hurl the cursed thing away, yet even imagining it sent a chill so violent through his spine that his knees nearly buckled. If he let it go, something darker than blindness would devour him whole. He knew it. A branch lashed across his shoulder, sharp as a whip. He staggered, nearly toppling, boots sinking deeper into the ground. The earth had softened beneath him, no longer soil but mud, viscous and sucking. Each step was a struggle. The mire clutched at his ankles like skeletal fingers desperate to drag him down. He cursed aloud, yanking with raw panic, tearing himself free at the cost of leaving deep rips in the leather of his boots. Sweat slicked his back, chilled instantly by the night air, mixing with filth until his cloak clung damp and heavy. Then suddenly the suffocating press of trees opened. A clearing glimmered faintly ahead, bathed in unnatural light. Moonlight filtered through torn clouds, painted pale blue and sickly green by some unseen veil. Elias stumbled forward, chest heaving, until he stood at its edge. At the center towered a tree larger than any he had ever imagined. Its trunk was broader than a cottage, its roots sprawling like the coils of an ancient leviathan, burrowing deep and rising again, forming arches as if whole families might dwell inside them. Upon the bark sprawled carvings, thousands, maybe tens of thousands, circles, eyes, crooked symbols that twisted if he looked too long, and names etched in hurried hands and jagged strokes. Elias froze. His heart stopped when his gaze traced across one familiar name, then another, his father, his grandmother, and there, freshly gouged, the letters still sharp and raw, his own name, Elias. The candle in his hand flared violently, hissing blue, casting monstrous shadows across his face. He staggered back instinctively, but the trees behind him had closed their ranks, their trunks pressed tight, sealing him inside the clearing. From the wounds carved into the colossal tree, Fluid seeped forth. At first, he thought it sap, but the stench shattered that illusion. It reeked of iron, of decay, of blood. Thick black rivulets oozed downward, snaking across the roots, spreading through the soil like veins. Elias gagged, bile rising, but before he could retch, the whispers intensified. No longer distant rustling, they spoke words, clear, layered in countless voices. Stay, stay with us. The words penetrated deeper than sound, reverberating inside his skull, vibrating behind his eyes. He clutched his head, groaning, yet could not shut them out. Faces emerged from the bleeding bark, first faint imprints, then clear visages pressed outward from the trunk, mouths stretching, eyes hollow and gaping. One face in particular froze his blood. It was the woman in gray he had glimpsed once at the forest's edge. Her features distorted as though liquefying into the wood. Her eyes rolled white, her lips forming words he could not hear, yet somehow understood. A curse, a condemnation. Panic erupted. Elias hurled the candle to the ground, yet instead of extinguishing, the flame surged, roaring into a ring of azure fire encircling him and the monstrous tree. The faces upon the bark laughed ghastly, cavernous laughter grinding like broken glass. "You are the next watchman," wind shrieked, rising to a gale. It tore at his skin as though trying to flay him alive. His cloak whipped violently until it shredded at the seams. He was slammed back against the bleeding trunk, the impact rattling his bones, and then the wind condensed, darkened, thickened into shape. It was a figure tall, impossibly tall, draped in dead vines, its body skeletal and brittle, its hollow sockets glowing with ember light. A watchman, not human, not anymore. It drifted forward, limbs jerking in spasms, gliding as though the air itself parted for it. The storm carried its voice a chorus, overlapping, guttural and whispering all at once. "You were chosen, your name carved, none escape once marked." Elias screamed. He seized the candle once more, though it scorched his palm. Fire leapt high, wild blue tongues twisting upward into a spiral. He thrust it toward the advancing figure. For the briefest moment, it recoiled, shrieking, retreating into shadow, its body tearing apart into coils of smoke. He seized the chance. Stumbling, bleeding, he hurled himself through the ring of fire, breaking free. His boots skidded across charred earth, and he plunged blindly down what looked like a path. But the forest fought. The ground ruptured. Roots burst upward like serpents, lashing around his arms, his chest, his throat. They coiled tight, crushing, suffocating. He struggled, kicking, teeth gritted, and swung wildly with the candle. Flame licked across the roots. Smoke hissed. The air filled with the stench of burning rot. In the smoke, he saw it, his own silhouette, but not his face. The figure was upright, rigid, lantern in hand, head bowed in eternal vigil. It was himself transformed, replaced, the watchman already waiting. Terror stabbed him like knives. His heart convulsed. One thought alone beat inside his mind. If I stop fighting, I become that. With a guttural cry, Elias wrenched himself free, tearing flesh in the process. Blood streamed hot down his arms, but he did not slow. He charged forward, clutching the cursed flame like his last breath of life. Behind him, the forest roared, bellowing with fury and triumph alike, the sound of a predator not cheated, but patient. His scream rose with theirs, human and fragile, swallowed by the vast cacophony. And in that scream, in that moment of defiance, the villagers swore they saw a pale blue glow flickering in the forest depths. Not a candle, not a torch, but the steady, cold light of a lantern. One more watchman, standing in silence, waiting eternally. The forest had swallowed his scream. The air no longer trembled with resistance, but settled into a silence so thick it weighed against his ribs. Elias stumbled through that silence, clutching the searing candle. His knuckles blistered and raw, but he dared not release it. Each flicker seemed weaker than before, shrinking, as though the flame itself had grown weary of shielding him. His body carried him forward on instinct more than reason. Every muscle throbbed, lungs tore with ragged gulps of air. Blood dripped steadily from the gashes around his arms and torso, trailing crimson beads across the black soil. His ears rang with echoes of voices that no longer spoke in words but in tones, elongated vowels that bent and warped into sighs, into laughter, into grief. They filled his skull until he forgot what his own thoughts sounded like. Somewhere ahead, through the thicket of roots and shadow, a glow shimmered, not blue like the cursed fire, not pale like moonlight, but warm and golden, human. It pulsed faintly, like a lantern held steady by mortal hands. Hope flared inside him, searing, reckless. He lunged toward it, branches clawing at his flesh, the candle sputtering dangerously low. The glow grew brighter as he drew near, expanding until it revealed itself, a small clearing, untainted, the grass still green, the air crisp as though untouched by rot. At its center stood a cabin, old, weathered, but real. Smoke curled from its chimney, the smell of wood and pine burning, a smell so achingly ordinary that tears pricked his eyes. Civilization, safety, salvation. He staggered to the door and collapsed against it, pounding with his fist. The wood shuddered, creaked, and then slowly opened inward. A figure stood in the threshold, a man older, gaunt, his face drawn with fatigue but his eyes sharp and awake. In one hand he held a lantern, the source of the golden glow. Its light pooled gently across the ground, steadying the tremors in Elias's chest. "You should not have come," the man whispered. His voice was flat, without surprise, as though Elias's arrival had been long foretold. Elias pushed inside, collapsing onto the floorboards. The cabin smelled of cedar, smoke, and dust. Shadows huddled in the corners, but the lantern's glow kept them at bay. He clutched the candle against his chest like a talisman. They carved my name," Elias rasped. His throat burned with every word. "On the tree. It was fresh, He broke off, unable to speak the truth aloud. The man crouched beside him, lantern held low. His face came into full light lines carved deep around the mouth, eyes ringed with sleepless hollows. "They always carve the names," he murmured. "The forest chooses, long before the chosen know. That's why none return. They don't vanish, they become." The words sank through Elias's skin, lodging in the marrow of his bones. He shook his head violently. "Number, I fought it. I burned them. I saw what it wanted me to become. But I ran. I escaped." The older man tilted his head. "Escaped?" He let the word linger, rolling it across his tongue as if testing it. "Do you feel free, boy? Or do you feel the weight already pressing against your spine? Do you not hear the branches whispering even now?" Elias froze. The candle in his hand guttered, and for an instant the shadows in the corners stretched toward him, their tendrils bending with hunger. His pulse thundered. "Then help me," Elias whispered desperately. "Tell me how to break it. Tell me how to cut my name from the tree." The man's expression twisted, part pity, part cruelty. If names could be carved away, none of us would still be here. Elias's breath caught. "Us?" The lantern's glow flared, and the man stepped back. Elias's eyes widened as the light shifted, revealing what he had not seen before. The walls of the cabin were etched with markings, names, thousands of them, scrawled in desperate hands, burned into the wood, dripping down beams. His father's name, his grandmother's, his own, again and again. He scrambled to his feet, the world tilting. The man raised the lantern higher, his smile hollow, lips curling with a bitter inevitability. "I was the last before you," the man said softly. "And now, you are the next. The forest does not forget." The lantern's flame quivered, changed hue, from warm gold to pale blue. Its glow spread across the room, bleaching the cabin in ghostly light. The man's face warped, hollowing, collapsing inward as if the light consumed him. His body shivered, splitting into strands of smoke and vine, collapsing into nothing. The lantern clattered to the ground but did not extinguish. It burned brighter than ever. Elias staggered back, but his candle finally gave a sharp hiss and died. Darkness devoured his hands, his chest, his breath. Only the blue lantern remained. He tried to turn toward the door, to flee, but his limbs no longer obeyed. Cold surged through his veins, iron shackles locking around bone and sinew. His spine arched against his will, his shoulders stiffened, his head bowed as if dragged by invisible hands. His scream caught in his throat, silent, swallowed by the same force that had claimed the man before him. The lantern rose of its own accord, settling into his grasp. Its handle burned against his palm. but he could not let go. His eyes burned with cold light until vision blurred, then sharpened into something not his own. Outside, the forest leaned in, whispering in reverence. A new watchman had been made, and in the village miles away, when the wind swept down the mountain that night, the people swore they saw a new light flickering in the distance. Steady, patient, eternal, another soul joined the endless vigil, swallowed by the forbidden forest of vanished creatures. Story 2. The Weeping Echoes of Loch Ness. The road into the highlands wound like a serpent through shadow and mist, curling around jagged cliffs and glens so vast they seemed to belong to another world entirely. The air tasted of peat and cold stone, heavy with damp, the kind that clung to skin and seeped into bone. Miles behind them, the last village lights had vanished, leaving only the silver of the moon to outline the ridges of hills and the soft, whispering veil of fog that stretched across the valleys. Dr. Adrian Locke kept his hands tight on the wheel of the rented van, though his two companions seemed less concerned with the road than with the looming body of water that was beginning to appear to their right. It was not yet visible in full, the fog guarded it jealously, but every now and then, through a shift in the drifting veil, they caught a glimpse of the surface, black and vast, stretching farther than the eye could follow. Loch Ness. It had been Adrian's idea to come here, though he carried himself with the weary conviction of a man intent on disproving something rather than discovering it. The stories, the photographs, the shaky testimonies, he had devoured them all as a boy, when monsters seemed as real as thunder, but science had taught him discipline, the weight of proof, the comfort of logic. He had not come to chase legends. He had come to dismantle one. Beside him in the passenger seat, Claire wrapped her scarf tighter around her neck and peered out into the mist. Her breath fogged the glass, and she traced idle patterns on it with her fingertip. "It doesn't look real," she murmured. "Like a painting you're not supposed to touch." From the back seat, Daniel chuckled, though there was unease beneath it. "Or like the edge of the world. Careful, Locke, you might find your precious rationality slipping if you stare too long." Adrian said nothing, though a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He knew his friends expected him to argue, to lay out some crisp reminder about the nature of myth and memory, about how shadows across water could play tricks, about the human need to believe in what was larger than themselves. But the truth was, he didn't have the strength to argue tonight. The loch stretched alongside them like a sleeping beast, and even he could not deny the shiver that traveled his spine when the fog thinned just enough to suggest something moving beneath the surface. They reached their lodging, a converted stone inn crouched against the hillside, its roof slick with moss, its windows glowing faint amber against the night. Inside, the inn smelled of smoke and ale, and the fire in the hearth snapped with a warmth that made the long drive seem suddenly distant. A woman with hair as silver as the moon greeted them, her smile kind but her eyes sharp, as though measuring the strangers against the weight of countless travelers who had passed before. "You'll be wanting rooms," she said in an accent that rolled like the land itself, soft and ancient. "And supper, no doubt. The loch takes more out of a body than you'd expect." Daniel grinned at her. "Does it then? I thought it only gave." The woman's smile faltered for the briefest second, but she said nothing more, simply handed them keys and gestured toward the dining room. Adrian noticed the pause, the shadow behind her eyes, but he tucked the detail away rather than dwell on it. He had learned long ago that small towns and old lands carried their share of silences, and not all of them meant anything. Later, after supper, when the fire had dwindled and the other guests had gone to bed, Adrian found himself alone in the common room. Maps and sonar equipment cluttered the table before him. He traced a line along the loch's outline with his finger, measuring the depths, the ridges, the places where shadows could easily deceive. Daniel and Claire had retired hours earlier, their laughter trailing up the stairs, but Adrian remained awake, restless. The silence in the inn pressed too heavily against him. He rose, lit a lantern, and stepped outside. The night was absolute. Fog lay thick across the land, swallowing the world beyond the narrow circle of light. Yet the loch was there, vast and patient, its breath rising in faint ripples against the shore. Adrian walked closer until the lantern's glow reached the waterline, where reeds whispered and stones glistened with dew. That was when he heard it, a sound too faint to be certain, carried across the surface of the water. It was not the cry of a bird, nor the groan of shifting earth. It was softer, stranger, like the voice of someone weeping, carried far by the mist. Adrian froze. The lantern quivered in his grasp, its flame bending in a draft he could not feel. The sound came again, distant yet piercing, a sob that broke into silence as quickly as it had begun. His rational mind leapt to explain echoes, tricks of acoustics, the shifting of ice across stone, though there was no ice here tonight. But none of those explanations held. The sound had been human, broken, desperate. He waited, heart thudding, until the silence grew unbearable. When no second cry followed, he turned back toward the inn, telling himself he had imagined it, that fatigue was making a fool of him. Yet even as he lay in bed hours later, staring at the ceiling beams while Claire and Daniel breathed steadily in the adjoining rooms, the sound replayed itself in his mind. A sob carried on still waters, a grief older than the lock itself. Sleep never came. When dawn broke, mist still clung to the surface of the lock, and Adrian stood with his friends on the shore, the equipment arranged at their feet. Daniel fiddled with the sonar, adjusting the settings, while Claire scribbled notes and observations with quick strokes of her pen. Adrian stared at the water, its surface glassy and calm, and felt the echo of the night sound in his bones. He told himself he would mention it, perhaps even laugh at his own imagination, but the words would not leave his mouth. Instead, he bent down, adjusted the wires, and prepared to prove that the legends of Loch Ness were nothing more than shadows. Yet in the hollow of his chest, a whisper lingered. Perhaps shadows were only the beginning. Adrian told himself the morning light would scatter the unease like mist burned away by the sun, but the highlands were not so generous. Morning here was only a shade lighter than night, a gray dawn that carried its own kind of weight. The sky seemed made of slate, low and oppressive, pressing down against the hillsides, and the loch reflected none of it. Its surface was darker than sky or land, an obsidian mirror that revealed nothing of what lay beneath. Claire wrapped her coat tighter as she walked the pebbled shore, each step crunched softly, swallowed quickly by fog. "You know," she said, crouching to skim a stone across the water, "I used to think this place would feel magical, like stepping into a fairy tale. But it's not magic, is it? It's grief, old grief, heavy as the water itself." Daniel looked up from the sonar case, his mouth quirking. "Christ, Claire. First coffee, and already the poetry." She ignored him, watching her stone vanish without a sound. Not even a ripple seemed to carry across the surface. Adrian knelt beside the equipment. The sonar had been his splurge, rented for more than he could afford, a machine meant to strip the loch bare. Its pings would reveal the shape of the bottom, the contours of every rock and ridge. If there were no creature, no hidden leviathan, then soon they would know. But his hands lingered, motionless, above the switches. Last night's sound clung to him like damp cloth. He hadn't dreamed it. He couldn't have. The clarity of it, the human crack in the voice, the salt of sorrow hidden inside it remained as sharp as the lantern flame had been. Claire's voice broke through his thoughts. "Did either of you hear it?" Adrian glanced up sharply. "Hear what?" She was still staring at the loch. "In the night. It sounded like..." She hesitated, biting her lip. "Like someone crying." The words struck him like a bell. For a moment he could not breathe. Daniel, however, laughed, though uneasily. "Well, that explains your mood this morning. Probably just the wind. You know how sound carries over water. Number." Claire's eyes narrowed, her tone unusually firm. "It wasn't wind. It was closer, sadder, like a woman crying, though far away. I thought maybe it was just me, but..." Her gaze slid toward Adrian, searching. Adrian looked away, fingers brushing across the sonar's metal edge. "The mind fills in gaps," he said quietly, "especially in a place like this. Echoes can take strange shapes." It was the explanation he should have believed. Yet the relief that flickered in Claire's eyes, relief that she wasn't alone in what she had heard, told him she didn't believe it either. Daniel clapped his hands, forcing brightness. "All right then, enough ghost stories. We didn't drive across half of Scotland to spook ourselves with crying winds. Let's get this thing in the water and make history, eh?" But as they hauled the equipment toward the boat the innkeeper had arranged, Adrian caught the way Daniel avoided the water's edge, keeping just a little too far from it, as if something unseen might surge up and take hold of his ankles. The boat was small, its wood damp with years of mist, but sturdy. Its oars lay across the benches, worn smooth by countless hands. The three of them climbed in, their breath rising white in the cold, and pushed away from shore. The lock swallowed them whole. Once they had drifted far enough that the inn was nothing but a dim outline against the bank, Adrian lowered the sonar into the depths. The machine pulsed, sending its voice into the abyss. Pings echoed back, drawing lines on the small monitor. Ridges, slopes, shadows deeper than anything he had measured before. Daniel leaned over the screen, frowning. Bloody hell, it's deeper than I thought. Look at that drop. Like the bottom just disappears. Claire hugged herself against the cold. Maybe it doesn't have a bottom. Everything has a bottom. Adrian's tone was automatic, though he felt no certainty behind it. He adjusted the frequency, watching as the shapes grew sharper. Cavities opened, trenches coiled like scars. The lock was a labyrinth under the water, deeper than any photograph could capture. The machine hummed. Then it faltered. Adrian tapped the side of the screen, expecting static, but the shapes that appeared were not static. A form was moving. Not a ridge, not a slope, something large. Its outline stretched too long, curving like a question mark across the monitor, before slipping into shadow and vanishing. Daniel swore under his breath. Did you see that? Claire's hand clutched Adrian's arm. Her nails dug through his sleeve. Adrian's pulse thundered in his ears. He replayed the scan, tracing the shape again, slower, steadier, but the figure dissolved into noise, as though the machine itself had recoiled from showing more. He tried to speak, but before words formed, the sound returned, not from the machine, from the lock. It rose over the water, faint yet cutting, a sob stretched thin by distance, carrying across fog and surface alike, a sound of sorrow so human it made his chest ache. Claire gasped. Daniel turned white, gripping the boat's edge as though bracing for a wave that never came. The sound faded, drawn back into the depths, leaving only silence. No one spoke. The mist thickened, closing around them. The water remained perfectly still, betraying nothing of what had cried out. At last, Daniel forced a laugh, brittle and sharp. Well, there's your ghost, Claire. Maybe we've stumbled into a tourist attraction locals with speakers hidden in the hills, keeping the legend alive. Oh, so. But his voice cracked, and the look in his eyes betrayed him. Claire whispered, That wasn't speakers. That was real. Adrian did not answer. His hands remained locked on the sonar console, though he could not recall moving them. His rational mind clawed for footing for explanations, physics, psychology, but each possibility fell away, leaving only the raw echo of grief still trembling in his chest. When they returned to shore, the innkeeper was waiting. She said nothing at first, only watched them tie the boat, her eyes unreadable. Then softly, as if it were a kindness, she asked, You heard her, didn't you? The three of them froze. Adrian met her gaze, and for the first time, he did not have a single word to give. The innkeeper's words clung to Adrian long after they returned inside. The hearth burned bright in the small lounge, logs snapping and sending sparks up the chimney, but the warmth seemed shallow, unable to reach beneath his skin. Her question, so gently asked, as though it were merely confirming what she already knew, had left no room for denial. Claire sat closest to the fire, her eyes fixed on the flames, though Adrian could see her shoulders trembling beneath her coat. Daniel, ever restless, paced the length of the room with his hands shoved deep into his pockets. He muttered about faulty equipment, about natural phenomena that preyed on the imagination, but each time he turned near the window, his gaze flickered toward the blackness outside as though he expected the mist to seep through the glass. Adrian tried to ask the innkeeper what she meant, but she only gave him a look, weary and knowing, and shook her head. You'll understand soon enough, she said, though God help you when you do. Then she retreated into the back room, leaving them alone with the crackle of the fire and their own uneasy silence. Later, when the flames had burned to glowing coals and the inn itself seemed to sigh into sleep, Adrian lay awake in his narrow bed. The wind pressed against the shutters. Somewhere in the darkness a floorboard creaked, though no one moved. His mind circled back to the sonar image, the long, coiling form, and to the sound that had followed, that impossible weeping that seemed to come from the water itself. He could not let it rest. When he finally rose, pulling on his boots with slow, deliberate movements so as not to wake the others, he found Daniel already in the hall, coat half-buttoned, eyes sharp with the same unease that kept Adrian awake. They exchanged no words, only nodded, as though their pact had been written long before. Claire joined them moments later, her lantern clutched tight, jaw set. She didn't accuse them of leaving without her. She didn't need to. The three of them stepped outside together. The night was colder, the mist thicker. The lock was invisible from the inn's porch. Its presence felt more than seen, like a vast, silent watcher waiting in the dark. Their breath plumed as they carried the sonar equipment back to the boat. The wooden hull groaned softly as they pushed away from the shore once more. The water accepted them without ripple, as if it had been waiting. Adrian lowered the sonar again, the machine humming in the quiet. Its pulses echoed into the deep, painting shapes onto the small screen. For long minutes there was nothing but ridges and slopes, the same patterns as before. Daniel rowed slowly, careful to keep the boat steady, while Claire held her lantern high, the flame tiny against the expanse of dark. Then, the machine's rhythm changed. The pings came back distorted, bent as though bouncing off something soft, something that shifted even as it was measured. Adrian adjusted the frequency, heart quickening. The shape reappeared larger this time, stretching wider than before. It hovered just beyond clarity, neither fish nor machine error, something alive. Claire whispered, "Is it moving toward us?" Adrian couldn't answer. His throat was too tight. The form quivered, then slipped away into shadow. Silence pressed in, and then the sound returned. It began low, a murmur beneath the waves, so faint Adrian thought it was only his mind conjuring it. But it grew, rising into a keening wail that curled across the water. A woman's sob, fragile yet endless, so steeped in grief it hollowed the chest. The lantern flame fluttered, though no wind stirred. The boat shuddered, wood groaning against the strain of still water. Daniel's hands clenched around the oars. "Where is it coming from?" he demanded, voice breaking. Adrian could only stare at the lock, the vast unbroken surface reflecting nothing, as if the sound were not carried on the air at all, but rising directly from beneath them. Claire's lantern flickered once more, then went out. The three of them sat frozen in darkness, the weeping echoing across the lock, until Adrian realized with a cold certainty that it was not a single voice they heard. It was many. The cries multiplied, rising in layers that pressed against the mind like waves. Adrian could hear more than grief now, sorrow, twisted into longing, then into something sharper, more urgent, as if the lock itself were trying to reach through the water and claim them. The boat drifted slowly, Daniel frozen at the oars, every muscle tensed as though bracing for impact with an unseen force. Claire huddled beneath the lantern, now relit with a flick of her trembling hand, her eyes wide and unblinking, ears straining against the chorus of human, and something not quite human. Adrian felt his pulse hammering, but even as fear clawed at him, his rational mind fought to take control. He adjusted the sonar once more, forcing the machine to pulse deeper, faster, until the monitor flickered with a new pattern. Long, thin shapes coiled beneath them, writhing in impossible ways. Not one, not two, but dozens of them, stretching farther than the light could reach. Shadows beneath shadows, moving with intelligence and purpose, swimming in silence except for the chorus of weeping above. "They're here," Claire whispered, her voice almost lost in the swell of cries. They're under us." Daniel's grip tightened around the oar, knuckles white. No, there's nothing under us, just echoes, just shadows." But even as he spoke, his words lacked conviction. He was staring into the dark water, his mouth slightly open, lips trembling. Something unseen shifted below, and for a heartbeat, the boat tilted as if a hand had brushed against its hull. Adrian swallowed hard. "We need to move. Toward shore." The mist seemed to thicken in response, curling over the water in tendrils, obscuring the banks entirely. Every familiar landmark vanished, leaving them stranded in an endless void. The cries rose again, louder this time, closer, though the sonar showed nothing tangible, only deep shadows that shifted too quickly to trace. Then came the first voice that spoke. Not a cry, not a sob, but a single word. "Help." Adrian froze. The tone was hollow, distant yet intimate, like a whisper pressed directly into his skull. He spun toward Claire, but her eyes were wide and unblinking, fixed on the water, lips parted in silent recognition. "They know we can hear them," she said. "They're calling to us." Adrian's rational mind rebelled. This was impossible. Human voices could not carry like this, across so much water, with such clarity, and yet he could not deny the sound. It was real. Every nerve screamed that it was real. Daniel's hands shook as he gripped the oars, trying to force them forward. We have to row, get back. But the boat no longer obeyed their will. The oars felt heavy, sticky, as if pulled down by some invisible hand. The water beneath them rippled without wind, concentric circles forming, expanding, twisting. Shapes formed just below the surface, limbs too long, heads glimpsed, and gone in the blink of an eye. Something alive moved beneath them, coiling, circling, whispering. Adrian swallowed hard. His throat was dry, voice stuck, as the cries transformed again, no longer pleas, but accusations. Why do you come? They asked. Why do you wake us? Claire trembled violently, muttering. They don't want witnesses. They want us. They want someone to answer. Adrian's eyes darted to the sonar screen. The shapes beneath the boat multiplied, writhing like living smoke. The forms were too large to be ordinary fish, too fluid to be mechanical or natural. They pressed close, yet nothing broke the surface, no splash, no ripple, only the persistent, rising sound of thousands of grief-stricken voices. Something brushed against the side of the boat, cold, wet, and impossible. Adrian's heart stopped. Daniel swore, spinning the oars in frantic, useless strokes. Claire screamed, the sound swallowed almost instantly by the echoing chorus. Adrian forced himself to act. Take the lantern, shine it down, he commanded. Claire held it aloft, flame wavering, and the light cut through the fog just enough to reveal forms beneath, faces. Dozens of pale, waterlogged faces pressed against the surface, mouths moving silently, eyes wide with eternal suffering. Shapes, half human, half shadow, limbs contorted, clawing at the air above the water as if desperate for release. The cries intensified into a deafening crescendo, a chorus of the lost, each note twisting into the next, until it felt as if the lock itself had become a living instrument of torment. Adrian staggered back, almost losing his balance as the boat shuddered violently. Something cold and solid pressed against the hull from below, sliding along its length. He could feel its weight, its intelligence, the undeniable presence of consciousness beneath the water. We need to leave, he rasped, voice breaking under the panic clawing at him, but the boat did not move. The mist thickened further, swirling like smoke around their faces. The cries changed tone again, low, guttural, layered with words impossible to decipher but laden with meaning. They spoke of ancient wrongs, of deeds forgotten by time, of deaths that had never been mourned. The waters themselves seemed to pulse in response, rhythmically, like a heartbeat, synchronized to the chorus of the damned. Claire's lantern flickered violently, throwing shadows across the fog. In the brief flashes, Adrian thought he saw figures rise from the water, not breaking its surface but visible as shapes, suspended like ghosts, eyes fixed on them with impossible clarity. Adrian, Daniel gasped, voice trembling. They're coming for us. I can feel them. There, he didn't finish. Something massive, coiling, brushed against the bottom of the boat, rocking it dangerously. Water splashed over the sides, cold and sudden, soaking them instantly. The cries converged into one, a single, agonized, echoing voice that filled their heads, drowning thought, drowning sound, drowning hope. Adrian tried to reach for the oars, tried to row, but his arms refused to obey. His body felt disconnected, weighed down by something unseen, tethered to the lake by chains, invisible but unbreakable. Claire shrieked as the lantern slipped from her grasp and clattered into the water, flames sputtering, then extinguished, leaving them in absolute darkness. The final words of the chorus reached his mind directly, not through air but through thought, through bone, through something deeper. Join us, stay, belong. And in that moment, Adrian realized the lock had never been a home for a monster. It had been a prison, and they were trespassers. The night had swallowed them completely. Darkness pressed on every side, a velvet cloak that seemed to absorb sound even as it magnified it. Adrian's lungs burned from the cold water splashed into the boat, his hands shaking from the effort to stay upright. Yet no matter how hard he fought, the oars felt dead in his grasp, as if the lock itself had reached inside the boat and frozen their motions. The cries rose again, louder now, more insistent, forming patterns that mimicked human speech without ever settling into a single language. Come closer. See. Join. They twisted around each other, overlapping, impossible to distinguish, and yet Adrian understood them, not with the mind, but with the marrow of his bones. The lake was speaking, and it was angry. Claire's voice broke through, thin and trembling. Adrian, Daniel, do you feel that? The water, it's moving under us. It's alive. Adrian's gaze swept the surface, but the blackness revealed nothing. He could feel it beneath his feet, through the hull, a vast coiling presence, undulating, watching, testing. Every instinct screamed to flee, yet there was nowhere to run. The mist had thickened into a solid wall, hiding the shores entirely. The lock was infinite. Daniel, pale and panicked, finally let go of the oars. They fell with a splash into the water, leaving the boat adrift. We're done for, he said, voice raw. This isn't natural. Adrian shook his head. We can't think like that. We have to understand. There's a reason something is trying to tell us something. The cries shifted again. This time, there was rhythm beneath the chaos, a cadence that mirrored the pulsing of the water. Adrian realized with a cold clarity that the lake itself was the source of the sound, not some creature trapped within. It was the sorrow, the grief of those who had vanished into its depths, twisted into a voice that reached outward, seeking witnesses, demanding recognition. And then the surface broke, not violently, not with splashes, but gently, almost reverently, like a hand rising from a dream. Pale forms emerged, translucent, their eyes empty, yet piercing, mouths moving in silent lamentation. Some hovered above the water, their forms bending and stretching impossibly, while others reached for the boat, trailing cold currents across its sides that made the wood shiver beneath Adrian's hands. Claire screamed, clutching his arm. Daniel's knees buckled beneath him as he shrank away from the edge, but Adrian forced himself to stay seated, to meet the gaze of the spectral forms. There was recognition in their eyes, ancient knowledge, sorrow beyond measure. And then he understood. The lock had not been waiting for a monster. It had been waiting for witnesses, for the living to acknowledge the dead, for their grief to be seen. The forms whispered, their voices overlapping yet distinct. Why do you come? Why do you disturb our rest? Why do you see? Each phrase washed over Adrian like ice. And yet, within the terror, he felt a flicker of clarity. They did not seek to harm him, not yet. They sought understanding, recognition, witnesses. He spoke, voice trembling. We came to see. We mean no harm. The forms paused. The cries subsided into murmurs, a tentative, uneasy silence that made the night feel suspended in time. Adrian's heart thundered, and yet, for the first time, he felt a connection, fragile and terrifying, to the countless lives that had vanished in this lock over centuries. And then a new presence joined them, a shadow darker than the night, moving beneath the forms like an anchor. The water shivered, and the mist seemed to recoil as if the lake itself held its breath. The sorrowful cries became sharper, edged with warning. This presence was older, hungrier, a consciousness that had grown within the lock, feeding on grief, shaping it into voice, into form, into lure. Adrian recognized it instantly, not a monster in the traditional sense, but an intelligence, vast and alien, formed of sorrow and hunger. It had no face, only depth, only the pull of inevitability. And it was aware of them. Back, Daniel whispered. We need to back to shore. Adrian shook his head. There is no back, he murmured. Not while it waits for us. Not while it has something to tell us. The shadow beneath shifted, curling, undulating, and for the first time a single word echoed clearly, rising above the chorus. Stay. It was not spoken to the ears, but pressed into the mind, heavy and insistent. Adrian's chest ached beneath it, and yet he felt no immediate threat of death, only the weight of attention, of being seen, of being known. The lock demanded recognition. The dead demanded it. Claire's hands trembled as she reached for his. I don't think it's just calling for us to listen. I think it's testing us, seeing if we belong here. Adrian nodded slowly. understanding her words before he could speak them aloud. The entities that hovered over the water were the echoes of all who had vanished, tragic, sorrowful, abandoned by time. But the shadow beneath them was different. It was the lock's will made conscious, its hunger focused. It was not malevolent, not entirely, but it had a purpose. It needed acknowledgement, witness, perhaps even the living to carry its story forward. And yet, the moment of understanding brought no relief. Instead, it deepened the fear, because Adrian realized that the lock did not simply let go of those who saw it. Witnessing demanded engagement. To look into it was to be entangled in it. The forms drifted closer, their cries quieting to soft murmurs. Each pressed toward the boat in silent reverence, as if testing, weighing the weight of the living against the burden of their loss. The shadow beneath coiled once, then shifted, revealing faint impressions of structure, something ancient, vast, and impossible beneath the surface, a foundation upon which grief had gathered over centuries. Adrian swallowed, voice trembling. We will see. We will understand. The water pulsed beneath them, almost imperceptibly at first, then with growing rhythm, like the heartbeat of the lock itself. The cries softened, forming a melody, mournful and aching, but precise, deliberate. It was a song, a lament, a record of all that had been taken, all that had disappeared without acknowledgement. And in that melody, Adrian felt a truth. To survive the night, they would have to witness, to absorb, to carry some fragment of this sorrow with them. Daniel shivered violently, and Adrian reached out, holding his arm steady. Claire rested her head against his shoulder, shivering. They were terrified, yes, but they were alive, and they had begun to see. The shadow beneath rose slightly, then withdrew. The forms above lingered, sorrowful and waiting, and Adrian realized that the lock, and whatever consciousness it held, was not cruel. It was patient, eternal, and it would wait for centuries if necessary, drawing witness after witness, until the weight of the unseen could be balanced by recognition. He closed his eyes, listening, letting the melody of the drowned wash over him, carrying memory and grief in its haunting, echoing rhythm. When he opened them again, the mist seemed slightly thinner, the form slightly less threatening, not gone, not gentle, but watching, considering, measuring, and Adrian understood, in a way he had never known before. To see this, to hear this, to survive it, required more than courage. It required presence, engagement, the willingness to bear witness without flinching. The lock had claimed so many over centuries, not with violence, but with silence, with forgetfulness. They had been the unacknowledged, the unheard, the lost. Adrian, Claire, and Daniel were the first in a long time to truly hear, and the night was far from over. The mist thickened around the boat, closing in until even the faint glow of the lantern seemed devoured. Every splash of water, every creak of the hull sounded magnified, yet distant, as though heard through a vast echo chamber that the lock itself had created. Adrian could feel the presence beneath them pulsing rhythmically, a slow, undulating heartbeat that mirrored the tremor in his chest. Claire shivered, huddling closer, whispering, It's like it knows us, like it's learning who we are." Adrian could only nod. There was no denying the awareness, no denying the intelligence in the movement of the water, the modulation of the cries, the subtle adjustments in the fog. The lock was awake, and they were no longer observers. They were participants, bound to the rhythm of its mourning. Daniel leaned over the side, peering into the black depths. I can see shapes," he said, voice trembling. Not just faces, but figures, swirling under the water like smoke, reaching for something. Adrian's stomach tightened. He had seen it too. Forms twisted and coiled beneath the surface, barely tangible, half shadows that pressed against the hull in slow, deliberate motions. It was testing them, assessing them, weighing the measure of their presence. A sudden gust of wind, or what seemed like wind, passed over the water, chilling them to the bone. The cries rose, converging into a sharp, piercing cadence that rattled their teeth and made their skin crawl. It was not random. The melody formed letters in the air, in thought, pressing words directly into their minds. "You have come. You are seen. You are ours." Adrian forced himself to stay calm, repeating silently, "We are here to witness, We are here to understand. Each word felt fragile against the magnitude of the lock's awareness, but he clung to it like a lifeline. The forms above the water began to rise slowly, their outlines more defined, waterlogged faces, arms, torsos emerging like specters from a sunken graveyard. Each one was silent now, waiting, watching, their eyes hollow but unrelenting. And beneath them, the shadow that had first revealed itself in part 3 swirled, vast and coiled, moving with purpose, as though ready to strike or to guide. Adrian's pulse quickened, not with panic, but with understanding. The lock wanted them to follow, to descend with it, not physically but mentally, to traverse the history it held, the sorrow it bore. Claire's hand gripped his arm. "I don't think we can just sit here," she said, voice taut. "We have to do something. See it, hear it. It's demanding action, not just observation." He nodded slowly. "We must engage. We cannot turn away. That is what it wants. That is why the cries are growing." The boat drifted into a shallow depression of fog, a pocket of unnatural silence. Here, the cries softened, becoming intimate, almost tender, whispering histories of those who had vanished. Fishermen lost to sudden storms, travelers who had slipped beneath the surface during moonless nights, children who had wandered too far and never returned. Each story unspooled in their minds, vivid and terrible, as if the lock had pressed the memories directly into their consciousness. Adrian's head spun with the weight of it. He could feel each life, each loss, vibrating against his chest. The sorrow was unbearable, but it was precise, intricate, a latticework of grief that spanned centuries. He realized then that the lock's hunger was not for flesh, it was for recognition, for acknowledgement. The cries were a demand, the forms a testament, and the shadow beneath the water. The shadow beneath was the lock's will, an ancient intelligence forged from centuries of mourning, weighing the living against the dead. Suddenly, a ripple shot across the water, emanating from the shadow. The forms above recoiled slightly, and the cries intensified, as though scolding or correcting. A single word pulsed through Adrian's mind. "Step." He glanced at Claire and Daniel. Both were frozen, yet their eyes reflected the same recognition he felt. They were being called, tested. Adrian spoke softly. "We step forward. Into this. We accept it." He pushed the boat slowly into the center of the lock, the oars gliding almost without resistance now, as if the water itself wanted to carry them. Each stroke took effort, yet the movement was purposeful, deliberate, as if the lock guided them. The mist swirled around them, coiling like fingers, and the water rippled unnaturally, forming shapes that hinted at the depths beneath, ruins of sunken vessels, skeletal remains of those long gone. Their faces pressed upward, mouths open in silent lament. The cries wove around these forms, merging sorrow into melody, weaving history into the present moment. Adrian's thoughts slowed, every instinct tuned to the rhythm of the lock. He felt the pulse of memory, the swell of sorrow, the delicate balance of witness and intrusion. The shadow beneath coiled closer, brushing against the hull of the boat, cold and heavy, but not violent. Its presence demanded attention, demanded comprehension. Claire whispered almost reverently, "We're part of it now, part of its story." Daniel swallowed hard, voice shaking. It's teaching us, or testing us. I can feel it like it wants to know if we'll survive its memory." And the forms above and around the boat shifted, rising higher, their eyes wide and hollow, yet imploring. The sorrow they carried was no longer passive. It pressed upon the living, insistent, heavy, a weight of centuries condensed into the span of this single, unending night. Adrian closed his eyes. He let the cries wash over him, felt the water beneath, the mist above, the shadow coiling around them. He opened his mind and let the stories in the lost, the forgotten, the drowned, and accepted that he, too, would carry them, would bear witness to the echoes, would survive not by resistance but by recognition. The shadow beneath shifted again, retreating slightly, as though satisfied. The cries softened into murmurs, still audible but no longer overwhelming. The forms hovered, silent now, waiting, acknowledging, as if Adrian and the others had passed a test. The lock had judged them. And in the distance, faint but distinct. The first suggestion of dawn teased the horizon. The mist thinned imperceptibly, revealing the dark silhouette of the highland hills, the promise of shore just barely visible. The boat, once immovable, now floated with ease, guided by the gentle swell of the loch. Adrian exhaled, body shaking, lungs burning, mind thrumming with the weight of what they had experienced. They had survived the first contact with the loch's consciousness, but he knew deep in his marrow that the night was far from over. The echoes would remain with them forever, lingering in thought and blood, waiting for the next witness, the next listener. Claire rested her head on his shoulder, shivering, whispering, "We did it. We listened." Daniel exhaled shakily. "We're alive." Somehow, Adrian's gaze swept the dark waters. The forms above and the shadow below had receded for now, leaving only the infinite black surface and the soft tremor of history flowing beneath. But the loch would remember them, and in remembering, it would call again, as it always did, for those willing to witness, to bear, to listen. The first rays of light touched the mist, paling the world in muted gold. The boat drifted toward shore, carrying 3 living witnesses back to the world of the breathing, the known, the mundane, but none of them would ever leave the memory of the cries behind. And in the deep black waters of Loch Ness, the weeping continued, patient, eternal, waiting for the next who would dare to hear. The faint light of dawn spilled over the mist, turning the water into a silver mirror streaked with shadows. The boat floated toward the distant shoreline, yet Adrian could feel that something had shifted in the loch. Deeper, darker, more deliberate. The shadow beneath, once distant, now pulsed with awareness, a slow, methodical rhythm that resonated through the hull and into their bones. Claire's hand squeezed his arm, trembling. "It's still there, even as we move." Adrian nodded, feeling the truth in her words. The loch did not forgive trespass. It did not forget. It measured, weighed, and judged, and even in retreat, it remained present, tethering them to the sorrow it had carried for centuries. Daniel, pale and hollow-eyed, finally spoke, voice barely above a whisper. "I think it wants something more, not just acknowledgement, something else." Adrian's stomach nodded. He had felt it too, a subtle pull, a tug beneath the boat, as if the loch were testing their resolve. The forms above the water, the faces of the drowned, hovered faintly in the mist, silent now, watching, waiting. Then, without warning, a swirl erupted in the center of the boat's path. The water boiled as if a storm had erupted beneath the surface, and the cries, their voices returned in a deafening crescendo, each note layered, twisting, pressing into the mind. They spoke not in words now, but in intent. Answer, prove, belong, survive. Adrian clutched the sides of the boat, heart hammering. "We have to respond. We can't just drift. It's testing us." Claire nodded, trembling. "What? What do you say? What do we do?" He inhaled, forcing calm over fear. We speak. We witness. We promise to remember. That's all it wants. Recognition, witness, respect for those lost." They each whispered the names of those lost over the centuries, fishermen, travelers, children giving voice to the grief that had been trapped beneath the water. Adrian felt the pull of the loch intensify, a tactile pressure, cold and firm, as if the water itself were reaching out, testing the sincerity of their words. The shadow beneath coiled upward, brushing against the hull, wrapping around the boat in a slow, undulating embrace. Adrian could feel its consciousness, vast and alien, probing for understanding, measuring the depth of their courage, the honesty of their witness. Then the forms above the water rose higher, gliding just above the surface. The faces were pale, hollow, yet no longer accusing. Their eyes held recognition, and for the first time, Adrian felt that the loch had accepted their presence, that their acknowledgement had been enough to placate, at least partially, the grief that had bound it for centuries. But the shadow beneath lingered, massive and patient, an entity older than time, demanding more than memory it demanded. Connection, engagement, survival. It pulsed, a living rhythm beneath the hull, and Adrian understood. This was the final test. To leave the loch alive, they would have to step fully into the awareness, feel it, accept it, survive it not just with their bodies, but with their minds. their very consciousness tethered to the weight of the lost. Adrian reached out, placing his hands flat on the wooden sides of the boat, closing his eyes, and letting the water's pulse flow through him. He felt the sorrow of centuries, the silent, endless grief, the depthless loss. He let it enter him, not resisting, not flinching, allowing the lock to measure the honesty of their intent. Claire and Daniel followed, their hands pressed to the boat, their minds open, shivering as the consciousness of the lock pressed into them. The cries rose in a final, harmonious crescendo, a lament that stretched and folded through time, and then, gradually, as if sated, it softened, dimmed, leaving only a gentle undulation in the water, the mist thinning, the first real hints of sun painting the sky in pale gold and rose. Adrian opened his eyes. The shadow beneath had withdrawn, curling downward, leaving only the faintest ripple behind. The forms above the water hovered for a moment longer, their eyes meeting theirs with silent acknowledgement, before sinking slowly back into the depths. The lock had tested them, engaged them, accepted them, and released them. The boat drifted toward the distant shoreline, gliding on calm waters that now felt deceptively ordinary. Adrian's chest heaved with exhaustion, relief, and a lingering, deep-seated awe. Claire leaned against him, shivering, whispering, We did it. We survived." Somehow, Daniel exhaled shakily, voice barely audible. "And we saw. We witnessed. They're at peace for now." Adrian nodded, staring into the dark water, now a smooth mirror reflecting the pale light of dawn. He understood the truth. The lock would continue to weep, its echoes eternal, but they had become part of its memory, and through their witness the sorrow would be acknowledged, the voices heard, the lost remembered. Yet, even as relief settled into their bones, a subtle, almost imperceptible pulse ran beneath the water. The shadow lingered, patient, eternal, and they knew that this was not the end. The lock would wait, always, for the next witness, the next soul brave enough to hear its cries. Adrian exhaled slowly, voice rough, but calm. "We leave now, and carry this with us. Remember them. Never forget." Claire nodded, eyes wide and tearful. Daniel, pale but resolute, took the oars, guiding the boat toward the shore. The land grew closer, outlines sharpening, the mists lifting to reveal familiar highland hills. They were alive, yes, but changed forever, linked to the weeping echoes of the loch, bearers of a sorrow that stretched back centuries, a bridge between the living and the lost. As the boat scraped against the shallow stones of the shore, Adrian cast one last glance over the black water. The mist was thinning, the forms no longer visible, yet he could feel the memory lingering, a subtle pressure in the air, a heartbeat beneath the water. The loch would always remember, and they would always carry the echo. Story 3. The Ship of the Mist. The fog clung to the lake like a living shroud, dense and whispering, curling around the oars of their small boat as if reluctant to let them pass. Every stroke cut through a silence so complete it felt unnatural, a void that swallowed sound and spat it back in warped echoes. The friends Mark, Lila, Jonas, and Sophia moved cautiously, each breath visible in the chill air, each heartbeat magnified in the oppressive quiet. They had arrived just as the sun dipped behind the distant hills, leaving the lake a mirror of smoke and silver. It was the perfect night for adventure, or so they had thought, unaware that this lake held stories older than the hills themselves. Whispered tales of a ship that sailed without wind or oar, appearing only in the thickest fog, its crew long dead, yet somehow alive, forever trapped in a spectral drift across the water. Jonas, leaning over the side of the boat, squinted into the haze. "Do you see it?" he asked, voice tight with anticipation. Mark shook his head, gripping the oars. "See what? It's just fog, it's nothing." But Lila's eyes, wide and shimmering, were fixed on something far ahead. A shape loomed, indistinct at first, a shadow among shadows, solid yet ethereal. Slowly, impossibly, it took form. A ship, old and decayed, yet immaculate in its haunting symmetry. Its masts rose like skeletal fingers into the fog, sails shredded but fluttering without wind, and a strange, greenish luminescence clung to its hull, pulsing faintly, rhythmically, as if breathing. Sophia gasped, clutching Lila's arm. It's It's real. Jonas laughed nervously, though it came out hollow. It can't be. Ships don't just appear like that. The boat drifted closer, carried by currents imperceptible to them, yet somehow guided toward the ship. The water beneath them was unnaturally still, smooth as glass, and every ripple seemed to echo with a whisper too soft to understand. Yet the whispers pressed against the edge of perception, curling around their minds like smoke, teasing memories they hadn't known they had. Mark's knuckles whitened on the oars. We shouldn't go any closer," he muttered. But curiosity gnawed at him, and with every cautious push forward, the boat seemed to respond as if the lake itself wanted them near. The closer they drifted, the more details emerged. The ship's deck was covered in a lattice of cobweb-like threads, glistening faintly with moisture, moving as though alive. Strange figures shifted on the deck, their forms vaguely human but wrong in subtle, horrifying ways, their limbs bent unnaturally, faces obscured by shadows that seemed to move independently of the light. Lila swallowed hard. Those are people?" Jonas laughed again shakily, but his voice betrayed terror. I don't know, maybe statues, but they weren't statues. Mark could see it now, in the way one of the figures raised a hand, pointing toward the boat, and another tilted its head, observing them with an unnatural attentiveness. And then, impossibly, one of the figures spoke. Not a shout, not a whisper, but a voice that came from everywhere and nowhere, a tone that pressed directly into their minds. "You should not be here." The boat rocked slightly, though there was no wind. The water beneath rippled unnaturally, pulsing as if the lake itself were alive, testing them, probing for fear. Sophia's hand flew to her mouth. It knows we're here." Mark's heart pounded. "We have to turn back." But before they could move, the ship drifted closer, sliding silently across the water, the fog swallowing its edges, making it impossible to judge distance. The figures on the deck moved with deliberate intent, though no sound came from their mouths. It was as if the very air between them and the ship was charged, a thin membrane of dread that vibrated against their skin. Lila leaned forward, entranced, unable to tear her eyes away. "It's calling us." Jonas turned pale. We shouldn't answer." But the ship did not wait. It advanced, gliding without oar or sail, and the fog thickened around them until the world outside the boat disappeared entirely. Only the ship remained, looming, alive with something that defied understanding. Mark swallowed, his fingers trembling. There's something on that ship, something alive." And then a sound cut through the fog, a scraping, dragging, a low moan that seemed to come from beneath the deck, traveling along the hull, resonating in the water. It was not the creak of wood, not the groan of a storm. It was a sound of intent, of hunger, of something ancient reaching for them. The boat rocked violently, though no waves existed. Water splashed into their faces, cold and unyielding, yet the air remained still. The figures on the deck shifted again, their attention fixed entirely on the small, fragile vessel that dared approach. One figure raised both hands, and a faint light, sickly and green, emanated from its fingertips, spilling toward them across the water. Sophia screamed, "Back! We have to get back!" But as Mark attempted to row, the boat seemed heavier, sluggish, as if the water itself resisted. Each stroke took twice the effort, and the oars sank deeper with each pull, touching an invisible weight beneath the surface. The fog swirled more tightly, pressing against their faces, ears, and thoughts. And in that moment, all four understood. The ship was alive, not in flesh, but in intent, and it had chosen them. The figures on deck began to move, one by one, stepping toward the railings, leaning over, stretching impossibly long limbs toward them. Their faces were clearer now, hollows where eyes should have been, mouths twisted into silent screams, their very forms shimmering like reflections in a disturbed mirror. The light from their fingertips reached the boat, brushing against the hull. It was not warmth, but cold, deep and penetrating, as though it carried centuries of mist, sorrow, and rage. The friends could feel it, not just on their skin, but in their bones, rattling their teeth, making their hearts pound in a rhythm they could not control. And then a voice, clearer now, a whisper in unison, echoing across the fog. "Come aboard. See what lies beneath." Mark's mouth went dry. We, we can't. We have to. Move. But the lake itself was changing. The water swirled around the boat, forming subtle currents that nudged them closer, relentless, inescapable. The fog thickened to near impenetrable density, and the ship's deck appeared impossibly close, yet impossibly far, as if it existed in a space unbound by normal laws. Lila's hand found Mark's. Sorry. Lila's hand found Mark's, gripping tightly. We have to see. We can't. Just leave. Jonas shook his head violently. No, we can't. There's something here. Something not right. But the light, the pull, the presence, they had already crossed the threshold. The fog, the ship, the figures, they were inside their minds, wrapping around their senses, twisting perception. The air grew thick with a smell of rot and old sea, the taste of iron on the tongue, though no wind blew. And then, impossibly, one of the figures leaned closer, and from somewhere deep in the hull came a sound, a soft, rasping laugh, deliberate, patient, ancient. It seemed to travel through the fog, into their bones, into their very thoughts. The boat shuddered, a ripple of energy from the ship passing beneath them, and for the first time, the friends understood. The ship did not merely drift. It sought, it judged, and it had already chosen that night's witnesses. The fog wrapped around the lake like a living curtain, thick and unyielding, curling into every nook and clinging to the boat with a quiet insistence. Each stroke of the oars felt sluggish, the water pressing against them as if aware of their presence, testing their resolve. Mark's knuckles whitened with effort, the cold seeping into his bones, yet he could not tear his eyes from the shape emerging in the distance. A ship, vast and spectral, loomed through the mist, its masts stretched like fingers into a gray sky, sails shredded yet somehow moving, alive with a slow, deliberate rhythm. The hull shimmered with a faint greenish luminescence, pulsing in time with a heartbeat that seemed to originate beneath the water itself. Lila shivered beside him, breath visible in the chill. It's real, she whispered, voice quivering. Jonas laughed nervously, but the sound was hollow, unconvincing. It can't be. There's no way that thing is real. But Sophia, gripping the side of the boat, didn't laugh. Her eyes were fixed on the deck, where strange, twisted forms shifted. They were humanoid, yet wrong, grotesque in subtle ways, their limbs bent unnaturally, faces obscured by shadow. A sense of deliberate intelligence radiated from them, as if the ship itself was alive and watching, calculating, waiting. The first sound came as a low groan, barely audible, carried across the still water. It was neither wind nor wood, but something older, something that had existed long before them, resonating beneath the hull, through the boat, into their bones. The friends exchanged terrified glances. Mark swallowed hard. We should turn back. The ship, impossibly, began to drift closer, gliding across the water without oar, without wind. The fog thickened, pressing in from all sides, until the world beyond the boat vanished. The ripples in the water were too precise, too deliberate, guiding them, tugging them forward with a subtle insistence they could not resist. Figures on the deck moved as one, stepping toward the railings with careful deliberation. Their faces emerged from shadow, hollowed eyes, mouths twisted in silent screams, yet somehow aware, intelligent, aware of the intrusion of the living into their eternal drift. One raised a hand, fingertips glowing faintly green, light spilling toward the boat like a living tendril. Sophia screamed, the sound swallowed by the fog. Back. We have to go back. Mark tried to row, but the water resisted, heavy and unyielding. Each stroke took twice the effort, the boat sluggish, as if the lake itself were against them. The light from the figure's fingertips brushed their hands, icy cold, seeping into their very bones, rattling teeth, making hearts pound in an impossible rhythm. A voice echoed, not aloud but in thought, pressing directly into their minds. Come aboard. See what lies beneath. Jonas shook his head violently. No, we can't. It's not right. But the pull persisted. The boat inched forward, currents unseen guiding them, and the fog swirled, pressing tight against their faces and minds. Shapes emerged faintly in the mist, other vessels long sunk, skeletons of those who had vanished, twisted in final moments of terror, their faces pressed upward, silent mouths pleading. The ship was a nexus of history, of sorrow, of unquiet spirits bound in endless drift, and the friends were now entwined in its orbit. Lila leaned forward despite the terror, eyes wide. It's calling us. Mark's jaw tightened. We can't. We have to resist. But resistance was futile. The boat was moving, pulled inexorably closer, as though the lake itself had consciousness, guiding them, measuring their fear, weighing their intent. The figures on deck stretched impossibly long limbs, reaching toward them, and a low rasping laugh emanated from the ship, deep and patient, traveling through the fog and pressing against every nerve. Jonas clutched his head. It's inside us. We can feel it, in our minds. Mark swallowed, fighting rising panic. We have to do something. Speak, act, anything. And so they did. They whispered names, stories of the lost fishermen, travelers, children, voices tremulous yet determined. Each word seemed to ripple through the mist, touching the water, resonating with the forms on the deck. The glowing fingertips pulsed brighter, brushing over their hands, and for a moment, the fog seemed to thin, the boat lighter, easier to control. The ship paused, figures frozen, observing, judging. Time became fluid. Minutes stretched into hours, or perhaps they had none at all. The fog pressed and retreated in rhythm with the ship's silent pulse, carrying with it whispers of centuries, tales of misfortune, sorrow, and unquiet death. Each ripple of water, each shiver of mist, seemed to replay history, the lake itself a library of grief, and the friends, unwilling yet complicit witnesses, felt every story penetrate their bones. Sophia's voice shook. It's testing us. Jonas nodded, pale. Yes, it wants to know if we'll survive its presence, its memory, its judgment. Mark's grip on the oars tightened. He could feel the pulse beneath the boat, the heartbeat of the lake, the awareness of the ship. Every figure on deck was alive and intent, their bodies a lattice of sorrow and vigilance, and the fog carried their consciousness, brushing against the edges of human perception. The ship glided forward with silent purpose, the glowing light intensifying, brushing against their hands, faces, and hearts. The friends understood. The vessel did not merely drift. It sought. It selected. And in choosing them, it had already woven them into its eternal journey. Jonas stumbled backward, voice cracking. We can't. But Lila's whisper stopped him. We can. We have to acknowledge, witness, survive. Mark nodded slowly. Yes, we bear witness, and that is what will keep us here, alive. The fog swirled violently around the boat, lifting and falling, coiling like living tendrils. The glowing fingers of the figures traced along the hull, not harming but pressing, weighing, probing the sincerity of their intent. Adrian, I mean. Mark's thoughts sharpened, clarity born of terror. The ship demanded recognition, demanded engagement, demanded survival not through force but through the acceptance of the lake's memory and the acknowledgement of the lost. And then, slowly, impossibly, the figures on deck receded. The glowing light softened, withdrawing into the mist. The pulse beneath the boat, while still present, diminished, leaving a residual tremor through their bones. The fog thinned, revealing only vague silhouettes of hills and distant shoreline, still ghostly, still untouched by sunlight, yet less threatening. The boat floated forward, almost on its own now, the oars moving lightly through water that had lost its unnatural resistance. The friends exhaled collectively, the sound a soft chorus against the dissipating fog, yet each carried a profound understanding. They had been measured, tested, chosen, and released. But the memory, the weight of centuries, of lives long ended, remained within them, a subtle pulse in their minds, a reminder that the lake, the ship, the mist, had not forgotten. Mark looked over the water, silent, breath ragged. We survived, but we'll carry it, always. Oh, Sophia nodded, shivering, the chill of the fog still clinging. The ship, it's eternal, and now, we are part of its story. Lila exhaled slowly. Witnesses, not victims. That's what we are. The lake lay calm behind them now. Yet in the depths, the pulse persisted. The ship waited, drifting silently, a spectral sentinel in the mist, patient, eternal, for the next who would dare approach. And the friends, though alive, knew they would forever feel its presence, a quiet echo in their thoughts, a cold brush against their senses whenever they closed their eyes. The shoreline loomed closer, vague and gray, a promise of solid earth. As the boat scraped against the stones, Mark reached over, brushing a hand along the side of the hull, feeling the residual pulse, faint but undeniable, beneath the wood. It was a heartbeat older than memory, older than the hills, older than themselves. And though they stepped onto the land, the fog began to thin. The ship faded into the haze, the figures becoming whispers of shadow. They understood, in the marrow of their bones, that the ship of the mist would never release them entirely. Its memory, its sorrow, its judgment had been etched into them, a permanent echo of what lies beneath. They walked away from the shoreline, each step heavy with the weight of the lake's awareness, yet carrying the knowledge that they had survived, that they had witnessed, and that some stories, some entities, demand both fear and reverence. The mist lingered behind, curling over the water, hiding the ship once more. The lake lay silent, yet not still. The ship of the mist waited, patient, eternal, for the next boat, the next night, the next witness willing or foolish enough to answer its call. And as the first light of dawn brushed the distant hills, the friends knew, deep within, that their lives had irrevocably changed. The lake had imprinted itself on them, a haunting melody that would rise in their minds during every quiet night, every still moment, every whisper of fog drifting across a mirror-still lake. The adventure had begun with curiosity, and it would endure forever as a memory of terror, of awe, and of a spectral ship that sails endlessly, carrying the echoes of the lost through fog, time, and eternity. The fog thickened around them once more, curling inward like a living thing, as if resentful that the boat had momentarily escaped its grasp. The shoreline blurred into gray, and the spectral ship loomed ahead again, impossibly close, yet untouchable, its hull half submerged in mist, its deck flickering with greenish luminescence that seemed to breathe in tandem with the lake itself. The air carried a metallic tang, mingled with the faint, earthy rot of long-drowned wood, pressing against their lungs with every breath. Mark gripped the oars tightly, knuckles white, feeling the pull once again. The boat moved forward, drawn not by wind or current, but by an unseen will. Lila's fingers clutched his arm, nails digging through his sleeve, her eyes wide and unblinking. Jonas leaned forward, pale and shivering, staring at the deck where shadowed figures moved with deliberate slowness. Sophia had gone silent, her gaze fixed on a single figure that hovered at the bow, faceless, hands folded as if in prayer, yet radiating an intent so powerful it seemed to draw them like moths to a flame. The first step onto the deck was involuntary. The oars scraped against the edge, the boat nudged closer, and the greenish light spilled over the hull, washing their faces in its ghostly glow. Mark's boots hit the wood, the sound muted, as though absorbed by the ship itself. A shiver traveled up his spine, not from cold, but from the awareness of being watched by 100 invisible eyes, the combined consciousness of those who had vanished, bound to this vessel for eternity. Each footfall on the deck felt heavy, deliberate, as if the wood itself were alive, measuring, judging, recording. The friends could feel the pulse beneath their feet, a subtle vibration that matched the rhythm of the glowing lights, the sighing of the mist, the unbroken heartbeat of the lake. The figures moved around them without sound, circling, observing, their forms impossibly elongated, bending at angles no living body should manage. Lila's voice broke the silence, barely audible. "We're not alone here." Jonas swallowed, his throat dry. "We know that. We've known that since the first glimpse." The figures paused, turning slowly, simultaneously, their faces still shadowed, their intent opaque. One of them stepped closer, raising a hand, and the glow intensified. It touched the side of the boat, and for a fleeting moment, the pulse of the ship merged with the pulse of the friends' own hearts, a sensation so profound and overwhelming that they staggered, gasping. Then came the whispers, faint at first, curling around their ears like smoke. Names, dates, fragments of lives long ended, whispered in languages they could almost comprehend. The words pressed against their minds, shaping and twisting memory, merging the present with a past that had never ended. Remember, we were here, we are not gone. The whispers rose and fell in a cadence, rhythmic and hypnotic, filling every space between thought and sensation. Mark clenched his teeth, trying to anchor himself in reality. We hear you, he whispered aloud, not knowing if the words reached the figures or only resonated in their own minds. We remember. The deck creaked beneath them, and the figures moved closer, tilting their heads in a manner simultaneously curious and accusatory. One reached out, impossibly long fingers brushing against the air, not touching, yet pressing as if it could penetrate thought itself. Lila felt it, a weight on her consciousness, the sensation of being measured against centuries of sorrow, of unfulfilled stories, of lives cut short and forgotten. Sophia finally spoke, voice trembling. It wants something, not just to be seen, but to be understood. A figure shifted, leaning forward, and for the first time, a face was discernible, a hollowed visage, eyes empty yet full of intent, mouth slightly parted as though breathing centuries of mist. And then it spoke not with sound, but directly into their awareness, a thought transmitted, pressing against their minds with insistence. Tell our story. Remember us. Bear witness. Jonas shivered violently. We will. We promise. The pulse beneath their feet strengthened, rippling through the deck and into their legs, a force that was not physical, yet undeniably present. It carried the memory of the ship, the lake, the vanished souls, centuries of sorrow and unrest, condensed into a sensation of pressure, of intent, of presence. Mark understood instinctively. This was not a test of courage or fear alone, but of comprehension, empathy, acknowledgement. They moved forward, guided by an unseen current of will, stepping over coils of glistening web-like tendrils that clung to the deck, some touching their clothing, some brushing hair and skin, cold and sticky, yet strangely alive. Jonas reached to pull one away, and it writhed under his fingers, retracting slowly, as if testing the boundaries of intrusion. The ship itself seemed to breathe. Planks rose and fell subtly, sails fluttered without wind, and the glow of the figures shifted in patterns that felt almost language-like, signaling, communicating. Lila's eyes traced the movement of a single figure, and she realized with a chill that the deck was a map of stories, a tableau of memory. Each figure a life, each position a narrative frozen in time, yet still active, still aware. Sophia bent closer to examine a cluster of figures near the rail, and her stomach lurched. Faces, pale and hollow, reached toward the water, silent mouths opening and closing in wordless lament. Mark could feel their sorrow, a tangible weight pressing against his chest, urging understanding, demanding acknowledgement. The air was thick with it, the breath of centuries, unbroken and insistent. A sudden movement caught their attention. A figure at the far end of the deck bent low, reaching toward a hatch, its motions deliberate and ritualistic. The hatch creaked as it opened, revealing a darkness within the ship, blacker than the surrounding fog, void-like, yet pulsing with subtle light. The figure paused, turning slowly, and their gaze, though hollow, fixed on the friends with intent, as if inviting them to follow. Mark swallowed hard. Do we go? Lila's hand found his, gripping tightly. We have to. It's showing us something. Jonas's knees wobbled, but he nodded. Yes, we follow. Somehow, we survived this by seeing it, understanding it. They stepped closer, toward the hatch, toward the darkness beneath the deck. The air grew colder, more oppressive, carrying the scent of decay and damp wood. The greenish glow faded slightly, leaving the interior in shadow. Yet the pulse, the heartbeat of the ship intensified, guiding them with a rhythm that resonated through their chests. As they descended, the whispers grew louder, a chorus now, overlapping voices that spoke of lives ended, journeys unfinished, regrets unspoken. Each step carried weight, yet with every footfall, understanding deepened. They realized the ship did not merely hold the dead, it preserved them, captured them, yet allowed communication to those willing to witness, willing to acknowledge. And then the first true test came. A figure, small and twisted, emerged from the shadows, limbs elongated in impossible angles, face upturned with hollow eyes. Its mouth opened, and though no sound passed, the friends heard it clearly in their minds. Step fully into understanding. Witness. Survive. Mark's pulse thundered in his ears. We will. We witness. We remember. The figure nodded subtly, retracting its hands, and the hatch behind them illuminated with a soft, spectral light, revealing the interior of the ship, a labyrinth of hallways, chambers, and forgotten cabins, each filled with the echoes of lives lost, objects left behind, and memories etched into the wood itself. The air shimmered with stories, the whispers overlapping, merging, creating a tapestry of history, sorrow, and unrelenting presence. And as they stepped forward into the heart of the ghostly vessel, the boat and the lake seemed to fade from thought, leaving only the ship, the mist, and the weight of what it meant to witness. The air inside the ship was thick and immovable, a dense, almost viscous fog clinging to their skin, seeping into their lungs with every breath. The soft glow from the deck above barely penetrated the darkness, illuminating fragments of peeling wood, rusted metal, and remnants of lives abruptly ended. The whispers that had accompanied them now multiplied, overlapping in layers of memory and sorrow, voices from centuries converging into a single, pressing consciousness that wrapped around their thoughts. Mark's hands shook as he reached forward, touching the railing that led down into the main corridor. It was cold to the touch, unnaturally so, and the chill crept along his arms, burrowing into the marrow of his bones. Lila followed close behind, each footstep tentative, yet necessary, as if the floor beneath them demanded acknowledgement of their presence. The ship itself seemed to pulse, each heartbeat resonating through the wood and into the very soles of their feet, syncing with the echoes of their own fear. Jonas whispered, voice barely audible over the low hum of the ship. It's alive, not like a person, but aware. Every movement, every thought it knows. Sophia, silent until now, nodded, her wide eyes reflecting the faint green light. We're not intruders. Not yet. But every second here counts. We have to understand it. Listen. The corridor stretched before them, twisting in impossible angles, the walls subtly shifting, elongating, contracting, as though the ship itself was rearranging its interior, molding space to suit the weight of memory. Shadows danced across the wood, some seeming to move independently, turning corners before the friends could follow, disappearing into the gloom, yet leaving an unmistakable sense of presence. Lila's hand brushed against a door, the wood cold and slick with condensation. When she opened it, the room inside was a tableau of frozen moments, a dinner table set for a meal that had never been eaten, chairs tilted as if occupants had vanished mid-conversation, utensils suspended in the air, some spinning slowly in the ghostly luminescence. The air carried the scent of iron and decay, mingling with faint traces of perfume, tobacco, and salt scents that spoke of forgotten lives, now part of the ship's eternal tapestry. Mark's voice trembled. This is their memory. They didn't just vanish, they were absorbed. The ship, it preserves them. Jonas swallowed hard. Preserves or traps? Before Mark could answer, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was humanoid, yet wrong in ways impossible to describe. Limbs elongated, face featureless but somehow expressive. It moved without sound, floating rather than walking, and stopped a few feet away. Its presence was commanding, overwhelming, yet not overtly hostile. Then, in a voice felt more than heard, it communicated directly into their minds. To understand is to survive. To witness is to live. To interfere is to vanish. Sophia's fingers clutched her ears for a moment, as though to shield herself from the pressure of its thoughts. It's testing us, she whispered, shivering. Every step, every glance, every thought it's measuring. The friends moved deeper into the ship, each hallway a new challenge. Some corridors narrowed impossibly, forcing them to squeeze past walls that felt alive, breathing against their shoulders. Others expanded, the floors tilting at angles that defied balance, stretching their legs thin, and forcing careful steps. Every chamber they entered was a frozen narrative, a child's crib untouched by time, a captain's quarters filled with nautical charts that shifted and reformed, hallways lined with mirrors reflecting not their faces, but moments from the past, faces of those lost to the lake, echoes of laughter, screams, and whispers layered into one. Mark reached out to touch one of the mirrors. The reflection rippled, and for a fraction of a second, he saw himself as he would never be again, pale, hollow-eyed, part of the ship, eternal. He stumbled back, heart hammering. We can't linger. We have to keep moving. We have to survive. Lila nodded, gripping his arm. It wants us to understand, to see everything, not just the horror, but the lives, the stories. That's how we escape. A low hum began to resonate through the ship, vibrating through the floors, walls, and ceiling, filling every corner of the friends' awareness. It was the heartbeat of the vessel, synchronized now with the voices, a lullaby of dread and remembrance. The figures moved through the corridors with them, silent observers, their forms flickering between corporeal and shadow, guiding and warning simultaneously. In one chamber, they discovered a library. Shelves of books lined the walls, leather-bound volumes etched with strange symbols and names. Some opened spontaneously, pages flipping, revealing sketches of ships, maps, and journals of those who had vanished. Words scrawled in hurried, frantic handwriting detailed encounters with the lake, the mist, the ship, and the figures that now accompanied the friends. Lila bent close to read, and a cold draft passed over her neck, carrying with it a whisper. "Do you understand?" Jonas swallowed hard. I think we're meant to witness. To survive, we must know." Sophia nodded, eyes wide, scanning the titles and sketches. Every story, every life. It's all here, preserved, remembered, and we're now part of it. The deeper they ventured, the more the ship seemed to bend reality. Corridors twisted upon themselves, doors opened into rooms that shouldn't exist, and shadows coalesced into forms both human and not, repeating actions, gestures, and speech that never reached sound but pressed into the friends' minds with unmistakable clarity. They felt the sorrow, the frustration, the unfinished business of centuries, all contained within the vessel. Then, without warning, the ship shuddered, the pulse intensifying, and a new presence emerged, a figure taller, larger, more commanding than the others, its form shifting between shadow and substance. Its eyes or hollows locked on the friends, and a voice thundered in their minds. "You have seen. You have listened. Now you must choose. Remain as witnesses, or vanish into the mist." Mark's breath caught. We will witness. We won't vanish." The figure tilted its head, considering, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, it receded, merging with the shadows, leaving the others as silent sentinels, still observing but no longer pressing. The corridors softened, the impossible angles straightened just enough to allow passage, and the books on the shelves fluttered closed, as though satisfied with the acknowledgement. The friends exhaled collectively, hearts pounding, minds weary but focused. They had understood the first lesson of the ship. It preserved memory, demanded recognition, and measured intent. Survival required empathy, attention, and acknowledgement of the lives contained within its timbers. And yet, even as they felt a cautious relief, a deeper dread lingered. For the heart of the ship was still ahead, in the lowest decks, where the pulse was strongest, where the stories of the lost were most complete, and where the truth of the ship of the mist waited for those who dared to seek it. Mark glanced at his friends. "We go forward. No turning back. Not yet. We survive this, by understanding it fully." Lila nodded, gripping his arm. "Then we continue. Together." Jonas swallowed hard, and Sophia's eyes glimmered with a mixture of fear and resolve. They stepped into the next corridor, deeper into the ship, toward the heart where the past, present, and mist converged into a singular, unrelenting presence. And as the corridor walls bent subtly, pulsing with the heartbeat beneath their feet, they understood in full. The ship of the mist did not merely haunt the lake, it carried the weight of eternity, and tonight they had become part of its story. The deeper they descended, the thicker the air became, carrying the weight of centuries compressed into the very wood and mist of the ship. The glow that had guided them along the deck now dimmed to faint phosphorescence, flickering in rhythm with the pulse beneath their feet. Each heartbeat seemed amplified, resonating through the corridors and chambers like a drumbeat of inevitability, a reminder that the ship's awareness was constant, all-encompassing, and unyielding. Mark's boots echoed softly against the creaking timbers, the sound muffled by the heavy fog that seeped through cracks in the walls, curling around their legs like fingers. Lila followed close behind, shivering with a combination of cold and fear, her eyes darting to every shadow that twisted unnaturally in the dim light. Jonas trailed them, shoulders hunched, whispering softly to himself as though words could ward off the omnipresent consciousness pressing upon them. Sophia led at the front, lantern held low, its glow casting long, grotesque shapes on the walls, as if the ship itself were mocking their tentative progress. They entered a chamber that defied explanation. The floor sloped at impossible angles, and the ceiling seemed to stretch endlessly upward, fading into shadows that pulsed faintly. Objects from the past floated suspended in midair, a captain's hat spinning slowly, a chest of drawers rotating with invisible hands, and fragments of papers etched with names, dates, and hastily scrawled confessions. Every item vibrated with memory, humming in resonance with the pulse of the ship. A sudden movement drew their attention. One of the figures, the same tall, commanding presence they had seen earlier, hovered in the center of the chamber. Its form flickered, oscillating between shadow and substance, and a voice not spoken aloud but directly imprinted in their minds whispered, "The heart is here, the story complete, but only those who understand may leave." Mark's pulse quickened. We understand," he said aloud, though doubt gnawed at his words. "We see the lives. We bear witness." The figure tilted its head, and the chamber seemed to shift, the floor rising and falling like the surface of the lake outside. Shadows stretched and twisted around them, coalescing into shapes of men, women, and children who had vanished over centuries. Some reached out with hollow hands, not to harm, but to guide, pressing lightly against the friends' consciousness, urging them forward, toward the center of the chamber where the pulse was strongest. Sophia whispered, voice trembling, "It's not just observing us anymore, it's testing us." Lila nodded. "Every movement, every thought, it's all a part of the trial. We can't falter. We survive by understanding, by seeing everything." The chamber shifted again, walls folding inward, then outward, revealing a staircase descending into near-complete darkness. From below rose a low hum, richer and deeper than any sound they had yet heard, vibrating through bone and blood. It was the heartbeat of the ship, yes, but also a symphony of voices, those of the lost, entwined with the pulse of the lake, echoing across time. Mark swallowed hard, gripping the railing. "Down. We go down. That's where the heart waits." The friends descended carefully, each step heavy with dread and anticipation. The hum grew louder, filling their minds, resonating with memories both real and imposed. Whispers filled the air, layering upon each other in a tapestry of loss and warning. "You are chosen. You are witnesses. Fail and join us. Understand and survive." The staircase opened into a cavernous hold, larger than the ship should have contained. Here, the pulse was nearly overwhelming, and the air thrummed with energy that pressed on their chest, making breathing difficult. The glow of the figures intensified, illuminating rows of caskets, chests, and floating relics, each inscribed with the name of someone lost to the lake, the mist, and the passage of time. The friends felt the weight of these lives pressing upon them, not as threat, but as undeniable reality, the sum total of the ship's long existence, preserved in unbroken consciousness. Jonas's knees buckled slightly. It's all here. Every person, every story, every disappearance. Lila's voice quivered. "And it's judging us, seeing if we can comprehend the entirety. That's the test." Mark stepped forward, reaching out to touch a small, floating journal. As his fingers made contact, a vision surged into his mind. The lake in fog, the spectral ship gliding silently, the vanished souls rising, whispering names, recounting final moments, replaying choices, regrets, and acts of courage. He staggered, overwhelmed, yet the vision imparted clarity. To survive, They must accept and remember, not run from the stories, not fight the ship, but bear witness fully. Sophia approached a chest, its lid opening of its own accord. Inside were objects belonging to the lost: a child's toy, a captain's logbook, a worn boot, letters pressed flat by time. As she gazed at them, the whispers became more coherent, forming complete sentences, relaying the thoughts of those trapped. Remember us. Tell our story. Know that we were here, though the world forgot. A sudden movement made them spin around. The tall, commanding figure now stood before them, radiating awareness, its presence a blend of shadow, light, and intent. The voice in their minds resonated. You have reached the heart. Here lies all that was taken, all that was lost. Only those who acknowledge may leave. Those who falter become part of the mist. Mark's jaw tightened. We acknowledge. Every life, every story. We bear witness. The figure inclined slowly, and for the first time, the pulse beneath their feet lessened slightly, as though approving their comprehension. Other forms began to recede, fading into shadows, their whispers softening, almost melodic, like a lullaby of the lost. Yet the weight remained, a subtle reminder that the ship never truly let go. Lila stepped closer to Mark, hand brushing his arm. We're surviving this, because we understand. Sophia exhaled, a soft shiver passing through her. We've seen it, fully, and now, we can leave. Jonas swallowed, nodding slowly. But we'll carry it forever. The memories, the pulse, the ship's heart. Mark glanced around the hold, taking in the rows of preserved lives, the objects, the spectral figures. Yes, we survive, but the ship of the mist has marked us. We are now part of its story, and we carry the weight of those who came before. A faint light appeared at the far end of the chamber, a stairwell leading upward, toward the deck and the world beyond. The fog seemed lighter, the pulse gentler, yet persistent, as if the ship acknowledged their passage but warned that its presence would never entirely release them. The friends climbed slowly, ascending back through the labyrinthine corridors, each step measured, mindful of the ship's pulse, the whispers, the ghostly figures that now trailed silently, observing but no longer testing. They emerged onto the deck as the first hints of dawn crept over the distant hills, the fog thinning, the spectral ship appearing less menacing, yet impossibly vast and eternal in its quiet presence. Mark looked out across the water, breathing heavily. We survived, but we've seen the heart. We carry it now. Lila nodded, eyes glimmering. The ship, the mist, it doesn't leave you. But we can live with it, because we've understood. Sophia and Jonas exchanged glances, the weight of shared experience anchoring them together. They had traversed the heart of the ship, borne witness to its stories, and survived its test. Yet even as they stepped into the small boat that would carry them back to the shore, the pulse remained faint beneath their feet, a quiet echo that would linger in their minds, in their dreams, and in every quiet moment beside still water for the rest of their lives. And so they drifted back, the ship receding into the mist, an eternal sentinel of memory, sorrow, and unbroken history, leaving them alive, aware, and irrevocably changed by the haunting they had survived. The boat rocked gently as it drifted away from the spectral ship, the fog now thinning, sunless and gray, yet less oppressive than the heart of the vessel. The pulse beneath their feet had softened to a distant murmur, a faint echo of what they had felt within, but it persisted, almost a heartbeat shared between the friends, reminding them that the ship's presence was inescapable, not in body, but in memory and consciousness. Mark rode steadily, muscles taut with exhaustion and adrenaline. Lila sat beside him, eyes fixed on the receding silhouette of the ship, still ghostly in the mist, its hull faintly illuminated by that otherworldly green light that had guided them to and through its heart. Jonas leaned against the side of the boat, breathing shallow, trying to process the weight of what they had endured. Sophia's hands gripped the edge of the boat, knuckles pale, and her gaze wandered to the water, where ripples hinted at something just beneath the surface movement that seemed too deliberate, too aware, to belong to fish or wind. The friends did not speak. Words felt inadequate. What they had witnessed, what they had endured, had seeped into their very bones. The whispers, the pulse, the faces of the lost, they all lingered, woven into the very fabric of their awareness. Each name, each story, each fragment of a life claimed by the mist had become part of them, a weight to carry silently. Mark finally broke the silence, voice low, almost a whisper. We survived, but we carry it now, all of it, every story, every life, and it will never let us forget. Lila nodded slowly. The ship, it marked us. We're not the same. We can never be the same. We understand too much, but perhaps that's the only reason we're alive. Jonas shivered, glancing back over his shoulder. The fog swirled unnaturally, coiling like smoke around the boat, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw the outlines of the figures, not on the ship, but on the water itself. Silent, watching, waiting. Do you think it follows us? He whispered. Sophia's lips pressed together, eyes distant. It doesn't need to. It's in us now. In our thoughts, our dreams, the pulse, the whispers, the memories. We are part of it as much as it is part of us. That's how it survives. They drifted in silence, each absorbed in the magnitude of what they had witnessed. The air smelled faintly of salt and decay, carrying the lingering chill of the mist, and the lake itself seemed alive with quiet intent. Each ripple against the boat was like a soft exhalation of the ship, a subtle reminder of its omnipresence, that it existed beyond physical bounds, beyond perception, entwined with memory and consciousness. Mark broke the silence again, quieter this time, more to himself than anyone else. I remember all the faces, the cabin, the library, the heart of it, the test. We survived because we witnessed, because we understood. But what of the others? Those who failed? Lila's gaze dropped, shadows of the past flickering behind her eyes. They're part of the mist now, part of the ship, and it waits for anyone else who dares to step too close, anyone who listens too closely to the lake on foggy nights. Jonas swallowed hard, trying to keep his composure. So, we're witnesses. Guardians, maybe. Survivors, yes, but burdened. We know things the world cannot. The lake cannot. Even time cannot erase. Sophia finally spoke, voice barely above the water lapping against the hull. And the pulse, it's still in us. Faint, yes, but alive, reminding us always that the ship is eternal and we are now bound to it. The boat drifted onward, slowly approaching the shore, where the first light of dawn began to stain the horizon, though it did little to dispel the chill. The fog lifted gradually, revealing the familiar outline of trees, the jagged silhouette of the hills, yet nothing felt familiar anymore. The world had subtly shifted in tone and perception. The lake was the same, but they were not. The world was theirs, but the ship, its pulse, its whispers, its stories lived within them, invisible but immutable. As they reached the shore, Mark leapt out, dragging the boat onto solid ground. Lila, Sophia, and Jonas followed, each feeling the residual thrum of the ship's heartbeat beneath their feet, as if the mist itself clung to them, unwilling to release its claim. They stood silently, looking back across the water, but the spectral vessel was gone, vanished into fog and legend, though its presence was undeniable in the heavy quiet, in the echo of their minds, in the rhythm of their own hearts. Mark exhaled deeply, voice low, almost reverent. We survived. We carry the stories. And maybe that's enough. Lila stepped closer, placing her hand on his arm. It's never enough. Not entirely. The ship, it will remind us. In dreams, in shadows, in silence. It has claimed a part of our consciousness. That is its gift, or its curse. Jonas finally broke into a small, wry smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Well, at least we're alive. And now, we tell them. Every word, every story, every pulse of the ship. We become its witnesses, so others might understand, might survive if they are ever drawn here. Sophia shivered again, glancing at the horizon where the mist lingered on the water's surface. And if they are not ready, if they fail? Mark's gaze hardened slightly, though his voice remained calm. Then, they become part of it, as countless others have. And the lake, the mist, the ship, endures, patient and eternal, waiting for the next to step too close, the next to listen too carefully. M. The friends gathered themselves, carrying the weight of what they had witnessed as they made their way inland, toward a world that had not changed, yet felt irrevocably altered. The lake lay behind them, quiet now, seemingly harmless, yet alive with the pulse of the ship, which had receded but never truly vanished. Its memory lingered, coiled within the mist, within the water, and most dangerously, within themselves. Even as the sun rose higher, chasing away the last traces of fog, the echo of the ship remained, a subtle vibration at the edge of perception, a soft but unyielding heartbeat that would follow them in quiet moments, in restless nights, in dreams haunted by spectral green light and whispering figures. They had survived, yes, but the ship of the mist had marked them, woven them into its story, and ensured that the pulse, the knowledge, the terror, and the memory would endure within them forever. And in that lingering pulse, in the faint whispers they would hear in the dead of night, they knew one truth with unshakable certainty. The ship never truly releases its witnesses. They leave, but a part of the mist, the heart, the eternity, always remains, waiting, patient, eternal. Story 4. The wind-swept village. The wind never stopped in the village. It moved relentlessly, sweeping through the narrow streets, rattling shutters, tugging at cloaks, and filling every space with a constant, restless whisper. Even before the first house came into view, the sound was there, threading through the heather and scrubland, curling around the jagged stones, urging travelers to reconsider. Callum, a young journalist, drawn by stories of strange disappearances and inexplicable phenomena, had approached the village on foot, the gravel crunching under his boots, almost drowned out by the wind's ceaseless howl. As he entered the first row of cottages, a subtle unease settled over him. Windows were shuttered, doors firmly closed, and yet faint shadows flickered behind the curtains, and whispers too soft to fully understand slipped past the shutters and into his ears. The villagers themselves were strangely silent, moving in deliberate, almost ritualistic ways. Their eyes rarely met his, and when they did, there was no warmth, no curiosity, only a cautious, measured observation that made Callum's skin crawl. He set down his rucksack and began taking notes, notebook shaking in his wind-blown hands. There were patterns to their behavior. Meals were consumed quickly and silently. Work was performed without conversation, hands moving with precise choreography. And always the wind accompanied every action, as though the villagers themselves were in service to it, listening to it, fearing it, obeying it. A sudden gust slammed a shutter shut nearby, and Callum jumped, heart thudding. This is extraordinary, he murmured to himself. No human settlement could function like this without reason. There's a purpose, a structure, and something is controlling it. He wandered further, the wind guiding his steps down narrow lanes, past dry stone walls and abandoned gardens that swayed with every gust. A few of the villagers passed him in silence, their movements fluid, almost ceremonial, yet he could sense their eyes on him, studying, evaluating. Every whispered sound that floated through the alleys seemed to carry a warning. Do not linger. Do not pry. Leave before it claims you. Callum found the inn at the heart of the village, a low building of dark timber, its sign swinging violently in the wind. Inside, the air was warmer but thick with the scent of smoke and something less tangible, a faint metallic tang that made him swallow. The innkeeper, a thin man with hollow cheeks and eyes that reflected the restless wind outside, nodded at him without speaking. A single cup of tea was set before him. No words exchanged, no conversation invited. Sitting there, notebook open, Callum realized that every word he wrote, every observation he made, felt intruded upon by the wind itself. It pressed against his consciousness, tugging, twisting, suggesting doubts. He found himself pausing mid-sentence, hearing echoes of phrases not written. Leave now. You do not belong. That night, as he lay in a small room above the inn, the wind battered the shutters relentlessly. It was as if the village itself breathed, alive and aware, moving around him, shaping him, preparing him. He could hear whispers that grew louder when the gusts swirled through the chimney and across the roof. Fragmented words, old voices, stories long forgotten. Names were mentioned, sometimes his, sometimes unknown, always drawn into the wind's weaving. Sleep came reluctantly, filled with the sensation that something unseen circled his bed, watching, waiting, evaluating. When he awoke, the village seemed unchanged. Yet a new awareness pressed into him. There was a rhythm to the wind, a cadence he hadn't noticed before. Every howl carried intention, every fluttering curtain, every swaying sign, every rattling shutter seemed to speak a language he had not yet learned, one he had to decipher if he hoped to survive the village's strange governance. Stepping outside, the chill wind cut across his face, urging him forward. He followed the narrow lane to a small chapel at the village's edge, its wooden doors weathered, warped, and vibrating faintly in the gusts. He could hear low murmurs from within, not prayer, not song, but something older, a chant synchronized with the wind's pattern, calling out to something unseen. The closer he approached, the more he felt the village's heartbeat, invisible but insistent, pulsing in time with the restless air. He could see villagers through the stained glass, faces lit intermittently by shafts of gray light, moving in unison, hands lifted in gestures that made no sense to him, and yet seemed deliberate, a ritual that bound them to the wind's presence. Callum's breath caught as he realized the wind wasn't just accompaniment, it was authority. It dictated their actions, whispered their thoughts, enforced obedience, and perhaps even determined who could enter, who could leave, and who would be consumed. He found a small bench near the chapel's entrance, sitting down to catch his breath. From this vantage, the village spread out beneath the constant gray sky. Every rooftop, every chimney, every alley bent to the will of the ceaseless wind. And through the gusts, he thought he heard something more, a whisper directed solely at him, a word and a tone simultaneously ancient and urgent. Beware. The day stretched on, and Callum moved cautiously, observing the villagers more closely. He saw subtle signs of fear, gestures that seemed to ward against something. Doors were double locked, curtains tightly drawn, feet padded softly across thresholds. It was as though they were hiding from something that existed only in the wind itself, something that could slip inside if they made the slightest misstep. By evening, the whispers and gusts had intensified. Callum's notes became erratic. Each line of observation seemed overwritten by the rhythm of the wind pressing on his consciousness. He began to notice the shadows, elongated figures moving in places the villagers should have been, flickers in the corner of his vision, movements too deliberate to be random, and always a subtle pressure against his thoughts, urging questions he did not want to ask. Who controls the wind? Who controls you? That night, sleep was impossible. The wind carried voices now, clearer, closer, as if circling the inn and whispering directly into his ears. Some phrases were in languages long dead, others barely intelligible, yet each carried the weight of threat and warning. In his dreams, the wind became a living presence, entering the room, brushing across his skin like icy fingers, tugging at his hair, tugging at his thoughts, leaving impressions of shadowed figures who watched, who waited, who enforced obedience. When he awoke, pale and trembling, the first thing he noticed was a single piece of parchment slipped beneath his door, written in the same careful, minuscule script he had seen nowhere else. It read simply, "Do not trust the silence. Do not follow the gaze. Leave before it chooses you." Callum understood now. The village, the wind, the people, they were all parts of a single, unnatural system. Something ancient had claimed this place, binding the villagers to its will, enforcing obedience through a force invisible but undeniable. And he, a stranger, had crossed its threshold. Every instinct told him to leave immediately, but curiosity, journalistic drive, and a strange compulsion rooted in his own fear kept him rooted. He knew the deeper he explored, the closer he would come to understanding the wind's true power, and the closer he might come to its judgment. And so he set out once more, notebook in hand, heart pounding, eyes wide, senses sharpened, following the rhythm of the wind as it tugged at his cloak, whispered into his ears, and carried the voices of a village trapped between obedience and terror, forever shaped by a force older than memory itself. The wind intensified as Callum moved deeper into the village, its restless fingers twisting along the alleys, rattling shutters, and tugging insistently at his coat. Every step felt deliberate, measured, as if the path itself had been drawn for him, and yet he could not shake the sensation that the air was alive with intent. The streets were quiet, unnervingly so, the usual sounds of life absent, replaced by the low, persistent hum of the wind as it whispered through the stone and timber, carrying with it fragments of voices and half-formed words. Callum passed the same cottages he had seen earlier, yet they now seemed transformed, their angles sharper, their shadows deeper. Windows appeared to watch him, reflecting a gaze that was not human, or perhaps distorted by the ceaseless motion of the wind itself. He slowed, scanning the edges of alleyways and doorways, noticing subtle movements, a curtain twitching though no hand had passed it, a shadow shifting against a wall, too deliberate to be accidental. The villagers remained mostly unseen, their presence implied by movement, by faint glimpses through partially closed shutters, by footsteps soft and synchronized with the howling gusts. His attention was drawn to a narrow lane leading away from the central square, a path he had not noticed before. It was partially obscured by overgrown hedges that bent unnaturally in the wind, forming a tunnel-like arch. Hesitant yet compelled, Callum followed it, feeling the tug of curiosity and dread as the gusts seemed to guide him forward. The farther he went, the more the wind changed, shifting from a constant howl to a rhythmic, almost musical whisper. Each gust carried syllables he could not fully comprehend, words that brushed against his consciousness like fleeting memories. At the end of the lane, he discovered a small courtyard hidden from the main street, cobblestones slick with moisture, twisted iron railings clinging to the edges like the gnarled fingers of some ancient creature. At the center stood a fountain, its basin dry and cracked, yet the wind that swept through it seemed concentrated, coalescing into a low, humming resonance that vibrated through the ground. Callum stepped closer, instinctively brushing his fingers over the stone. The hum intensified, reverberating against his chest, filling his mind with whispers, warnings, and half-truths. A sudden movement at the edge of the courtyard drew his gaze. A figure emerged from the shadows, small and hunched, shrouded in layers of threadbare cloth. Its face was obscured, yet the eyes keen, alert, impossibly bright, fixed on him with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. The figure did not speak, did not move toward him, yet Callum felt its attention pressing into him, as if the air around it carried a weight, a mandate, a silent message. You are observed. You are being measured. Callum swallowed hard, forcing a nod, though he was unsure whether the figure would understand. The wind swirled violently, encircling him, tugging at his coat and hair, and for a fleeting moment, he feared it might lift him entirely from the ground. Yet, simultaneously, it seemed to guide him, urging him to stay, to continue, to witness. As he stepped forward, the figure retreated into a narrow doorway, disappearing from view. Callum's heart pounded, but he followed, curiosity overpowering fear. The doorway led into a passage, dark and narrow, lined with ancient stones slick with condensation. The wind was quieter here, reduced to a subtle murmur that ran along the walls, pressing against his ears with whispers he could almost decipher. Names, dates, events, all tangled in the sound, fragments of memory from villagers long gone, stories forgotten by the outside world, yet preserved in the movement of air that bound them to the village. The passage opened into a dimly lit chamber, its ceiling low, walls adorned with crude carvings and symbols that pulsed faintly in rhythm with the wind outside. Callum could feel the energy here, tangible and electric, as though the air itself carried consciousness. Each gust seemed deliberate, purposeful, as though the wind were a sentient force, directing attention, drawing focus to certain carvings, guiding his gaze. He noticed a small collection of objects on a rough wooden table: journals, faded maps, and trinkets wrapped in cloth. The journals were worn, the ink blurred by time and moisture, yet readable. Flipping one open, Callum began to read, his voice barely audible over the whispering air. The entries detailed events long forgotten, villagers vanishing, strange gusts tearing through homes, objects moving without human hands, voices carried by the wind. The author, a long-dead resident, wrote of a presence, an intelligence in the air that demanded obedience, that punished disobedience, that claimed those who strayed too far from ritual, from pattern, from alignment with its ceaseless current. A chill swept through the chamber as the wind outside intensified, rattling the wooden shutters, forcing Callum to hold the journal tight. He realized that every event described was mirrored in the village today. The patterns persisted across generations, unbroken, eternal. The villagers themselves were bound to the wind, not by superstition, but by an undeniable force older than memory, enforcing compliance, silence, and ritualized living. Callum's pulse quickened. The chamber seemed to breathe, walls expanding and contracting subtly, as though alive, pulsating with a rhythm that matched the wind. Faint whispers became clearer, forming coherent phrases. He is here. He observes. He will understand or be claimed. Each word pressed into his consciousness, guiding thought, shaping perception, bending reality just enough to unsettle, to hypnotize. He spent hours there, documenting, observing, listening. Every line he wrote seemed to merge with the murmurs. Every thought he had pulled into the current of the wind. The village was a living archive, a repository of memory and obedience, sustained and maintained by the restless air that never ceased, that never relented, that monitored, judged, and preserved. As night fell, the wind's voice changed. No longer just a whisper, it became a dialogue, rhythmic, commanding, punctuated by faint laughter and soft sighs, urging Callum to deeper understanding while warning him of the dangers of prolonged curiosity. He understood now that the wind's power was not limited to the village. It extended to anyone who entered, anyone who observed, anyone who dared to pry too deeply. The invisible intelligence in the air was patient, eternal, aware. It allowed observation, but only at its discretion. Callum finally retreated to the inn, notebook filled with observations and a mind heavy with dread and fascination. He knew sleep would be elusive. The wind would find him even here, in the shelter of walls and timber. Its murmurs would follow, carrying fragments of villagers' lives, the rules, the rituals, the history that demanded recognition and obedience. He realized that survival in this village required more than mere caution. It required alignment, understanding, and constant vigilance against a force both invisible and omnipresent. Outside, the wind howled through the streets, twisting around chimneys, tugging at rooftops, and carrying whispers that seemed to know his name. Callum closed his eyes, listening, letting the sound fill him, hoping to discern the pattern, the language, the will that governed everything. And in the depths of that howling, tireless presence, he knew, the village did not forgive curiosity, but it rewarded comprehension, and he had only just begun to understand its rules. Morning came gray and thin, the sun's rays struggling to pierce the restless sky. The wind, relentless as ever, shifted in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, nudging Callum along the cobblestones as if guiding him deeper into the village's hidden core. He had spent the night attempting to decipher the murmurs, mapping them in his notebook, but the more he listened, the more he realized the voices were not random. They were intelligent, responsive, and layered with history. The village itself seemed alive, a conscious organism whose breath was the ceaseless wind, whose thoughts were carried in every gust, whose memory was etched into every stone and timber. Drawn forward by instinct and curiosity, Callum approached the village square, now subtly transformed in the dim morning light. Buildings that seemed familiar yesterday appeared slightly off-kilter, doors too narrow, windows positioned at strange angles, shadows that stretched unnaturally, twisting around corners before he could catch them. And yet, each alteration felt purposeful, as if the wind had sculpted the village overnight, molding it to an invisible design that only it understood. He noticed a narrow alley he hadn't seen before, partially obscured by a lean-to covered in weathered tarps. From within, faint whispers emerged, more distinct, almost melodic, yet carrying the same warning that had shadowed him since arrival. Do not stray too far. Observe, but obey. Callum stepped in, notebook in hand, recording every detail. The air here felt heavier, charged with an energy that seemed to push against his lungs, tugging at his hair, brushing at his skin like icy fingertips. At the alley's end, he discovered a small courtyard, its walls encircled with carvings and symbols that pulsed subtly in rhythm with the wind outside. In the center, an ancient well yawned, its stone mouth black and foreboding. Callum felt a tug at his consciousness, a whisper threading through his mind, compelling him to lean over the edge, to peer into its depths. He resisted, forcing his body back, Yet he could not ignore the sensation that the well was central to the wind's power, a conduit or anchor to whatever force governed this village. As he circled the well, a sudden gust of wind swirled violently, carrying with it a flurry of leaves, dust, and whispers. Voices layered over one another, forming a cacophony of half-formed sentences and names, some familiar, most alien. The wind pressed insistently, tugging at his thoughts, guiding him toward a small door set into the courtyard wall. The door was nearly invisible, its frame twisted and warped, blending with the stone as if it had grown from it. Yet the whispers emphasized its presence, drawing his attention repeatedly, as though the wind wanted him to enter. With a mix of dread and fascination, Callum pushed the door open. Inside was a narrow stairwell spiraling downward, damp and lined with slick stone. The air smelled earthy and metallic, and the hum of the wind above diminished, replaced by the faint murmur of subterranean currents. Each step echoed unnaturally, as though the space itself amplified sound selectively, emphasizing each footfall in a rhythm designed to heighten awareness, to unnerve, to focus. At the base of the stairwell, he entered a chamber vast beyond expectation, the walls etched with countless carvings, village history, rituals, names, dates, warnings. Symbols he did not recognize pulsed faintly in the dim light, following a cadence that mirrored the wind above. The air here was still, heavy, almost oppressive, yet tinged with the same electric awareness he had felt elsewhere in the village. It was as though the chamber itself waited, listening, measuring his reaction, assessing his presence. Callum's gaze fell on a central dais, upon which rested a collection of artifacts, journals, small carvings, and a few personal items from villagers past and present. The journals detailed generations of obedience, instances of those who strayed and were claimed by the wind, and instructions for maintaining alignment with its will. Some passages were simple, others cryptic, written in codes interwoven with the wind's rhythm. He realized that the wind was not merely an environmental phenomenon, it was an intelligence, ancient and patient, enforcing adherence, gathering history, shaping memory, punishing disobedience, rewarding compliance. A sudden movement to his left made him spin. A figure stood partially concealed in shadow, slight and hunched, its face obscured by a hood. Its eyes, however, glimmered with recognition, as though it had been expecting him. Callum felt a shiver run down his spine. The figure did not speak, yet the air around it seemed to hum, vibrating with authority. A whisper threaded through his mind. "You are learning, but knowledge has a price." He stepped forward cautiously, notebook clutched tightly, and the figure moved aside, gesturing toward a narrow passage that descended further into darkness. The whispering grew more insistent, layered with urgency. See, witness, understand, or be claimed. Callum hesitated only briefly before following, aware that each step took him deeper into the wind's dominion, closer to a secret it had guarded for centuries. The passage opened into a cavernous chamber beneath the village, its ceiling lost in shadow, the walls lined with alcoves containing relics and trinkets objects, imbued with the will of the wind itself. Each seemed to hum with quiet energy, responding subtly to his presence. The air was alive with whispers, layering over one another in a chorus that was both mesmerizing and disorienting. Callum struggled to maintain focus, recording observations, yet every note seemed immediately influenced by the wind's insistence, bending phrasing, shaping perception, pulling him into the rhythm of its awareness. At the chamber's center, a pedestal held a small, ancient book, its cover worn and leather-bound, etched with symbols that pulsed faintly. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, coaxing him to approach. As he touched the cover, the room seemed to breathe, the wind, though he was deep underground, seeping through the stones, circling him, pressing against his chest, tugging at his consciousness. Names, dates, events from centuries of village life streamed into his mind. Disappearances, compliance, resistance, punishment, survival. It was a record of everything the wind had governed, a testament to its patient, meticulous control. Callum realized the truth. The village did not merely live with the wind, it existed because of it. Every ritual, every action, every fearful glance and whispered caution was in service to this ancient intelligence. The villagers were both prisoners and participants, sustaining the wind's power while protected by it, a symbiosis forged over countless generations. Hours passed, though it was impossible to measure time accurately here. The whispers guided him, revealing patterns, histories, and warnings, all layered with subtle threat. Callum understood that curiosity had brought him here, but comprehension demanded caution. The wind would allow him knowledge, but only if he adhered to its rules, only if he recognized its authority, only if he became, in some sense, part of its eternal rhythm. When he finally emerged from the underground chamber, the wind had shifted again. It swirled differently around the village, acknowledging him, testing him, reminding him that every movement, every breath, every decision was now observed. The villagers passed silently, their eyes reflecting understanding that went beyond words. They had witnessed him, measured him, and in some unspoken way, accepted his presence. Callum knew that the village, the wind, and its unseen intelligence were far from fully revealed. He had glimpsed the heart of its power, understood fragments of its will, yet countless layers remained hidden, waiting, observing, and ever patient. The wind continued to howl, carrying whispers, histories, and warnings through the streets, and he realized that his journey into understanding had only just begun. The afternoon sun, though pale and veiled by clouds, cast long, distorted shadows across the cobblestones of the windswept village. Callum moved cautiously, notebook in hand, retracing his steps from the previous day with a new awareness, a deeper sense of the wind's will. Each gust seemed more deliberate now, brushing across his face, tugging at his hair, as though encouraging him forward while reminding him that every movement was observed. The village no longer felt like a collection of buildings inhabited by people. It was a living entity. Each street, each stone, each gust of wind part of an intricate, conscious design. He passed cottages that had seemed benign before, but now their facades carried an almost imperceptible tension. Doors were slightly misaligned, shutters rattled in sync with the low hum of the wind, and shadows danced with intent rather than randomness. A flock of birds stirred uneasily overhead, their flight patterns tight and purposeful, mirroring the precise movements of the villagers he had glimpsed. Every observation he recorded seemed immediately woven into the fabric of the wind itself, as if his act of noticing was being registered, evaluated, catalogued. Drawn toward the far edge of the village, he found a small square dominated by a dilapidated fountain. Its basin was cracked and dry, yet a persistent hum emanated from it, vibrating through the ground, merging with the wind that twisted through the surrounding buildings. Callum knelt beside the fountain, tracing the edge of the stone with his fingers, feeling the subtle thrumming beneath. There was a rhythm here, a pulse that suggested an unseen heartbeat, perhaps the heart of the village itself. He noted patterns, the direction of the wind, the way it shifted unpredictably yet systematically, how it seemed to respond to his presence. A faint sound drew his attention, almost drowned beneath the howl of the wind. Whispers, soft but coherent, emanated from the alleyways surrounding the square. Names, dates, and fragmented sentences reached his ears, punctuated by a repeated warning: observe, understand, comply. Callum stood, straining to follow the source, and realized the whispers were not stationary. They drifted along with the wind, shifting, teasing, leading him as though the village itself sought to teach him a lesson. He turned a corner and found a narrow lane he had not noticed before, blocked partially by a leaning fence. Pushing it aside, he discovered a small courtyard hidden between two old stone buildings. The courtyard smelled of earth and old wood, damp and familiar yet tinged with a strange, metallic undercurrent. At its center stood a wooden platform, worn with age, surrounded by stones carved with symbols similar to those he had seen in the underground chamber. The wind circled the courtyard, sweeping in and out of the gaps between buildings, carrying whispers that pressed insistently against his mind. Callum approached the platform, feeling the weight of observation heavier than ever. Shadows shifted along the walls, moving independently of any source, curling and stretching in ways that defied natural light. The hum of the wind grew stronger, resonating with the carvings beneath his feet. A subtle vibration ran through the stones, a frequency almost imperceptible, yet enough to make his stomach tighten and his pulse accelerate. The village, he understood, had rituals, patterns of life that extended far beyond what any outsider could witness without consequence. As he stepped onto the platform, the wind surged suddenly, wrapping around him like invisible tendrils, tugging insistently at his coat, threading into his hair. Whispers formed words this time, phrases that seemed to be drawn from memory and imagination simultaneously. He sees. He learns. He is not yet ready. Callum felt a shiver trace down his spine. The wind was both instruction and test, enforcing rules he barely understood while drawing him deeper into its influence. From the shadows at the edge of the courtyard, figures emerged. They were villagers, their movements slow and deliberate, almost ceremonial. Their eyes, when they met his, conveyed knowledge and warning simultaneously, a silent insistence that he must pay attention and act with care. Callum watched, entranced, as they performed gestures and movements synchronized precisely with the wind, a ritual that had been enacted for generations, perhaps centuries. Each motion was purposeful, a dance of compliance and devotion, a demonstration of the wind's authority. The villagers did not speak, yet the air was alive with instruction. Callum could feel the wind directing his attention to specific symbols carved into the stones, spirals that seemed to rotate when observed, lines that intersected to form impossible geometries, markings that pulsed faintly in rhythm with the gusts. He tried to sketch them in his notebook, but each stroke felt inadequate, every line incomplete, as if the wind itself reshaped his perception of what was possible. Hours passed in this hypnotic observation. The villagers continued their silent choreography, never deviating, never pausing, their attention subtly shifting toward him whenever his eyes wandered. Callum felt as if he were both participant and observer, caught in the rhythm of a system larger than himself, bound by rules he did not yet fully comprehend. The wind moved through him, carrying not just sound but sensation, a pressure in his chest, a tickle along his spine, an almost tactile awareness of unseen currents guiding his thought. Night fell, and the village transformed. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, contours of buildings twisted, and the wind's voice became sharper, more insistent. It spoke directly to him now, weaving language and sensation into a single, continuous stream of communication. He understands. He must continue. Do not stray. The rhythm is life. The rhythm is safety. The rhythm is control. Callum felt the weight of centuries pressing down upon him, the accumulated vigilance of countless villagers folded into each gust, each whisper, each flicker of shadow. Drawn by instinct, he returned to the inn for the night, but sleep brought no relief. The wind infiltrated the room, threading through cracks, wrapping around beams, pressing against his ears and skull with a presence that was tactile, intelligent, and inexorable. Dreams merged with reality. Shadows danced along walls, whispers threaded through his thoughts, and ghostly figures appeared at the edges of his vision, performing the same rituals he had observed during the day. He awoke with a start, chest tight, every sense alert to the ceaseless motion of the wind beyond the window. By morning, Callum realized that comprehension alone was not enough. Observation, meticulous note-taking, careful alignment with the village's rhythm, these were necessary to survive, to maintain awareness without succumbing to the wind's will. He ventured out again, tracing patterns through the streets, noting subtle signs, footprints that moved against logic, whispers that carried historical knowledge, objects displaced without human touch. Every detail reinforced a single, undeniable truth. The wind was not just air, it was consciousness, history, enforcement, memory, and threat, all at once. Through the day, Callum discovered more hidden spaces, small chambers beneath homes, alcoves behind barns, narrow alleys that twisted impossibly, yet led him to central courtyards. Each contained evidence of ritual and compliance, carved stones, relics, journals, symbols etched into walls and beams. He traced the alignment of these spaces, observing the flow of the wind and the movements of the villagers, and slowly, fragments of understanding emerged. The wind was not merely environmental, it was a governing entity, shaping behavior, preserving memory, enforcing obedience, punishing deviation, and rewarding alignment. By evening, Callum returned to the central fountain. The whispers here were more coherent, almost like conversation. Names of villagers long gone, events lost to time, warnings, instructions, and encouragements each threaded through the air in a continuous hypnotic stream. He realized that the village and the wind were inseparable. The villagers were vessels and participants, sustaining the wind while being sustained by it. The intelligence that governed the wind was patient, eternal, observing all who entered, granting knowledge selectively, rewarding caution, punishing recklessness. Callum's pen moved quickly across his notebook, yet he could feel the wind shaping his words, subtly altering phrasing, guiding interpretation. The line between observation and participation blurred. The village was a living archive, and he was now part of it, his presence recorded and remembered by the wind itself. Shadows lengthened as night fell, the air thick with murmurs and subtle pressure. He knew that the deeper he delved, the more he would be drawn into the rhythm, and the more he risked being claimed entirely by the intelligence that ruled this place. As he prepared to leave the fountain, a sudden gust spun around him, lifting leaves, dust, and whispered syllables. A figure emerged from the shadows, a villager, slight, hunched, hooded. Its eyes glimmered in the faint light, reflecting both knowledge and warning. Callum froze, feeling the wind press insistently around him, guiding his thoughts, shaping his perception. The figure gestured toward the far edge of the village, where the wind's movement seemed most intense, its rhythm most complex, and its influence most absolute. Callum understood, with a mixture of awe and dread, that the journey into the heart of the village's secret was only beginning. Every gust, every shadow, every whisper was a thread in a tapestry he had only begun to see. To survive, he would need to move carefully, listen intently, and act in harmony with forces far older and more intelligent than himself. The wind would test him, push him, guide him, and he could not ignore it. And so, drawing a steadying breath, notebook clutched tightly, he stepped toward the edge of the village, ready to follow the wind wherever it would lead, knowing that the secrets of the windswept village demanded both courage and patience, understanding and surrender. The wind howled like a living thing as Callum moved toward the far edge of the village, each gust laden with whispers, warnings, and faint echoes of centuries past. Every step felt measured, deliberate, as if the cobblestones themselves remembered each footfall he had taken, guiding him along a path preordained yet invisible. The villagers were mostly unseen now, their movements subtle, glancing from shadowed windows or slipping silently through narrow alleys, always observing, always part of the wind's omniscient awareness. At the periphery, the landscape changed. The houses thinned, replaced by windswept fields dotted with gnarled trees, their branches twisted like the fingers of ancient spirits. The gusts tugged insistently at his coat and hair, pressing into his chest, threading into his thoughts. The whispers formed full sentences now, coherent and urgent. Do you understand? Do you comply? Knowledge comes with responsibility. Disobedience is known. Obedience is rewarded. Callum realized that he had crossed an invisible threshold. This was no longer merely observation, but active participation in the rhythm of the village. A low hill rose ahead, crowned by a ring of standing stones. The wind surged toward them, spiraling violently, and Callum could feel its intelligence focused, concentrated, as though the stones were conduits, amplifying its presence. He approached cautiously, notebook ready, recording every sensation, the vibration in the earth, the pressure against his skin, the murmurs in his mind. The standing stones seemed to hum, resonating with the wind, and the whispers coalesced into a chant-like cadence, layering memory, history, and instruction into a single, immersive experience. From within the circle of stones, a figure emerged. Unlike the villagers he had seen before, this presence was taller, more imposing, its movements slow and deliberate. A hooded cloak hid its features, yet the air around it shimmered with the same awareness that had guided Callum through the village. The whispers intensified, surrounding him, wrapping around his thoughts, pressing insistently against his mind. You have come far. You have seen. You have learned. Will you understand, or will you falter? Callum stepped forward, heart pounding. The figure did not speak, yet he felt a presence in his consciousness, a force guiding, probing, questioning. It was the embodiment of the wind's intelligence, the central awareness that governed every gust, every murmur, every ritual. And it was patient, eternal, observing, weighing his comprehension and alignment with its rules. The figure raised a hand slowly, pointing toward the center of the stone circle. Callum approached, the wind swirling violently around him, tugging, pulling, coaxing him into a rhythm he could feel in his very bones. At the center lay a shallow depression in the ground, lined with etched symbols that pulsed faintly, resonating with the intelligence he now understood was the wind itself. He knelt, tracing the carvings with his fingers, feeling the energy, sensing the meticulous balance that had preserved the village for centuries. The whispers intensified into a torrent of sound and sensation. Names, events, rituals, punishments, and rewards streamed into his mind, layering perception and memory. He understood now that the village was a living archive, sustained and governed by the wind, a force both protective and punitive, preserving order while enforcing obedience. And the figure before him was its guardian, its intermediary, ensuring that all who entered respected its power and rhythm. Callum realized the final lesson was about alignment. Observation alone was not sufficient. Understanding required participation. He felt the rhythm of the wind in his chest, in his limbs, threading into his very thoughts. The figure's presence was patient but insistent, guiding him into a subtle choreography that mirrored the motions he had observed in the village. Each step, each gesture, each breath aligned him with the wind's eternal pattern. Resistance was futile, comprehension demanded surrender, and surrender was not submission, it was understanding. Hours passed, though time had no meaning here. The wind's intelligence pulsed through him, shaping perception, threading memory into every sense. The whispers now spoke of continuity, of preservation, of vigilance. Callum felt the weight of generations in the current of air, the careful balance maintained by obedience, the subtle yet inexorable force that shaped life and dictated survival. When he finally stood, aligned and attentive, the figure raised a hand once more, and the wind shifted, suddenly calm, almost approving. The whispers softened, leaving echoes of guidance and memory rather than commands. The village itself seemed to breathe with him, acknowledging his comprehension, his compliance, his presence within its pattern. He felt a sense of connection unlike any he had experienced, a communion not with people, but with the very consciousness that had shaped them for centuries. Callum returned to the inn, but the wind remained. Its whispers were gentler now, threads of caution and instruction rather than outright command. Sleep came, not as escape, but as immersion, the village's rhythms threading through his dreams, teaching him subtleties of observation and alignment. He awoke with a new understanding. Survival and insight depended not on avoidance or rebellion, but on attunement, on listening, on participating in the eternal pulse of the wind. In the days that followed, he explored further, documenting rituals, pathways, symbols, and hidden courtyards. Every discovery was immediately integrated into the wind's intelligence, recorded in whispers and gusts that followed him wherever he went. He noticed subtle shifts in villagers' behavior, glances acknowledging his understanding, gestures subtly guiding him, patterns reinforcing the lessons of alignment. Every observation was part of a feedback loop, every action recorded, every perception measured. He discovered a small chapel at the village's edge, its doors carved with symbols pulsating faintly in rhythm with the wind. Inside, relics and inscriptions documented centuries of compliance and ritual, chronicling disappearances, punishments, and rare exceptions of understanding and integration. The wind moved through the chapel, weaving its intelligence around him, pressing gently on his mind, ensuring he absorbed not only knowledge but the rhythm, the balance, the patience of centuries. One evening, at the central fountain, Callum paused, reflecting on all he had learned. The wind swirled violently, carrying fragments of memory, echoes of events, names, and whispers of warning and approval. He understood now that the village, the wind, and the villagers were inseparable. The wind preserved life by shaping behavior, ensuring order, teaching comprehension. The villagers were both guardians and participants, sustaining the force while being sustained by it. And he had become a part of that cycle, an observer transformed into an attuned participant, recognized and recorded by the wind itself. As the sun set behind gray clouds, the village seemed to exhale in unison with the wind. Shadows stretched, trees swayed, and the murmurs became a lullaby of understanding and alignment. Callum closed his notebook, breathing deeply, feeling the pulse of centuries beneath his feet, the whispers threading into his thoughts, and the wind pressing insistently, gently, eternally against his mind. He knew now that leaving would not be simple. The wind allowed observation, but separation was never absolute. Knowledge and comprehension came with the burden of awareness, and the village would follow him in memory and whisper, threading caution, alignment, and vigilance into his life wherever he went. Yet, for the first time, fear was tempered by understanding. He had seen the heart of the windswept village, had felt its rhythm, had aligned himself with its eternal intelligence. As night descended, the wind's lullaby continued, threading through the village and beyond, carrying the lessons of centuries, the weight of history, and the delicate balance of obedience and comprehension. Callum stood at the edge of the square, feeling the full presence of the force he had encountered, knowing that his understanding was both gift and burden, and that the village, the wind, and its intelligence would remain with him forever, whispering, observing, guiding, and shaping. And in that endless, whirling presence, he finally understood. To truly comprehend the wind-swept village, one must listen, align, and surrender not in defeat, but in deep, hypnotic communion with a force older than memory, patient, eternal, and ever-watching. Story 5. The Singing from the Old Theater. Paris at night was a city wrapped in mist and muted light, streets slick with rain that reflected the amber glow of gas lamps. Rue des Marais was quieter than usual, the usual hum of late-night life replaced by a hushed, expectant silence. Antoine moved along the narrow sidewalk, notebook tucked under his arm, each footstep echoing against the stone buildings like a cautious heartbeat. Ahead loomed the old theater, its once proud facade darkened and pocked with decades of soot, rain, and neglect. The windows were opaque with grime, the balconies sagging, and yet there was a subtle vibration in the air, as though the building itself was aware of his approach. He hesitated at the threshold, hand hovering over the iron handle. The theater had long been abandoned, a relic of a bygone era filled with whispered tales of accidents, disappearances, and voices that lingered long after the curtains had fallen. As he pushed the doors open, the wooden hinges groaned in protest, sending a shiver up his spine. Dust motes swirled in the dim light that crept through the narrow gaps in boarded windows, and the air smelled of old wood, mold, and something faintly metallic, like the memory of old blood. His footsteps resonated across the marble lobby, soft but unnerving, as though the empty space were listening. Faded posters clung to the walls, curling at the edges, advertising plays that had last been performed decades ago. Somewhere in the distance, a note floated on the air, elongated, ethereal, vibrating against the walls. It was a human note, yet not quite human. It had texture, a weight, a melancholy that pressed gently against Antoine's chest. He moved forward, drawn by the subtle cadence of the sound. The note faded, replaced by another, this one slightly louder, threading a melody through the empty auditorium. His pulse quickened. Rational explanations, wind, floorboards, distant traffic were insufficient to account for the clarity of the voice. It was calling, beckoning him, teasing the edges of his perception, tugging at a curiosity he could neither suppress nor fully trust. Up the grand staircase he went, the rail creaking under the weight of his steps. The balcony above stretched wide, rows of moth-eaten velvet seats facing the stage, and the air was thick with dust. Each inhalation drew in decades of history, memory, and lingering emotion. The sound grew, more structured, unmistakably melodic. Antoine found himself following the echoes like a compass, through narrow corridors behind the stage, past rotting scenery and cobweb-laden props. He stopped at a door slightly ajar, from which a faint golden glow spilled into the otherwise shadowed hallway. A subtle warmth emanated from within, though the room beyond smelled of dust and mildew. As he pushed the door open, he found a small chamber he had never encountered in any of the theater's blueprints. A single chair sat in the center, draped with a sheet so faded it blended with the floor, and behind it, a mirror stretched from floor to ceiling. The glow, soft but insistent, seemed to radiate from the object on the chair, yet there was movement in the reflection that did not correspond to his own. The singing was stronger here, enveloping him. It was a voice both delicate and powerful, threading through his very thoughts, tugging at memories he hadn't yet realized he retained. Antoine felt a chill, a prickling along his spine, and the hairs on his arms rose. He took careful steps toward the chair, notebook open, recording not only his observations but the eerie emotions the sound invoked: sorrow, longing, grief, and something darker, expectation. The mirror rippled faintly, and he saw her, a woman in a costume that belonged to another century, her pale skin almost luminous, her eyes dark pools of emptiness and expression simultaneously. Her lips moved in perfect harmony with the haunting melody, yet there was no sound coming from her mouth. The singing emanated from the room, from some invisible conduit, threading into the very air. Each note seemed to stretch into eternity, carrying centuries of performance, hope, and tragedy. Antoine froze, understanding that this was no mere trick of reflection or light. The theater had preserved her essence, her artistry, her anguish. The accidents, the sudden deaths, the unexplained disappearances, they had not been forgotten. The theater remembered, and through its memory, she sang. A cold draft swept the room, rustling the sheet on the chair, and the figure in the mirror raised a delicate hand, pointing toward the floor beneath it. Antoine noticed a trapdoor he had not seen before, cleverly hidden, as though the theater itself wished him to find it. The singing now pulsed with insistence, forming words within the melody, faint but distinct: beneath, restore, remember. Fear warred with fascination, but the pull was irresistible. He knelt, lifting the trapdoor, and a spiral of dust rose to meet him. The steps beneath led into darkness, narrow and steep, the air cooler and heavier. At the bottom lay a sub-basement, its walls lined with rotting props, costume trunks, and boxes of faded playbills. In the center, an assortment of objects caught his eye: a pile of manuscripts, music sheets curled and yellowed with age, a locket, and a small, intricately carved music box. Each seemed to resonate subtly with the melody that filled the chamber above, vibrating with a quiet energy that brushed against his skin. Antoine knelt to examine the music box. He opened it, and a delicate, haunting melody poured forth, responding almost conversationally to the singing from above. The two harmonized, weaving together as if the room itself were performing a duet with the past. Each note carried history, tragedy, and a faint hope, a story told through sound rather than words. He felt it tugging at him, threading into his consciousness, weaving memory into memory, making the history of the theater undeniable, inescapable, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Hours passed, measured not by clocks but by the cadence of the song. Antoine arranged manuscripts, artifacts, and costumes according to instinct, guided by the rhythms of the singing. Every placement altered the melody slightly, creating a subtle harmony that eased the oppressive weight in the basement. The figure in the mirror observed, her presence palpable, communicating without words. The message was clear. The theater demanded recognition, careful attention, and a precise respect for the lives it had absorbed. The air thickened as he worked, charged with an energy that was neither fully malevolent nor benign. It was alive, conscious, and aware of his every movement. Each note of song resonated against the walls and into his chest, compelling him to act, to honor the memory of those who had vanished, and to ensure their voices remained part of the world. The theater's memory was encoded not just in objects, but in the very air, vibrating invisibly, waiting for someone capable of listening and comprehending. When he finally emerged from the sub-basement, the auditorium stretched wide and silent, yet brimming with latent energy. The singing had softened to a gentle hum, threading through the rafters and along the polished wooden seats, a lullaby for ghosts and living alike. Antoine walked the aisles slowly, feeling the pulse of the theater, sensing the echoes of long-past performances that lingered like mist. The building was alive, a repository of artistry, tragedy, and memory, and he had been acknowledged as its witness and participant. Exiting the theater, the city felt different. The streets, wet and glimmering under the night lamps, seemed to hold echoes of past performances, subtle vibrations that hummed along cobblestones and through walls. Antoine understood that the theater would call to him nightly, each time guiding him to deeper understanding, threading lessons in memory, sorrow, and preservation through its melodies. Fear mingled with awe, but there was also a profound purpose now, a responsibility that he could not shirk. The whispers in the wind carried fragments of song, and he could sense the lingering presence of performers past, their voices woven into the fabric of the building itself. Antoine realized that to truly restore the theater was not a matter of carpentry or aesthetics alone. It required attunement, understanding, and respect. The theater demanded a listener, a participant, and he had become that person. Every artifact cataloged, every note respected, every shadow observed, fed the delicate balance of life and memory preserved in the old walls. Night after night he returned, guided by the singing, uncovering new corners, forgotten props, and hidden passages. Each discovery brought him closer to understanding the theater's consciousness. The voices taught him patience, precision, and empathy. Every sound, every creak, every whisper of silk or wood became a clue, a lesson, a story waiting to be acknowledged. The old theater had survived not by neglect, but by the careful weaving of countless lives, each contributing to its intelligence, its memory, and its haunting melody. By dawn, Antoine often found himself seated in the empty stalls, notebook filled with observations, melodies, and emotional impressions. He would close his eyes and listen, sensing the theater's pulse, the lingering harmonics of performers long gone, and the quiet acknowledgement of the spirit that guided them. He understood that the theater, though silent to the world outside, was alive in ways beyond comprehension, thriving on recognition, engagement, and the respect of those willing to immerse themselves fully. The city awoke outside, but within the old theater, time remained fluid, measured in notes and whispers rather than hours. Antoine had become a bridge between past and present, a conduit for voices that refused to be forgotten. And though the tasks before him were monumental and the responsibility immense, he welcomed the calling, knowing that the theater's song was eternal and that he had found his place within it. The next evening, Antoine returned to the theater long before the city fell silent. The streets were damp and empty, thick with the scent of rain-soaked cobblestones, and a fine mist clung to the lamps, diffusing the light into pale halos. Even from the street, the theater seemed to pulse faintly, a subtle vibration in its stone and wood, as if anticipating his arrival. He pushed open the grand doors once more, the hinges protesting with a familiar groan, and stepped into the dimly lit lobby. Dust motes floated lazily in the shafts of light, but there was more than dust in the air tonight, an energy, almost tactile, brushing against his skin, guiding him toward the main stage. As he ascended the grand staircase, the silence was broken by a delicate, wavering note, carried from somewhere deep within the auditorium. It was the same voice as before, yet richer, layered with subtle harmonics that made the room itself feel as if it were breathing. Antoine paused at the balcony, taking in the sight of rows upon rows of empty seats, their faded velvet now gleaming faintly under the gentle glow of the chandeliers, dust clinging to each thread. He could almost imagine the past lives of the theater filling these seats, the rustle of gowns, the whispered applause, the faint scent of perfume and tobacco, memories preserved in the very fibers of the building. The note stretched and transformed into a phrase, a melody that seemed to rise and fall like a living thing. Antoine felt it thread into his consciousness, pulling him forward, guiding his steps down a narrow corridor he had only glimpsed the night before. The walls pressed slightly closer with each step, as though the theater itself leaned in to watch him pass. Every shadow seemed to flicker with possibility, every reflection in the cracked mirrors suggesting movement, presence, awareness. He kept his notebook open, jotting down observations and sketches of the artifacts he would encounter. But it was more than a record. It was a conversation with the space, a way to honor and communicate with the lingering consciousness of the theater. At the door to the small chamber beneath the stage, the glow spilled out once again, pulsing rhythmically. The figure in the mirror waited, ethereal yet tangible, a sentinel and a guide. Antoine pushed the door open and descended into the basement, careful not to disturb the arrangement of objects he had cataloged the night before. The music box lay in the center, its delicate melody already faintly humming, responding to the presence of the theater's visitor. He knelt, opening it again, letting the sound mingle with the distant singing from above. It was a duet across time and space, the living and the spectral interweaving in a complex harmony that both inspired and unnerved him. He began to examine the other artifacts, lifting fragile manuscripts and playbills, each one carrying weight beyond the paper itself. He could feel the stories encoded in them, the energy of performances long past, the subtle imprint of lives interrupted, accidents, unfulfilled promises. The theater had captured all of this, preserving it not merely as memory but as living essence, vibrating through wood and stone, echoing in every corner, every floorboard. Antoine realized that his role was not just to restore the physical structure, but to restore recognition, to acknowledge the existence of these lingering presences, and to give them voice again, even if only through his understanding and observation. A sudden shift of air caused a curtain to sway gently, and the singing changed. The melody now intertwined with faint whispers that seemed to emanate from the very walls, curling around him, brushing against his skin, threading into his hair. Words formed in the currents, fragmented but intelligible. You see us. You remember. You preserve. Antoine's pulse quickened, but fear was tempered by awe. He understood now that the theater was alive in a consciousness that did not conform to human logic, a presence that required patience, empathy, and attunement. Hours passed as he cataloged, observed, and arranged, moving the artifacts slightly, experimenting with positioning to achieve subtle changes in the harmonic resonance. Each adjustment altered the atmosphere, creating a delicate balance of sound and memory, light and shadow. The figure in the mirror shifted slightly as well, guiding without speaking, her presence a constant thread connecting him to the essence of the theater. Antoine felt both watched and trusted, a participant in a ritual older than any document or blueprint could convey. He paused to study a series of costumes, their fabrics brittle but vibrant with the echo of performance. Each stitch seemed to hum with energy, responding to his touch and to the music. A feathered mask, cracked and yellowed, quivered slightly when he held it, as though acknowledging his recognition. It was a subtle communication, an understanding that his attention mattered, that memory preserved could honor the past. Every artifact was a fragment of life captured, waiting for him to interact with it, to validate it, to give it continued existence. The music and singing intertwined, growing richer, more layered. Antoine's notebook filled with observations, sketches, and impressions, but the act of recording felt secondary to the experience itself. He could sense the theater's intelligence in the patterns of sound, the vibrations of the air, the subtle movements of dust and shadow. It was teaching him, guiding him, pulling him into a rhythm that transcended time. He was no longer merely an observer. He had become part of the theater's ongoing performance, a co-creator with ghosts who had never fully left. A sudden note, higher and sharper, drew his gaze to a distant corner of the basement. There, a stack of old set pieces leaned against the wall, and as he approached, the singing seemed to condense, focusing, converging into a single point. The shadow between the objects flickered, and he realized he was not alone. Another figure, ephemeral but perceptible, emerged from the darkness. This one was younger, male, dressed in the uniform of a stagehand, eyes bright with intensity, yet shadowed by sorrow. The figure gestured toward a small, partially hidden door behind the set pieces. A door Antoine had not noticed before. He hesitated but felt compelled. The melody intensified, the whispers now a coherent chant of guidance. Go, discover, acknowledge. He opened the door, revealing a cramped, spiral staircase descending further into darkness. Each step was treacherous, slick with years of neglect, yet he felt the theater guiding him, protecting him in subtle ways. The singing changed again, rising and falling, threading through his mind, pressing on his chest, insisting, coaxing, and reassuring all at once. At the bottom of the staircase lay a narrow tunnel, walls lined with aged brick and faint etching signatures, notes, marks left by those who had worked here before, performers, stagehands, visitors. Antoine traced them lightly with his fingers, feeling the energy stored in the inscriptions. The singing followed, rhythmic, insistent, almost tactile, vibrating in the very foundation beneath his feet. He understood that every mark, every note, every whisper had a purpose. The theater was a living archive, preserving history, emotion, and tragedy in a form that transcended the material world. As he advanced, he discovered another chamber, small and windowless, filled with mirrors angled in complex patterns. The reflections were confusing at first, disorienting, but he quickly realized they served a purpose. Each mirror captured a fragment of the theater's memory, reflecting echoes of performers long gone, moments of applause, mistakes, whispers, and laughter. The singing reverberated across the mirrors, creating a symphony of spatial echoes, each sound layered and magnified, forming a multi-dimensional auditory tapestry that made the room feel impossibly vast. Antoine spent hours exploring the chamber, cataloging reflections, observing the subtle movements of shadows, and recording the interplay of sound. The theater's consciousness, he realized, was not localized. It was everywhere, embedded in the structure, encoded in sound and light, in dust and stone, in mirrors and instruments. The task of understanding it felt overwhelming, yet intoxicating. He was discovering a language of presence and memory, a code he could begin to interpret through meticulous observation and interaction. The night deepened, and the city outside grew quiet. Inside, the theater hummed with vitality. The figure in the mirror appeared again, ethereal and guiding, a reminder that he was not merely exploring but participating. Antoine understood that his work required patience and respect, a delicate balance of curiosity and deference. The theater had offered him an invitation to witness, to interact, to preserve, and in return, it shared its music, its history, and its essence. By dawn, he emerged once more into the lobby, notebook full, body weary but mind alert, the air still humming faintly with residual melody. The experience left him changed. He could feel the theater's presence in his thoughts, in the rhythm of his heartbeat, in the very way he moved through the streets. It was not merely a building, nor merely memory. It was life itself, preserved, aware, and insistent. Antoine had become its witness, its participant, and perhaps, in some small way, its guardian. The theater seemed quieter than usual that evening, yet Antoine felt a subtle undercurrent, a vibration beneath the floorboards, as though the building itself had been waiting for him to return. He paused outside the doors, hand on the handle, listening to the soft murmur of distant traffic and the whisper of the wind along the deserted street. Then, as if in response to his hesitation, the faintest trace of song drifted out from inside, almost imperceptible, yet unmistakably present. It beckoned him, coaxing him forward with a delicate insistence, tugging at the edges of his consciousness. Pushing open the doors, the familiar groan of the hinges greeted him, a sound that no longer felt ominous but rather like an old friend acknowledging his presence. The lobby stretched out before him, dust motes suspended in the soft glow of the chandeliers, and the faint vibration grew stronger as he crossed the marble floor. Each step echoed differently tonight, richer, resonant, almost conversational, as though the theater recognized his careful movements and responded in kind. Antoine's pulse quickened, not with fear, but with anticipation. He climbed the grand staircase slowly, savoring the creak of the wood beneath his boots, the subtle brush of velvet from the faded railings, the smell of aged timber, and must that had become comforting in its familiarity. At the balcony, he paused to observe the auditorium. Rows of empty seats seemed to breathe with history, the air thick with the echo of applause, laughter, whispers, and sorrow. The stage itself, draped in shadows, exuded a faint luminescence, a soft hum resonating from the floorboards that seemed to vibrate in tune with the singing. The melody had changed, now intricate and layered, a tapestry of voices that wove together seamlessly. Antoine could discern multiple performers, past and present, their emotions encoded into the notes: joy, regret, longing, and resignation. It was as if the theater itself were alive, communicating, insisting that he listen and understand. He moved along the corridor behind the stage, past rotting scenery and cobweb-laden props, following the invisible current that carried the song. Each step brought a new nuance, a subtle shift in the melody that guided his path with almost imperceptible precision. At the familiar chamber beneath the stage, the glow awaited him. The mirror reflected his own figure, but behind it, the ethereal form of the woman appeared once more, her eyes bright with unspoken intent. The music box in the center of the room pulsed faintly, anticipating his touch. He opened it, and the delicate melody intertwined seamlessly with the chorus above, creating a harmony that filled every corner of the basement. The two forces, the spectral singing and the tangible music, formed a duet that was at once beautiful and unsettling, a conversation across time and existence. Tonight, however, there was something different. A tremor in the air hinted at a presence he had not yet encountered, a layer of consciousness the theater had not revealed before. Antoine's fingers traced the edges of the manuscripts, the playbills, the costumes, sensing a rhythm, a pulse that suggested the theater itself was testing him, measuring his attentiveness, his respect, his capacity to perceive its subtleties. He understood that each artifact, each note, each shadow held meaning, and the task before him was to decode, honor, and integrate that meaning into the ongoing performance that was the theater's life. Hours passed as he worked. The air grew heavier, more charged, each note reverberating through his chest and threading into his very thoughts. He cataloged artifacts with meticulous care, adjusted their placement, observed the interplay of light and shadow, and listened intently to the subtle feedback from the singing above. It was a dialogue without words, a negotiation of attention and intent, requiring patience, humility, and immersion. Antoine felt himself drawn deeper into the theater's consciousness, becoming attuned to its patterns, its needs, and its moods. At one point, a sudden shift in the melody drew him to a far corner of the basement. There, behind a stack of aged stage flats, a narrow door appeared that he had not noticed before. The singing coalesced, forming a rhythmic insistence that resonated with the floor beneath him, almost pressing him forward. Antoine hesitated only a moment before pushing the door open. A spiral staircase descended into a deeper darkness, the air cooler, heavier, and alive with the faint scent of wax, dust, and something indefinably metallic. Each step was deliberate, measured, as he felt the theater guiding him, protecting him, challenging him. The melody followed, threading through his ears, embedding itself in his consciousness, vibrating against his chest. Faint whispers emerged from the shadows, weaving between the notes. Witness, remember, preserve. The words were fragmented, yet their intent was unmistakable. This was not a space for casual exploration. It was a sacred repository, and he had been invited to participate, to acknowledge, to understand. At the base of the staircase, the chamber unfolded, narrow but filled with mirrors. Each mirror captured fragments of memory, fleeting images of performers preparing backstage, the sweep of velvet curtains, the glint of chandeliers catching candlelight, laughter, tears, whispered instructions, moments of triumph, and mistakes. Antoine moved carefully, tracing the reflections with his fingers, feeling the energy encoded in them. Each motion altered the subtle harmonics, creating a living, breathing network of sound and light, a spatial symphony that made the chamber feel infinite. In the center of the room lay a pedestal, upon which rested a single, intricately bound book. Its cover was worn but alive with subtle textures that seemed to shift beneath his gaze. The singing rose, focusing now entirely on the book, pressing Antoine to open it, to read, to understand. Each page contained fragments of scores, notes, and annotations, layered over decades of performance, tragedy, and artistry. As he traced the lines with his fingers, the voices harmonized, each note corresponding to the written markings, a coded memory waiting to be activated. Hours bled into one another as he worked. The basement, the mirrors, the artifacts, and the music box all interacted in a delicate, interdependent web. The theater's consciousness, once diffuse and subtle, had become concentrated, insistent, and now engaged with him fully. He realized that the building itself had been waiting for someone capable of listening so deeply, someone who could perceive the layers of presence embedded in the walls, the air, the shadows, and the sound. He was not merely cataloging. He was harmonizing, participating, performing alongside the spirits that had never left. The figure in the mirror observed him continuously, guiding subtly with gestures, the tilt of her head, the focus of her gaze. Antoine followed, adjusting manuscripts, reorienting artifacts, and listening as the harmonics shifted in response. He became acutely aware that the theater was conscious, intelligent, alive, and that his every action mattered, altering the experience of all who had been trapped in its memory. Each artifact touched, each note attended to, each shadow acknowledged, contributed to a delicate balance between life, memory, and preservation. Outside, the city was a muted echo of its usual self. the distant sounds of traffic and chatter fading into the night. Inside, the theater throbbed with vitality. Antoine understood now that the old building was not merely a repository of memory, but a living archive, capable of teaching, responding, and interacting. His own heartbeat synchronized with its subtle rhythms, his breath matching the cadence of its song, his mind absorbing its lessons, translating them into action. By dawn, he emerged into the main auditorium once more. The singing had softened, now a gentle murmur threading through the rafters, the empty seats, and the stage. Dust motes drifted lazily in the pale light filtering through the windows, and the theater exhaled, momentarily at rest, its energy focused inward. Antoine's notebook was full of observations, sketches, musical notations, and emotional impressions. He felt exhausted yet profoundly connected, aware that he had become a participant in a performance far greater than any he could have imagined, a living thread woven into the theater's eternal song. The theater greeted Antoine with the same subtle pulse that had become familiar to him, but tonight the vibration was stronger, almost insistent, as if the building itself had something urgent to convey. The streets outside were quiet, slick with rain, reflecting the soft glow of the gas lamps, and the mist seemed to cling to him like a delicate veil as he approached the entrance. Pushing open the heavy doors, the familiar groan of the hinges sounded almost like a sigh of recognition, acknowledging his return. Inside, the lobby was a muted world of dust and shadows, the chandeliers above catching the faint light and scattering it in soft prisms. He moved across the marble floor, each step measured, attuned to the faint harmonic vibrations that seemed to flow along the surface. The singing began immediately, a low, resonant hum threading through the air, weaving around his thoughts, curling into the corners of the theater, and tugging at memories he hadn't realized he carried. It was a voice both distant and intimate, simultaneously calling and comforting, and Antoine felt his pulse synchronize with its cadence. The auditorium stretched before him, dark and empty, yet vibrating with the accumulated presence of generations of performers, patrons, and shadows. Ascending the grand staircase, he inhaled the scent of aged wood and mold mixed with faint traces of perfumed memories, a delicate reminder of the theater's long history. At the balcony, he paused, observing the rows of moth-eaten velvet seats, each one carrying echoes of applause, laughter, whispered secrets, and tears. The stage lay before him, shadowed and silent, yet alive with latent energy. The song shifted, gaining strength and texture, and he could now hear multiple harmonies threading through the air, each voice a story, a fragment of emotion preserved in time. Guided by the melody, he followed the familiar corridor behind the stage, past decaying scenery, cracked mirrors, and costumes draped over rusted racks. The chamber beneath the stage glowed faintly, and the mirror reflected not only his figure but the ethereal woman, her presence more pronounced than ever. The music box pulsed with anticipation, and Antoine opened it, allowing its delicate tune to merge with the choral harmony from above. Together, they created a living duet, a conversation bridging past and present, human and spectral, tangible and ethereal. Tonight, there was a new urgency in the theater's voice, a rhythm that seemed to press against him, urging him deeper, toward corners he had yet to explore. The manuscripts, playbills, and costumes responded subtly to his touch, their vibrations aligning with the harmonics in the air. He realized that every interaction mattered. A slight adjustment here or there altered the resonance, the flow, the balance of the theater's consciousness. He was no longer a passive observer, but an active participant, shaping the ongoing symphony with every careful movement. As he explored the far end of the basement, a shadow flickered along the wall. Antoine followed it cautiously, guided by the music and the whispered phrases that had become his compass. Observe, acknowledge, integrate. The shadow resolved into another spectral figure, a young stagehand, male, eyes bright with an intensity tempered by sorrow. He pointed toward a small, previously unnoticed alcove, partially concealed behind stacks of set pieces. The singing intensified, focusing on that alcove, urging Antoine forward with a melodic insistence that was impossible to ignore. Inside the alcove lay a collection of artifacts he had never seen. Letters, old scripts, fragments of musical scores, a hand-carved statuette, and a weathered locket. Each object thrummed faintly, resonating with the harmonic structure of the singing above. Antoine knelt to examine them, running his fingers lightly over the surfaces. The theater seemed to respond, the notes stretching and bending as if in recognition of his touch, acknowledging his comprehension and respect. Each artifact was a voice, each resonance a story, each vibration a memory demanding attention and care. Hours melted into one another as he cataloged, repositioned, and observed. The theater's energy was palpable, pressing gently against him, threading into his muscles, bones, and mind. The mirrors reflected not just light but time, capturing glimpses of performances long past, accidents narrowly avoided, moments of triumph and failure, the joy and anguish of lives, intertwined with the building itself. Antoine realized that the theater's consciousness was not bound to a single object or space. It was diffuse, omnipresent, and interactive, shaping itself in response to his engagement, rewarding attentiveness and patience, correcting missteps, and teaching through subtle adjustment. The singing evolved further, layering harmonics over one another, creating textures that conveyed emotion beyond human language, joy intertwined with grief, hope with despair, memory with longing. Antoine felt each shift resonate through him physically and mentally, teaching him empathy, precision, and the art of attentive observation. The theater's intelligence was patient but insistent, guiding him through its labyrinthine basement, through mirrored chambers, along narrow corridors, into forgotten alcoves where the presence of past lives was strongest. A sudden sharp note cut through the melody, drawing him to a small hidden doorway embedded in the back wall of the sub-basement. The whispers intensified. See, remember, restore. The air grew colder, and a faint scent of old candles mixed with metallic tang brushed his senses. He opened the door to reveal a spiral staircase descending into a deeper, narrower passage. Every step seemed weighted with significance, the vibrations threading into his bones, pressing against his consciousness. It was clear now that the theater's archives were layered, each stratum demanding acknowledgement, understanding, and precise interaction. At the bottom, he found a chamber of mirrors arranged in complex patterns, each angled to capture a fragment of the theater's memory. Antoine moved carefully, tracing reflections with his fingers, feeling the harmonic resonance shift and multiply. The singing threaded through the space, interacting with the reflections, forming an auditory and visual symphony that defied conventional comprehension. Time felt irrelevant here. He existed within a dimension defined by sound, reflection, memory, and consciousness. In the center of the chamber lay a pedestal supporting a single, ancient book. The cover was intricate, almost alive with texture that shifted beneath his gaze. The song rose, directing him to open it. Inside were scores, annotations, and fragmented scripts, each line resonating with the harmonics in the chamber. The pages seemed to hum faintly, responding to his attention, drawing him further into the theater's consciousness. He traced the ink with his fingers, feeling the encoded emotions: hope, fear, triumph, tragedy, longing, and resignation. Hours passed in this delicate dance of attention and resonance. Antoine moved objects subtly, repositioned manuscripts, adjusted mirrors, listened intently to the interwoven melodies, and recorded observations in his notebook. Each interaction shaped the environment, refined the harmonics, and drew the theater closer into coherent expression. The building's consciousness was patient but exacting. A misstep disrupted balance, while careful engagement fostered harmony and understanding. He felt honored, aware that he had become an integral part of the living symphony. By dawn, the intensity had softened into a gentle, continuous hum, threading through the basement, the auditorium, and up into the rafters. Dust motes floated lazily, catching the soft light filtering through narrow windows. Antoine emerged from the sub-basement, notebook full, body exhausted but mind alert, fully immersed in the theater's essence. He understood now that his task was ongoing: to witness, to interact, to preserve, and to guide the echoes of those who had performed, lived, and vanished within the walls. The city outside was awakening, unaware of the living archive within its midst. Antoine stepped into the early morning mist, feeling the theater's pulse linger in his own heartbeat. The harmonics threaded through his consciousness, a reminder of responsibility and connection. He knew that every night henceforth would involve listening, observing, and interacting, that the building's song required continual engagement to maintain balance. It was both a gift and a duty, a bridge between the living and the remembered, the human and the spectral, the past and the present. The theater's voice faded gradually into silence as he walked back through the quiet streets, yet its essence remained within him, a subtle, constant presence that threaded through thought and action. Antoine had become part of the theater's eternal performance, a witness, a participant, and a custodian of memory and song. The city awoke, but he carried the pulse of the theater with him, a quiet resonance that would guide him back, night after night, into the living, breathing archive that was the old theater of Paris. The theater waited in a hushed anticipation when Antoine returned that evening, the air thick with expectation and faint traces of past performances, of lives intertwined with the building in ways beyond comprehension. The streets outside were slick with rain, mirroring the diffuse glow of the lamps, yet the city seemed unaware of the living presence within the old theater. As he pushed open the heavy doors, the familiar groan of the hinges was accompanied by a faint harmonic vibration beneath his feet, a subtle pulse that seemed to ripple through his very bones. The lobby, dust-laden and quiet, exhaled a greeting. Shadows stretched across the walls, dancing in the faint light of chandeliers as if alive, twisting into shapes that hinted at movement without substance. The air carried the faint scent of candle wax, aged wood, and a trace of perfume long forgotten. Antoine paused, closing his eyes, letting the theater speak to him through these sensory echoes. The hum of the building mingled with the singing, now richer and more intricate than ever, a tapestry of voices that beckoned him forward. He ascended the grand staircase deliberately, feeling the pulse of the floorboards beneath his boots. At the balcony, he surveyed the auditorium. The empty seats stretched before him, yet each one resonated with faint traces of the past. Whispered instructions, a rustle of costumes, the subtle shiver of anticipation before a performance, laughter, sighs, and the occasional cry of despair. The stage, shrouded in shadows, seemed to breathe, rising and falling in a rhythm that matched the pulse coursing through Antoine's chest. Guided by the melody, he moved behind the stage, past cracked mirrors and the remnants of set pieces, past costumes draped over rusted racks. The chamber beneath the stage glowed softly, and the mirror reflected his own figure along with the ethereal woman who had become his guide. The music box pulsed gently, inviting him to play. He did, letting its delicate tune merge with the harmonics threading through the theater. The combination created a living dialogue, a conversation across time between the tangible and the spectral, between memory and presence. Tonight, the urgency was palpable. The melody shifted, pressing him toward areas he had not fully explored, corners where shadows deepened and artifacts were hidden. Antoine approached a stack of old playbills, scripts, and musical scores, noticing a subtle vibration as his hand brushed against them. Each object resonated with the theater's consciousness, acknowledging his presence and his careful attention. The artifacts were not inert, they were alive in their own way, each carrying the essence of its history, responding to recognition and engagement. Hours passed as he cataloged, repositioned, and observed. The theater's energy was a living rhythm, threading through the floorboards, the walls, the rafters, embedding itself in Antoine's consciousness. Mirrors reflected fragments of time, capturing fleeting images of performers preparing, audiences reacting, mishaps narrowly avoided, and the delicate triumphs of long-past nights. Antoine realized that he was part of this system now, a participant whose actions could alter the balance, whose attention could preserve or disrupt the delicate resonance of the theater. A sudden sharp note sliced through the harmony, drawing him toward a narrow, previously unnoticed doorway in the far corner. The air seemed colder here, heavier with anticipation. Whispered phrases wound through the melody. Witness, restore, honor. He opened the door to a spiral staircase descending into deeper darkness. Each step pressed against him, subtly but insistently, guiding him, the vibrations threading into his bones, his chest, and his mind. He understood that the theater's consciousness was calling him deeper, demanding recognition and careful interaction. At the bottom, he entered a chamber of mirrors, angled precisely to capture the theater's accumulated memory. Each reflection contained fragments, gestures of performers, fleeting glimpses of backstage life, the flicker of chandeliers, moments of applause, mistakes, and whispered secrets. The singing interwove with these reflections, forming a multi-dimensional symphony that filled the chamber with energy that was almost tangible. Antoine moved through it carefully, his hands tracing surfaces, adjusting angles subtly, and listening to the feedback of harmonics as the environment responded to his actions. In the center of the chamber lay a pedestal supporting a single ancient book. Its cover seemed alive with texture, shifting beneath his gaze. The singing coalesced, urging him to open it. Inside were scripts, scores, and annotations spanning decades. Each line vibrated in resonance with the song, encoding emotion, performance, and memory. As Antoine read, he could feel the threads of life embedded in the pages, each note and word a pulse of vitality preserved beyond death. His touch activated subtle echoes in the mirrors, in the artifacts, in the air, and the theater responded, harmonics rising and falling in acknowledgement of his understanding. The hours stretched into an unmeasured flow as he catalogued, observed, and interacted. The theater's consciousness was everywhere, diffuse, patient, exacting, responsive. Antoine realized that he had become more than a visitor. He was a custodian, a participant, a performer in a living archive. Each adjustment, each observation, each acknowledgement shaped the experience for all the presences within, creating a delicate balance that required focus, respect, and careful engagement. A sudden intensity in the music drew his attention to a previously overlooked alcove. There, he discovered a small, intricately carved chest. Its surface was inscribed with faint symbols, delicate and almost imperceptible. Antoine approached carefully, feeling the energy radiating from it. The singing rose to a crescendo, voices layering in a complex tapestry that pressed against his consciousness. He opened the chest to find relics, personal items, small mementos, fragments of costumes and letters. Each contained the essence of a life that had interacted with the theater, preserved in vibration and memory. Antoine spent hours with the chest, cataloging, observing, and interacting with each object. The theater's consciousness seemed to focus on him, guiding his attention, rewarding patience, and teaching through subtle shifts in the harmonics. Shadows danced in intricate patterns, dust motes floated in orchestrated arcs, and mirrors reflected layers of past and present intertwined. The building was alive in a way that transcended logic. It was memory, emotion, and song made tangible, and Antoine was now an integral participant in its ongoing performance. As dawn approached, the intensity of the harmonics softened, threads of the melody lingering gently in the air. Antoine emerged from the sub-basement into the main auditorium, notebook full, body exhausted, mind alert. The seats stretched before him, empty, yet vibrating faintly with the accumulated presence of countless performances, while the stage hummed softly, as if sighing in relief. He understood now that his task would never truly end. The theater required constant interaction, observation, and care. He had become its witness, its custodian, and its participant, entwined with the lives and memories preserved in its structure. The city outside was waking, oblivious to the living archive within. Antoine stepped into the morning mist, carrying the pulse of the theater within him, the subtle harmonic threads threading through his consciousness. Every thought, every breath, every step was now a continuation of the theater's eternal song. He knew he would return night after night, to witness, to interact, to preserve, to honor. He was no longer merely Antoine. The observer, he was Antoine, the participant in a performance that transcended time, space, and life itself, a living bridge between memory and presence, human and spectral, past and present. And as he walked away, the old theater of Paris seemed to exhale, settling into a gentle, vibrant hum, aware, alive, and content in the knowledge that its song was being heard, understood, and preserved. Story 6. The Cursed Bridge in Japan. The night was unusually still as Kaoru approached the old wooden bridge. Rain from earlier in the day had left the planks slick and dark, the air hanging heavy with mist that clung to his skin. Lanterns along the nearby path flickered weakly in the fog, casting trembling shadows that danced across the moss-covered stones. Even from a distance, Kaoru could sense the weight of history pressed into the structure, the silent witness to countless disappearances, whispered rumors, and the persistent tales of a demon said to haunt the bridge. He paused at the entrance, hand brushing against the wet railing, feeling the vibrations of the wood beneath his fingertips. The bridge was longer than it appeared on the map, spanning the black waters below in a curvature that seemed deliberate, almost serpentine. Each plank creaked softly under his weight, echoing faintly in the dense mist, though no one else was there. The air was thick with an inexplicable tension, the kind that pressed against the chest and whispered in quiet, urgent tones, "Turn back." Kaoru shook his head, trying to push the unease aside. His friend had gone missing here 3 nights ago, and he could not ignore the urgency of the search any longer. Others had warned him, citing legends of the Kawa no Oni, the river demon. But Kaoru was determined. Logic and reason, trained observation, and careful steps would guide him. The stories, he told himself, were the remnants of superstition. He was a traveler, not a believer. Stepping onto the bridge, he felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The mist thickened unnaturally, curling around him in soft, suffocating tendrils. The wooden planks groaned, though the wind was absent. Beneath, the water of the river moved silently, black and still, reflecting no moon, no stars, only the darkness of the mist itself. Kaoru's footsteps echoed slightly, then seemed to fade, as if the bridge absorbed the sound rather than carrying it across. He glanced over the side, expecting to see movement, ripples, or reflection, yet the water was an endless void, impenetrable and silent. Halfway across, he paused. A figure appeared ahead, shadowed and unmoving, barely visible through the fog. His heart skipped, but he forced a steady breath. It's a lost traveler, he thought, or a trick of the mist. Yet instinct prickled at the edges of his mind, whispering that this was no ordinary presence. The figure seemed to watch him, unmoving, yet aware of every hesitant step he took. Kaoru's pulse quickened, the air growing heavier, laden with expectation. As he advanced, the figure began to shift, elongating, its shape stretching unnaturally, a distortion that felt both wrong and alive. The mist thickened around him, clinging to his clothes, curling into his hair, filling his senses with the faint metallic scent of something long drowned and lost. A voice whispered not through the air, but in his mind, faint and insistent. "Turn back. Leave." It was neither male nor female, human nor animal, but a presence, a consciousness, a warning he could not ignore. Kaoru pressed forward, hands gripping the railing, boots slipping slightly on the wet wood. The bridge seemed to respond, subtly bending under his weight, the planks vibrating with a soft hum that resonated into his bones. Each step was measured, deliberate, as the mist thickened into near-solid fog. The shadow ahead remained, now vaguely humanoid but grotesquely twisted, flickering in and out of perception. He felt the temperature drop suddenly, his breath fogging, heart pounding as the whispers became a chorus in his mind. "Do not cross. Do not look." He reached the midpoint, and the world seemed to stretch. The planks beneath him creaked unnaturally, bending slightly as if the bridge itself were alive, resisting his progress. The shadow advanced subtly, almost imperceptibly, keeping pace without sound, its form a distortion of light and dark, stretching and compressing, a vision that should not exist. Kaoru's instincts screamed, yet he forced himself onward. He needed to find his friend. He needed to understand the truth. A sudden movement beneath the bridge caught his eye, a flicker of dark shapes in the black water. Reflexively, he looked down and felt a pull, a sudden tug at his very center, as if the river itself were reaching up, hungry, demanding. He stumbled, barely catching the railing, his heart racing. The whispers became louder, more insistent, overlapping, layering with the soft, distorted melody of water moving against unseen obstacles. The shadow ahead paused, tilting its head, as if observing, judging, and deciding. Kaoru's breath came in sharp, quick bursts. He tried to focus on logic, on steps, on the surface of the bridge beneath his hands, but his mind was assaulted by visions, travelers who had crossed before him, vanished without trace, reflections in the water showing twisted faces, half human, half demon, pleading, accusing, warning. He realized the bridge was more than a crossing. It was a threshold, a living entity, a nexus where the missing and the lost were drawn into a presence older than memory. The shadow moved closer, now undeniably humanoid, yet impossibly elongated. Its eyes glimmered faintly, twin sparks in the mist, observing him with patient, predatory intelligence. Kaoru felt an impulse to speak, to ask a question, yet words stuck in his throat. The whispers intensified, a cacophony of overlapping voices, each tugging at his mind, threatening to unravel thought, memory, and reason. Every instinct screamed to turn, yet his purpose anchored him. The missing friend, the unanswered questions, the duty he had imposed upon himself. As he pressed forward, the bridge seemed to tilt subtly, the wood bending beneath his weight. The shadow's form became clearer, revealing limbs that extended unnaturally, fingers that reached toward him but never touched. The air vibrated with a low hum, resonating through his chest, threading into his nerves. The fog swirled violently, revealing fleeting images of those who had vanished, bodies suspended, faces twisted, mouths opening in silent screams, eyes wide with terror, yet none could cry out, none could escape. Kaoru gripped the railing tighter, forcing one step after another, each footfall a negotiation with reality itself. He could feel the bridge's consciousness probing, testing, weighing him, deciding whether he would succumb to fear or continue. The whispers now formed words he could understand. Leave or join us. Stay and be claimed. Cross and be free. The choice seemed literal, immediate, yet the presence of his missing friend tugged at his resolve. He reached the far end, the mist thinning slightly, the shadow halting at the midpoint. Kaoru's vision cleared enough to see the far bank, dark and silent, yet familiar. The shadow spoke this time audibly, a voice both melodic and cruel, whispering from everywhere and nowhere. You have come, and you have chosen, but not all can return. A tremor ran through the bridge. Planks groaned as if under tremendous weight. Kaoru felt the presence of every soul the bridge had claimed, the river beneath swelling with unseen life, reaching for him, for those he loved, for all who had crossed. Yet the bridge also pulsed with possibility, a narrow path threading between peril and salvation. He took a final, measured step, bracing against the mist and the darkness, heart pounding in defiance and fear. Reaching the far side, he felt the fog dissipate, the air warming slightly, the pull of the river diminishing. He collapsed to his knees, gasping, the whispers fading into a dull hum. Yet the shadow remained at the midpoint, eyes glimmering faintly, a reminder that the bridge's claim was not forgotten, only delayed. His friend was not here, not yet, but he could sense a faint trace, a residual presence that hinted at possibility, at the lingering threads of life stretched across the boundary. Kaoru rose slowly, breathing deeply, the chill of the bridge still embedded in his bones. He had crossed, but the bridge had not released him entirely. He understood now that the cursed structure was alive, aware, and patient. It did not merely claim it tested, observed, and awaited the next arrival. And he would return not out of foolishness, but duty, guided by whispers, intuition, and the unseen presence of those who had vanished. The town beyond the bridge awoke in muted oblivion. Rain still fell softly, the mist curling and lifting in delicate arcs. Kaoru walked onward, the weight of what he had experienced pressing against his chest, threading into his thoughts. He carried with him the knowledge that the bridge was not a simple crossing, but a sentient, patient observer, a collector of lost souls, a predator masked as wood and water. And he carried the certainty that some truths, once glimpsed, could never be forgotten. The morning light did little to chase away the memory of the bridge. Kaoru walked through the quiet streets of the nearby village, his boots echoing softly against cobblestones slick with lingering mist. Every step felt weighted, each movement a reminder of the bridge's presence, its consciousness still brushing against the edges of his mind. He could almost feel the planks beneath his feet again, the subtle hum of their resistance, the pull of the river, the glimmer of eyes that belonged neither to man nor beast. He returned to the small inn where he had stayed during his first nights of the search, the one whose owner had refused to speak of the bridge beyond terse warnings and knowing glances. The room felt different now, charged with residual tension. Every shadow along the walls seemed slightly elongated, subtly moving in response to his gaze. Kaoru understood, suddenly and fully, that the bridge's influence extended beyond its physical form. The air, the village, even his own thoughts were threads in its network, each carrying the subtle resonance of its long, patient watch. Despite the unease pressing at his chest, Kaoru could not rest. His missing friend lingered in his mind like a question demanding an answer. The bridge had allowed him to cross, had tested his courage, his resolve, his will to act, but it had withheld certainty. That unresolved tension gnawed at him, drawing him inexorably back toward the bridge, toward the fog and the dark waters that waited silently beneath. By evening, Kaoru returned. The mist had begun to gather again, curling along the banks, sliding over the surface of the river, thickening with the approach of night. Lanterns cast dim pools of light, flickering in the subtle breeze. Yet here, directly at the bridge's edge, the air felt heavier, almost viscous, pressing against skin and lungs. He paused, studying the bridge from this angle. The planks stretched in a dark, unbroken line, the rails slick, the wood grain almost pulsing in the dim light. The shadow of the river moved unnaturally, as if something beneath waited with patient intelligence. Stepping onto the bridge again, Kaoru felt a familiar vibration threading through his bones, a subtle hum that seemed to synchronize with his heartbeat. Every instinct screamed caution. Every fiber of his being reminded him of the missing, of the disappeared, of those claimed by the river, and the demon said to haunt this crossing. And yet he pressed forward, each footfall measured, deliberate, balancing determination with awareness, careful not to provoke the entity that lay in wait. Midway across, the air shifted again. The mist thickened into a near-solid curtain, wrapping around him, chilling his skin, dampening sound, blurring vision. The shadow returned, indistinct but unmistakable, stretching from the planks beneath to the low-hanging fog above. Kaoru felt its gaze on him, heavy, assessing, and in that instant understood that it was not simply watching, it was probing, weighing, testing the integrity of his will, the strength of his purpose. From the mist, faint voices began to emerge, whispering on the edges of his perception. Not words in any language he recognized, but tonal patterns, inflections, pleas and warnings folded into a haunting melody. They rose and fell, circling his mind, threading into his thoughts, pushing, pulling, shaping perception. His senses sharpened, yet awareness became a burden. He had to distinguish between what was real and what was woven by the bridge itself. A sudden movement beneath the planks caught his eye. Shapes in the water shifted, coalesced into forms that were fleeting and impossible to fully focus on. Faces appeared for a heartbeat, distorted, pleading, sorrowful, and then dissolved into the black current, leaving only the chill of memory and the echo of despair. Kaoru felt the pull again, stronger this time, tugging not at his body but at his mind, at the edges of his resolve. He pressed his palms to the rails, grounding himself, reminding his senses to hold, to resist the tug that threatened to draw him into the unseen. The shadow advanced, moving silently, impossibly, a distortion of light, fog, and form. It tilted its head, observing, assessing, a predator without haste, patient, eternal. Kaoru realized that the bridge's test was not physical but mental, a trial of perception, courage, and understanding. To falter here was to be claimed not merely lost, but absorbed, folded into the bridge's consciousness, another whisper in the mist. Kaoru paused and closed his eyes, breathing deeply, listening. The voices, the whispers, the harmonics of the bridge itself became clearer, and he discerned a subtle pattern. Each presence the bridge had claimed was not erased but woven into the river's memory, their consciousnesses integrated into the entity that lurked beneath the planks. To survive, he needed not to fight, but to acknowledge, to recognize and navigate the layered consciousness of the bridge and the river demon. Opening his eyes, he continued. Step by step, he synchronized his movements with the subtle hum beneath his feet, allowing the vibrations to guide him, reading the cadence, the pulse, the rhythm of the bridge. The shadow stayed ahead, never aggressive, merely observing, and Kaoru realized the entity was not seeking to strike him down but to measure him, to test his comprehension and endurance. Every careful footfall, every controlled breath, every sharpened focus became part of an intricate negotiation with an intelligence far older and stranger than he had ever encountered. Halfway across, He sensed something in the mist, a presence distinct from the shadow. Faint, almost imperceptible, a pull, a tug of recognition that was unmistakable. His friend alive in some form, trapped between this world and whatever liminal space the bridge claimed. Kaoru's heart clenched, urgency sharpening his perception. He moved more deliberately, matching the rhythm, listening to the subtle cues of the bridge, reading the movements of the shadow, threading through the fog with care and precision. As he neared the midpoint, the shadow stretched, twisting, elongating, forming shapes both human and impossibly inhuman. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie luminescence, and Kaoru could feel the weight of the bridge's awareness pressing against him, a consciousness patient, exacting, yet not hostile if he continued to act with understanding. He reached for the railing, fingers brushing the slick wood, feeling the resonance of all those who had crossed before him. Their presence was a warning, a guide, a reminder that the bridge did not simply take but integrated, observing, judging, awaiting the next test. The river below rippled with a sudden, unnatural movement. Shapes rose and fell like waves of shadow and light, brief glimpses of twisted forms, pleading faces, and limbs that seemed to stretch impossibly. Kaoru's stomach twisted with unease, but he focused, anchoring himself in purpose. Locate his friend, survive, understand. Each breath became a meditation, each step a dialogue with the bridge's consciousness. He allowed the subtle rhythm, the vibration of the planks, the whispering of the mist, to guide him. At the far side, the mist thinned, the shadow halted. Kaoru emerged, knees weak, lungs burning, yet intact. He glimpsed a faint outline, a trace of his friend's presence lingering at the midpoint, an echo woven into the fog, a promise and a warning. The bridge had tested him, but it had not released all answers. The river was patient, eternal, a collector of souls, and observer of courage. Kaoru understood that he would return, not merely for rescue, but for comprehension, to engage with the living consciousness that held his friend and countless others, suspended between worlds. He stepped onto solid ground, rain and mist clinging to him, the chill in his bones a lingering reminder of the bridge's reach. Behind him, the fog thickened, curling around the wood, around the shadow, around the water. The bridge waited, patient and eternal, aware, sentient, a nexus between life, loss, and the liminal space of the river's claim. Kaoru breathed, feeling the resonance still in his chest, a quiet, insistent pulse that would guide him back when the night fell again. Night had returned like a soft curtain, draping the village in silver-gray mist, leaving Kaoru with nothing but the faint glow of lanterns and the persistent memory of the bridge. Sleep had evaded him. Each time his eyes closed, the echo of the river, the shadow, and the whispers pressed insistently against his mind. He knew he had to return, that the bridge demanded further engagement, that the trace of his missing friend still lingered in the fog like a faint beckoning signal. The path to the bridge seemed longer this night, more winding, as though the village itself had subtly rearranged itself. Lanterns flickered and swayed in the windless air, shadows bending at impossible angles. Kaoru's steps were measured, careful, each footfall a silent negotiation with the unseen forces threaded through the ground. The bridge rose ahead like a dark monolith, its slick planks gleaming faintly in the muted light, veins of age and water damage etched across its surface. The mist clung to it like silk, curling around the supports and drifting up to meet him. Crossing the bridge again, Kaoru felt the familiar vibration threading through the soles of his boots, resonating with the pulse of his own heartbeat. The shadow was already there, lingering at the midpoint, its form subtly shifting, as if anticipating his arrival. Kaoru's palms pressed against the railing, damp and cold, grounding himself in the physical world while his mind opened to the subtle hum, the whispering chorus, the faint memory traces of those long claimed by the river. The fog thickened suddenly, wrapping around him in near-solid swirls. Kaoru's vision narrowed, shapes emerged, indistinct, flickering, yet imbued with awareness. Faces appeared for fractions of a second, pleading, warning, observing, then dissolved into the mist. He felt their tug, the weight of the bridge's consciousness pressing gently but insistently, reminding him that crossing was not merely a physical act, but a negotiation with time, with memory, with the unseen. Step by step, Kaoru moved forward, aligning himself with the subtle vibrations beneath his feet, allowing the bridge's rhythm to guide him. The shadow stretched and twisted in the fog, maintaining its distance, observing him, testing his resolve. Whispers filled his mind, a layered chorus of tones and subtle language, phrases half understood, half formed. Persist, respect, engage, fail, and be claimed. The words were neither comforting nor threatening. They were instruction and warning interlaced, a map to survival. As he neared the midpoint, the water below stirred. Shapes formed and dissolved rapidly, elongated limbs, faces with impossible eyes, open mouths that emitted no sound. The river seemed alive, aware, interacting with him in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. Kaoru's pulse quickened, yet he focused, breathing deliberately, listening, feeling, moving, in careful synchrony with the entity's rhythm. He understood that missteps could lead to absorption into the river's memory, a permanent integration into the bridge's sentience. Then, from the mist, he felt it, his friend, not fully present but a pulse, a trace, a faint consciousness attempting to reach him. Kaoru stopped, closed his eyes, and extended his mind in focus, connecting with the tenuous thread of recognition. The whispering chorus amplified for a moment, coalescing into tones that were almost musical, a bridge between life and absence, warning and guidance. The shadow observed silently, its luminescent eyes fixed upon him, and Kaoru realized the entity sought understanding, not aggression, provided he approached with care. He moved forward once more, step by step, eyes flicking between the planks and the spectral traces ahead. The river pulsed beneath, responding subtly to his awareness, the shadow rising in a slow, deliberate rhythm. Kaoru's body tensed as he felt the presence brush against him, a pull that was neither violent nor gentle, a negotiation with his will. And then he glimpsed it fully, a figure indistinct, but unmistakably human, swaying slightly in the mist, tethered between worlds, a marker of hope and danger intertwined. The bridge seemed to stretch infinitely as he approached, planks bending subtly, vibrating in response to his resolve. He reached the point where the trace of his friend hovered, and he extended his hand, not physically but in conscious recognition. The chorus of whispers intensified, overlapping harmonics threading through his mind, guiding, testing, pressing, and warning simultaneously. He sensed the bridge's awareness not simply as observation but as active engagement. His focus had become an offering, a currency in this exchange. The figure shimmered briefly, then solidified enough to acknowledge him. Recognition sparked a surge of energy through Kaoru, yet the bridge responded instantly. Planks groaned, mist thickened, shadow elongated. The river beneath churned invisibly, as if acknowledging the attempt, offering both resistance and cooperation. Kaoru felt a sharp tug, a test of endurance, of understanding, and pressed forward, aligning with the subtle rhythm, letting awareness guide movement more than physical strength. When he reached the far end, the mist thinned slightly, but the shadow remained at midpoint, still luminous, still observing. Kaoru's friend's presence lingered faintly, a trace woven into the bridge's consciousness. The crossing had succeeded, yet understanding was incomplete. The bridge's awareness remained patient, eternal, awaiting the next interaction, the next test, the next exchange of recognition and respect. Kaoru stepped onto solid ground, his body exhausted, but his mind sharpened with comprehension. He had survived, learned, and engaged, yet the bridge had not relinquished all mysteries. The next night, Kaoru returned with determination deeper than fear. He carried tools, notes, and a quiet resolve to push past observation into interaction. Lanterns flickered along the path, mist swirling in deliberate, slow arcs. Each step to the bridge felt like a ritual, an acknowledgement of the bridge's sentience and of his own vulnerability. He paused at the entrance, feeling the faint hum of the planks through his boots, the soft tug of the river's pull beneath. The air was thicker tonight, laden with centuries of presence, patience, and observation. Crossing, he adjusted to the subtle variations in vibration beneath his feet. The shadow waited, elongated, patient, its luminescent eyes fixed on him with a calm intensity. Kaoru began to notice patterns in the whispers, layers of harmonic tones that pulsed and shifted with movement. He realized that the bridge communicated in rhythm, subtle pressure, and tonal resonance, a language older than words, encoded in water, wood, and mist. He synchronized with this pulse, stepping in cadence, aligning awareness with perception. Midway, he felt a shift. The river beneath writhed with an almost tangible intelligence, currents forming patterns and swirls that responded to his focus. The trace of his friend appeared, not fully, yet distinct enough to anchor his attention. Kaoru extended understanding, acknowledging the presence, offering recognition, which caused the mist to swirl in intricate patterns, responding to the engagement. The shadow elongated further, then contracted, adjusting its position as if evaluating his comprehension. Each step became deliberate choreography, a dialogue between body, mind, and the bridge's consciousness. Planks groaned and warped subtly under weight. Mist pressed against him in varying densities. Whispers overlapped in complex layering. Kaoru understood that interaction required patience, observation, and precise engagement. Any misstep could result in absorption, but careful action could allow negotiation, understanding, and limited communion with those trapped within the river's web. At the midpoint, Kaoru paused, sensing the bridge itself like a living entity, aware of his intent, responding to the focus and clarity of his purpose. The shadow hovered, eyes glimmering, yet there was no threat. Beneath, the water churned invisibly, shapes of past travelers flickering briefly, then dissolving. The whispering chorus formed a recognizable pattern, guiding Kaoru's attention towards subtle anomalies in the mist, near invisible ripples that marked the presence of his friend. Step by step, he approached the trace, extending consciousness and will, careful to maintain alignment with the bridge's rhythm. A soft vibration ran through the planks, then another, then a chorus of harmonic pulses that seemed almost musical. Kaoru understood this was recognition, a signal from the bridge itself that his efforts were acknowledged. The figure shimmered faintly, acknowledging his focus, and Kaoru reached the point of interaction where he could communicate without speech, bridging the gap between worlds with perception and awareness. Emerging onto solid ground, Kaoru felt a shift. The mist began to lift, the shadow retreated to midpoint, and the river settled into a quiet, aware current. He had succeeded in partial retrieval, establishing connection without crossing fully into the river's claim. The bridge remained patient, awaiting the next night, the next engagement. He had learned that survival required harmony, respect, and deliberate attention to the subtle intelligence embedded in every plank, every ripple, every whisper. Night fell again, the village silent under a heavy fog. Kaoru approached with calm resolve. The bridge loomed, slick and dark, as if waiting. He carried knowledge, patience, and awareness tools as essential as boots and lanterns. Crossing, he aligned with vibration, with whisper, with the subtle rhythm of the planks beneath. The shadow awaited, luminous and patient, a guide and judge. Midway, the river pulsed, shapes of the claimed emerging briefly, twisted faces, limbs stretching unnaturally, eyes gleaming with silent warnings. Kaoru felt the pull of his missing friend's presence, stronger than before, intertwined with the chorus of whispers. Step by step, he moved with deliberate precision, acknowledging each pulse, each vibration, each harmonic shift. The bridge tested him, pushed, measured, observing. At the midpoint, Kaoru extended his will, connecting fully with the faint consciousness of his friend. Recognition sparked subtle changes in the mist, the vibrations, and even in the shadow itself. Planks groaned, water churned beneath invisibly, yet Kaoru remained grounded, aware, synchronized. Communication flowed through attention, perception, and respect. Slowly, impossibly, he drew the presence closer to the physical plane, a tentative tether forming. Step by careful step, Kaoru guided the consciousness along the bridge. Shadows and whispers intertwined, harmonics threading through fog and wood, until finally, the figure shimmered solidly enough to anchor at the far side. Kaoru breathed, exhausted but focused, guiding the final moments with precision. Emerging onto the bank, he collapsed, feeling the weight of the bridge's consciousness press gently against him, neither malevolent nor forgiving, simply aware and eternal. His friend stood before him, pale, shaken but alive, tethered to the world once more. Behind them, the bridge remained patient, silent, eternal, a sentient observer of courage, attention, and perseverance. Kaoru understood fully now that the bridge was not merely a structure but a living entity, integrating those who crossed into its eternal memory, challenging and testing, offering possibility only to those who observed, respected, and understood. The village remained unaware, mist curling and lifting in delicate arcs. The river below flowed quietly, carrying the weight of centuries. Kaoru and his friend walked away together, the hum of the bridge lingering faintly in their consciousness, a reminder that some encounters never truly end, only persist, waiting, observing, patient, eternal. Story 7. The Night Library of Living Books. The library smelled of old paper, dust, and the faint, indefinable scent of something alive. Haruki had walked these aisles countless nights before, cataloging, shelving, repairing, yet tonight felt different. The air pressed against him, heavier than usual, and the usual silence seemed layered with subtle motion, whispers too quiet to distinguish, a rhythm like breathing behind the rows of stacked volumes. His lantern flickered as he moved along the shelves, illuminating spines thick with leather, paper browned and curling, titles etched in gold that had faded to dull gleams. But even in the familiar corners, something shifted. Shadows moved with a logic that defied the geometry of the room. Every time he thought he had caught sight of a figure between the shelves, it would vanish before he could blink. Haruki paused at a particularly tall shelf in the far corner, one he rarely had to reach. A book lay on the floor, opened, as though inviting him to read. He bent, lifting it carefully, and the letters on the page shimmered faintly under the lantern light. Words seemed to pulse, and when he read aloud the first line, a chill traced his spine. They were not merely words. They were instructions, suggestions, almost alive, like the text was aware of his presence and willing him to follow. He shook his head, trying to dismiss the creeping sense of unease. The library was ancient, of course, and the old books sometimes warped with age, sometimes misaligned in a drafty corner. Yet tonight, even the air itself felt different, stirred with intention. A whisper rose from somewhere deep within the stacks, unintelligible but insistent, and Haruki felt his pulse quicken. As he moved further down the aisle, he noticed it. One of the books had shifted, not fallen, not slid naturally, but moved as if it had chosen to. The leather cover opened slightly, revealing pages that trembled as though breathing. Haruki's fingers hovered, reluctant to touch it, and the words seemed to stretch upward, forming shapes and symbols he did not recognize. He could feel a presence behind the text, something coiled and watchful. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, the lantern quivering as a draft swept through the aisle, though there was no door open, no window to let wind in. The whispering intensified, more voices now, layered, overlapping, rising and falling in pitch, cadence, volume. Haruki could not tell if the sounds were real, or if they were echoing in his own mind. He felt the floorboards vibrate subtly, the sensation almost imperceptible, yet enough to set his teeth on edge. Then he heard it, clear this time, a soft shuffle, footsteps moving between the shelves, not hurried, not careless, deliberate, measured, intentional. Haruki froze. The sound was so close, yet no figure appeared. His heart thudded in his chest as he strained to listen. The shuffling stopped. Silence. Then, a soft sigh, exhaled as though the library itself were aware of his hesitation. Haruki's curiosity overcame his fear. He stepped closer to the book that had moved, lifting it slowly. Its pages flickered, revealing illustrations that seemed to shift when he looked away, then snapped back into place when he focused again. He traced the edge of a drawing, a tree twisting impossibly, its branches crawling like fingers, and a cold thrill ran down his arm. The library's air pulsed around him, almost tactile, vibrating with potential, with menace, with hidden life. A soft voice whispered a single word, clear as if right next to him. Read. Haruki swallowed hard. It was not threatening, not yet, but it carried a weight, a suggestion, a command that bypassed his reason. He opened his mouth to reply, but no words came. The voice repeated, this time layered with a chorus of murmurs. Read, read, read. Haruki's hand trembled over the pages. As he began to speak the words aloud, the room responded. A shelf shifted slightly, books sliding along the grooves as if rearranging themselves in anticipation. Shadows lengthened along the walls, bending toward him. He could feel eyes not human, not animal watching from the corners, from the top shelves, from between the stacks. The words of the book pulsed faster, growing warmer under his fingers, almost alive, and the whispers rose into a crescendo of layered, breathless syllables. He stopped reading. The air froze, silence returning in a suffocating wave. The shadows retracted. The books fell silent, yet the feeling of being observed persisted. Haruki knew instinctively that this library did not merely contain stories, it housed them. The tales within these volumes could reach beyond ink and paper. They could move. They could act. And now, he had awakened something that had been waiting. The floorboards creaked behind him. He spun, lantern high, and saw a figure, a shadow, flickering at the edge of the light. Not fully human, not fully abstract. A distortion that seemed to waver between forms. Its eyes glimmered faintly, aware. Haruki's breath caught. The figure did not move closer, did not speak, but the presence was undeniable. And in that instant he realized, this library could read him as much as he could read it. Every hesitation, every flicker of thought, every tremor in his pulse was visible. The air stirred again. Books around him opened spontaneously, pages fluttering. Haruki felt a brush of cold across his arm, as if unseen hands were nudging him toward the shelves. A low hum filled the library, the vibration through the floorboards synchronizing with his heartbeat. The figure shifted, and the whispering returned, now intelligible in fragments. Do not stop. Do not falter. It watches. It hungers. The book must not escape. Haruki's mind spun. He understood, with a clarity that made his stomach turn, that the library was alive in a way he had never imagined. It was not merely a collection, it was a predator, a watcher, an orchestrator. Every book was a vessel, every page a conduit, and he had unknowingly stepped into the current. One wrong movement, one lapse in attention, and the stories could claim him, write him into their pages, make him part of the living collection. He took a step back, and the figure moved with him. Shadows extended along the floor, tracing his path, reaching upward, wrapping around shelves like slow-moving tendrils. The hum grew louder, a resonance that vibrated not only in the floorboards but in his bones, deep and penetrating. Haruki understood he could not leave. The library had marked him, chosen him, and now demanded engagement. Every instinct screamed to flee, yet his fascination outweighed fear. He walked along the aisle, observing the subtle movements, the shifting books, the tiny changes in the misted air. A page turned itself, revealing a story he did not recognize, a tale of a traveler lost in the labyrinth, pursued by shadows that whispered promises and threats alike. He read aloud, carefully, pacing his words to match the rhythm of the library, feeling the presence respond, harmonize, and expand around him. The shadows shifted again. Books rose from the shelves, hovering a few inches off the ground, pages flickering in unreadable patterns. Haruki could see the tendrils of the library's consciousness reaching into the room, probing, testing, observing. He could feel the pull of the story he had read, threads wrapping around him, insinuating themselves into his mind. The sensation was subtle at first, like a tug at the edges of thought, then more insistent, almost urging him to continue reading, to engage, to surrender to the current of living ink. And then he heard a laugh. Not harsh, not cruel, but soft, resonant, impossible to locate. It seemed to come from all directions at once, from the shelves, from the mist between the stacks, from the pages themselves. Haruki froze, the lantern light trembling in his grasp. The figure at the edge of the aisle swayed slightly, its form twisting like smoke. The books rustled in response, the whispers forming a single word repeated over and over, echoing through the cavernous space. Keep reading. Haruki realized in that moment that he had passed a threshold. The library had watched, waited, and now had accepted him as part of its rhythm, its consciousness. Every book, every shadow, every whisper was aware of him, and he of them. His voice, reading aloud the tales within, was the conduit. Each word fed the room, each intonation shaped the stories, each breath sustained the pulsing life of the library. The night deepened. Haruki continued reading, voice steady, lantern light casting dancing shadows that moved with him. The figure lingered nearby, observing, shifting, a silent guardian or judge. The whispers became a chorus, harmonizing with his recitation, weaving the room, the stories, and his presence into a single continuous current of awareness. Time became irrelevant. The library existed outside ordinary chronology, alive, patient, and hungry. And somewhere, in the farthest corner, he felt it, the subtle tug of something escaping, a presence trying to slip from a page, a tale striving for freedom beyond the shelves. Haruki understood the danger. One story unbound could wreak havoc, and the library would demand containment. He steadied his mind, centering himself, and continued the ritual of reading, guiding, observing, every syllable deliberate, every intonation a tether, a control, a negotiation with the living words around him. The next evening, Haruki returned with a careful sense of purpose. He had not slept properly, haunted by fragments of whispered words, the pulse of the library, the figure that had lingered in the shadows. Lantern in hand, he walked past familiar shelves that now seemed subtly altered, as if rearranged overnight. Even the scent of the library was different, older, warmer, infused with something that seemed to exhale slowly. Aware of his approach, he paused at the threshold of the western wing, where the oldest tomes were kept. Dust rose in delicate spirals as he stepped, each particle illuminated by the lantern in a way that made the air seem alive. Shadows stretched unnaturally along the walls and between shelves, reaching and contracting as if breathing. Haruki felt a faint vibration underfoot, a rhythm that resonated with his heartbeat. The library was alive, and it knew he had returned. The figure appeared again, fleeting at first, flickering near the shelves. It neither spoke nor moved directly toward him, but seemed to pulse in tune with the whispers that now threaded throughout the room. Haruki could sense intelligence in every movement of the shadows, every shift in the books, every subtle change in the humidity of the air. He realized that the library was observing his method, testing his comprehension, evaluating his intent. He approached the aisle where the books had first moved the night before. A single volume lay open, pages fluttering with a life of their own. When he touched it, he felt a warmth spread through his fingers, as if the book were alive in a physical sense, responding to his presence. The words shimmered, rearranged themselves subtly, and for a moment, Haruki could see glimpses of the story's inside scenes that were not simply written but played like faint, translucent films in the periphery of his vision. The whispers grew louder, layered, overlapping with the rustle of pages and the soft creak of the floorboards. Haruki's pulse quickened, but he forced himself to breathe slowly, aligning his mind with the rhythm of the room. Words began to form in his mind before he spoke them aloud, and he understood that his voice was a channel, a medium for the library to sustain its living essence. A book lifted itself from the shelf, pages quivering as though ready to fly. Haruki did not recoil. Instead, he approached it with deliberate care, reading aloud slowly, each word chosen with precision. As he spoke, the library responded. Shelves shifted, shadows lengthened, and the figure observed quietly from its place at the edge of vision. The language of the library was intricate, subtle patterns in vibration, temperature, and whisper, all intertwined. Haruki realized that reading was not merely recitation but negotiation, interaction, and preservation. Somewhere above, a high shelf tilted slightly, sending a cascade of dust motes into the air, which shimmered in the lantern light. Haruki could feel the presence of other stories, other consciousnesses coiled in the paper, waiting, aware, testing. The sensation was not fear alone but awe. The library was a living organism, vast, patient, and infinitely intelligent. Every misstep, every hesitation could unravel the tenuous control he had over the energy around him. A faint laughter echoed from the depths of the stacks, subtle and melodic. It was not hostile, but it carried a weight, a reminder that the library was not merely alive, it had a sense of humor, curiosity, and possibly hunger. Haruki moved carefully, reading aloud, letting his voice anchor the currents of activity around him. He sensed the figure adjusting its position, testing his focus, gauging his awareness. As he read, the words on the pages seemed to animate, forming shapes in the air that twisted and curled with the rhythm of the sentences. Trees bent, rivers flowed, creatures moved, all projected from ink and paper, yet tangible, present. The whispers spoke alongside him, layering meaning and instruction, guiding his cadence. The figure at the edge of the aisle pulsed softly, harmonizing with the rhythm, observing, testing, patient. Haruki felt a tug, subtle but insistent, drawing his attention to a section of the shelves where books hung slightly ajar. Each one seemed to hum with possibility, the air around them charged with potential. He understood instinctively that one story, if left unchecked, might escape its bounds. The library demanded balance. For every tale activated, every word read aloud, there was a responsibility to maintain equilibrium. He approached the shelves, hand extended, lantern casting long shadows. A book quivered as he touched it, pages curling in response. He began reading, voice steady, attentive, aligning each syllable with the pulse he could feel through the floorboards. The shadows moved with subtle intelligence, curling and uncurling like tendrils, weaving a protective framework around the room. Responding to his attention, time became irrelevant. The rhythm of reading, the whispers, the shifting shadows and fluttering pages created a temporal bubble. Haruki's awareness expanded, absorbing the patterns, the harmonics, the living structure of the library. Every word he spoke reinforced the structure, every pause tested it, and every breath synchronized him further with the sentient environment. A subtle vibration drew his gaze downward. One of the pages shimmered with a new illustration, depicting a figure that mirrored him, reading a book in a library that bent and shifted impossibly. Haruki realized with a chill that the library was observing not just his actions but his very essence. Every word, every movement, every intention was recorded, responded to, and integrated into the living narrative. The figure at the edge of the aisle shifted closer, luminescent eyes reflecting faint lines of text that floated in the misted air. Haruki could feel the intelligence, patient yet insistent, guiding him toward a section of stories not previously noticed. The whispers urged him to continue, promising understanding, offering guidance, yet demanding vigilance. He read aloud carefully, navigating the intricate dance between himself and the library. Shadows pulsed with his cadence, pages moved, books aligned themselves with subtle gestures, and the figure observed in silent judgment. Haruki understood that the balance of power was delicate. Misreading a line, mispronouncing a word, or faltering in attention could allow a story to escape, breaking the fragile equilibrium that maintained the library's living order. Minutes stretched into hours, the boundaries of the night dissolving. Haruki's voice became a thread weaving through the room, connecting shelves, shadows, whispers, and the figure into a coherent flow of awareness. The library was alive, and he was now a vital node within its consciousness. The realization was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. As dawn approached, the whispers softened, the shadows receded slightly, and the figure retreated to its perch. The books settled into quiet stillness, as if exhausted by the night's activity. Haruki lowered his lantern, breath shaking but steady. He knew he had survived, participated, and contributed, but also that the library would demand his return, nightly, until understanding was complete, or until he failed. The third night brought a deeper layer of awareness. Haruki approached the library with a sense of ritual. Lantern in hand, he observed subtle changes. The air smelled sharper, heavier, almost metallic. Floorboards seemed warmer, vibrating faintly, in tune with the whispering chorus that now welcomed him before he even stepped past the threshold. Shadows lengthened more deliberately, curling toward him in measured arcs. He began by reading from the same book that had first moved itself, but the text had altered, subtly rearranging itself. Characters appeared in different formations, phrases rewritten with slight, eerie variations. Haruki realized that the library was adapting to him, responding to his previous readings, learning his rhythm, and challenging him to maintain precision. The figure appeared again, this time closer, flickering with greater definition. Eyes glimmered with faint intelligence, observing and evaluating. Haruki felt an intense pressure in his chest, a pull from the library's consciousness, urging him to understand not just the words, but their intent, their resonance, their effect on the surrounding space. Books lifted from shelves, pages fluttering rapidly as if breathing. Shadows moved in harmony, forming semi-solid bridges between shelves, creating pathways, almost corridors within the room that did not exist physically. Haruki navigated these shifting spaces carefully, reading aloud, voice resonant, eyes flicking from page to page, aware of the figure, aware of the tendrils of awareness extending from every book. Whispers layered over whispers now, forming complex harmonics, speaking in syllables that seemed both familiar and alien. Haruki's mind expanded, trying to track meaning and melody simultaneously, every inhalation and exhalation synchronizing with the library's rhythm. He realized that the library did not merely contain stories, it was the stories, a conscious organism whose lifeblood was the words, the readers, the interactions, and the attention given to it. A book detached fully from its shelf, hovering at his chest level. Haruki read aloud, careful to match the flow of the whispers. A sudden rush of air swept through the stacks, and he felt, rather than saw, the presence of every story in the room stirring in tandem. The figure pulsed, approvingly or inquisitively, and he felt the library's subtle test: maintain focus, or be absorbed into the very narrative he sought to control. Time became fluid. Minutes dissolved, hours blurred. Haruki read, guided, and responded. The library's tendrils extended into corners, around shelves, over his hands, influencing, testing, observing. Whispers became cohesive, forming partial sentences, phrases, warnings, directions. Bind it, read carefully, misstep unravels. Every syllable mattered. Every pause was a negotiation of control. A new story presented itself, a small volume, innocuous looking, lying open on a low shelf. Haruki felt the tug of curiosity, but also an instinctual warning. He read aloud. Images formed in the air, a labyrinth of corridors, twisting staircases, shadows with faces, moving without bodies. He felt a faint resistance, like walking through thick water, and realized that this story, like the others, had a mind, a purpose, a hunger. The fourth night settled over the city with an unusual weight, as though the very sky understood the gravity of what awaited within the library. Haruki approached the familiar doorway, lantern swinging gently in his hand, footsteps quiet against the stone floor. Even before entering, he could sense the subtle hum of energy, the resonance of the countless stories coiled and waiting, a tension that pulsed just beneath the surface of reality. Inside, the air was thicker than ever, the scent of old paper and ink tinged with a strange, almost metallic undertone. Shadows stretched long along the shelves, twisting and curling in ways that defied geometry. He paused, taking a slow breath, feeling the subtle vibration through the floorboards and the pulse of the library itself. Alive, conscious, and watching. The whispers rose, a chorus of syllables, fragmented yet melodic, beckoning him deeper. Haruki's lantern illuminated the aisles, revealing volumes that shifted subtly in anticipation. Some books jutted slightly from their shelves. Others hung suspended midair, pages fluttering with a life that made his skin prickle. He felt the presence of the figure again, closer now, almost at the edge of the light, eyes shimmering with intelligence, analyzing, waiting, guiding. He selected a book from a low shelf, a tome he hadn't noticed before. The leather cover was worn, edges frayed, but the air around it hummed with a palpable tension. As he opened it, the words on the pages shimmered faintly, rearranging themselves as he read. Haruki's voice flowed aloud, measured, precise, as the library responded to the cadence. Shadows leaned closer, tendrils of darkness curling along the shelves, as if alive, eager for the unfolding of the story. The narrative within the book was labyrinthine, filled with twisted corridors, endless staircases, and shadows that moved independently. As Haruki read, he felt the story seep into the room, forming transient shapes in the air, solid enough to perceive but not touch. Every word he uttered seemed to tether the emerging forms to his will, a delicate dance of control and surrender. A sudden chill swept through the library, extinguishing the lantern for a brief moment. Darkness pressed in, oppressive and thick, yet Haruki remained rooted, reciting the words he could barely see. When the lantern flickered back, he realized the shadows had coalesced into shapes humanoid, yet undefined, faces emerging and fading like mist. The figure hovered nearby, motionless but radiating awareness. Haruki could feel the room's intelligence weighing him, testing his resolve. Gauging his ability to maintain the fragile equilibrium, he moved slowly through the aisle, continuing to read aloud, guided by intuition and the faint harmonics of whispered instructions. Pages from other books quivered in response, as though eager to participate, to share their narratives, to stretch the library's consciousness further. Haruki understood that each tale was alive, not merely in imagination, but in action. To misread a word, to stumble in cadence, was to risk unleashing a fragment of sentient story into uncontrolled reality. The figure shifted slightly, a subtle acknowledgement of his precision. Shadows responded in kind, curling around books, forming temporary archways and pathways that did not exist before. Haruki felt a growing connection between his own consciousness and the library's intricate web of awareness. The room, once merely a repository of stories, now pulsed like a single, cohesive organism, his voice the conduit sustaining its life. A sudden surge of energy surged through the aisle. A book fell from a high shelf, pages fanning out as if breathing, and the shadows convulsed with anticipation. Haruki knelt, steadying the volume, and read aloud. The words wove themselves into the room's fabric, aligning with the vibrations of floorboards, air, and whispered voices. The figure leaned closer, eyes glimmering with approval or perhaps calculation. Then, a new presence made itself known, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the ambient awareness. Haruki felt a pull at the edges of his perception, a tug from a story not yet fully manifested. He recognized it as an anomaly, a narrative that sought freedom, unbound by his careful control. The whispers intensified, a layered chorus urging caution and precision. He adjusted his recitation, cadence slower, deliberate, each word anchoring the emergent tale back into the safe confines of its pages. Hours passed in this suspended rhythm. Haruki's awareness expanded, absorbing the subtle cues of the library, the faint tremor in a floorboard, the curling shadow at the end of an aisle, the barely audible rustle of a page turning on its own. He realized that the library was patient and precise, a being of immense intelligence, learning from every interaction, adapting, testing, and teaching. By the time he lowered his lantern for a brief pause, the library had settled into a quiet hum. Shadows withdrew slightly, books returned to their shelves, and the figure receded to the periphery, watching. Haruki's mind was awash with the knowledge that he had passed yet another test, that the library accepted him as a participant, a steward of its living tales. But the experience left him drained, senses heightened, and his understanding of the library's power deepened into awe and reverence. The fifth night arrived like a weightless fog, the city outside silent under a moonless sky. Haruki approached the library with an unspoken ritual, lantern in hand, feeling the faint hum of anticipation even before opening the door. The air smelled of parchment and ink, tinged with the metallic undertone of living consciousness. Every shelf seemed slightly repositioned, the space subtly altered in ways that made his pulse quicken. Inside, the whispers welcomed him, familiar and layered, a symphony of syllables that conveyed both instruction and evaluation. Shadows coiled along shelves, responding to his presence, and the figure appeared almost immediately at the edge of the lantern's glow. Its eyes shimmered faintly, intelligent, patient, expectant. Haruki felt the weight of the library's consciousness pressing gently against his mind, a reminder that tonight, the stakes were higher than ever. He moved to the far corner, selecting a series of volumes he had not touched before. The books vibrated faintly at his touch, pages fluttering with anticipatory energy. Haruki opened the first one and began reading aloud, voice steady, deliberate, attuned to the intricate rhythms of the library. Shadows bent and curled, responding in precise harmony, as tendrils of awareness extended into the aisles, around shelves over his hands. The narrative within the first book was dark and intricate, filled with labyrinthine corridors, creatures that moved between ink and reality, and characters who seemed almost sentient. Haruki felt the pull of the story, the subtle tug of the tale striving for freedom. He adjusted his reading, each word a tether, each pause a negotiation, each breath a reinforcement of the story's containment. The figure watched, silent and calculating, approving each successful balance, observing each minor falter. A second volume shifted itself from the shelf, pages fluttering as if alive. Haruki's voice wove the words into the library's fabric, aligning with the vibrations of floorboards, air, and whispers. Shadows formed semi-solid arches over the aisles, guiding him through a choreography that was both imposed and intuitive. The library pulsed in response, every movement, every inflection, every conscious decision feeding into the living narrative that stretched through the stacks. Hours passed in this delicate balance. Haruki moved from book to book, each one alive, each story a separate consciousness interacting with him, the figure, and the library as a whole. He felt the presence of potential chaos at the edges, tails not fully tethered, seeking to escape. He navigated them with care, reading aloud, voice harmonizing with whispers, shadows, and vibrations. He became both participant and guardian, his attention the axis around which the library's life turned. As dawn approached, a subtle shift occurred. The book settled into quiet alignment. Shadows receded slightly, and the figure approached him fully, radiating intelligence and assessment. Haruki could feel the library's awareness, vast and patient, acknowledging his role, his perseverance, and his control. A single whisper penetrated the ambient chorus. "You have become part of us." Haruki understood. He was no longer merely a reader. He was a conduit, a participant in the ongoing life of the library. The books, the shadows, the figure, the whispers all were connected through him, and he through them. The living stories would continue to pulse, to shift, to test, and he would remain their vigilant presence, guiding, sustaining, and safeguarding their delicate equilibrium. He lowered his lantern, aware of the transformation he had undergone. The library was no longer simply a place of knowledge, it was a living, breathing organism, and he was now entwined with its essence. The figure receded to its perch, shadows faded into corners, and the whispers softened into a lullaby of ink and paper, a sound that would haunt and sustain him for the nights to come. Haruki exited the library as the first pale light of dawn touched the city. He felt the pulse of the stories within him, a steady rhythm, a quiet awareness that the library's life had become inseparable from his own. He knew he would return, night after night, as both protector and participant, immersed in the hypnotic, eternal rhythm of the living books, and in the whispers that would guide him through infinite tales yet unwritten. The night has spoken, and 7 stories have passed through your mind. Perhaps you feel a lingering chill, a whisper at the edge of your hearing, or the sense that something unseen is still watching. That is the night's gift, and its reminder. The shadows are never empty, and the stories never truly end. They live on, quietly, waiting, pulsing, just beyond your reach. If you found yourself captivated, unsettled, or unable to sleep, know that you are not alone. The night is patient, and it will return. Subscribe to Little Dream to continue your journey. And remember, every story you hear here tonight is only the beginning, for when you close your eyes, the whispers continue. Good night, and may your dreams survive the shadows.